Chapter 6. Placing of the Shri-patra, Homa, formation of the Chakra, and other rites. Shri Devi said, "As thou hast kindness for me, pray tell me, O Lord, more particularly about the Pancha-tattvas and the other observances of which thou hast spoken." Sri Sadashiva said, "There are 3 kinds of wine which are excellent, namely, that which is made from molasses, rice, or the madhuka flower. There are also various other kinds made from the juice of the palmyra and date tree, and known by various names according to their substance and place of production. They are all declared to be equally appropriate in the worship of the devata. Howsoever it may have been produced, and by whomsoever it is brought, the wine, when purified, gives to the worshipper all siddhi. There are no distinctions of caste in the taking of wine so sanctified. Meat, again, is of 3 kinds, that of animals, of the waters, of the earth, and of the sky. From wheresoever it may be brought, and by whomsoever it may have been killed, it gives, without doubt, pleasure to the devas. Let the desire of the disciple determine what should be offered to the devas. Whatsoever he himself likes, the offering of that conduces to his well-being. Only male animals should be decapitated in sacrifice. It is the command of Shambhu that female animals should not be slain. There are 3 superior kinds of fish, namely Shala, Patina, and Rohita. Those which are without bones are of middle quality, whilst those which are full of bones are of inferior quality. The latter may, however, if well fried, be offered to the Devi. There are also 3 kinds of parched food, superior, middle, and inferior. The excellent and pleasing kind is that made from shali rice, white as a moonbeam, or from barley or wheat, and which has been fried in clarified butter. The middling variety is made of fried paddy. Other kinds of fried grain are inferior. Meat, fish, and parched food, fruits and roots, or anything else offered to the devata, along with wine, are called shuddhi. O Devi, the offering of wine without shuddhi, as also puja and tarpana without shuddhi, become fruitless, and the devata is not propitiated. The drinking of wine without shuddhi is like the swallowing of poison. The disciple is ever ailing, and lives for a short time and dies. O great Devi, when the weakness of the Kali age becomes great, one's own Shakti or wife should alone be known as the 5th tattva. This is devoid of all defects. O beloved of my life! In this, the last tattva, I have spoken of Svayambhu and other kinds of flour. As substitutes for them, however, I enjoin red sandal paste. Neither the tattvas nor flowers, leaves, and fruits should be offered to the Mahadevi unless purified. The man who offers them without purification goes to hell. The Shri-patra should be placed in the company of one's own virtuous Shakti. She should be sprinkled with the purified wine or water from the common offering. The mantra for the sprinkling of the Shakti is mantra, eyeing, cling, sauh. Salutation to Tripura, purify this Shakti, make her my Shakti, svaha. If she who is to be Shakti is not already initiated, then the Maya Vija should be whispered into her ear, and other Shaktis who are present should be worshipped and not enjoyed. The worshipper should then, in the space between himself and the yantra, draw a triangle with the Maya Vija in its center, and outside the triangle, and in the order here stated, a circle, a hexagon, and a square. The excellent disciple should then worship in the 4 corners of the square the Pithas, Purnashaila, Udayana, Jalandhara, and Kamarupa, with the mantras formed of their respective names, preceded by Vijas, formed by the first letter of their respective names, and followed by Nama. Then the 6 parts of the body should be worshipped in the 6 corners of the hexagon. Then worship the triangle with the Mula mantra, and then the Shakti of the receptacle with the Maya Vija and Nama. Wash the receptacle with the mantra Nama, and then place it, as in the case of the jar, on the mandala, and worship in it the 10 parts of Vahni with the first letters of their respective names, as vijas. These parts, which are 10 in number, vis-a-vis Dhumra, Archi, Jivalini, Sukshma, Jivalini, Vishvulingini, Sushri, Surupa, Kapila, Havya Kavyavaha, should be uttered in the dative singular and followed by the mantra nama. Then worship the region of Vahni in the adhara or receptacle with the following mantra. Mang, salutation to the region of Vahni with his 10 qualities. Then, taking the vessel of offering and purifying it with the mantra fat, place it on the receptacle, and having so placed it, worship therein the 12 parts of the sun with the vijas, commencing with Kaba to Thada. These 12 parts are Tapini, Tapini, Dhumra, Marichi, Jivalini, Ruchi, Sudhumra, Bogada, Vishva, Bodhini, Dharini, Kshama. After this, worship the region of sun in the vessel of offering with the following mantra. Ang, salutation to the circle of sun with his 12 parts. Then the worshipper should fill the cup of offering 3/4 full with wine taken from the jar, uttering the matrika vijas in the reverse order. Filling the rest of the cup with water taken from the special offering, let him worship with a well-controlled mind the 16 digits of the moon, saying as vijas each of the 16 vowels before each of the 16 digits spoken in the dative singular, followed by the mantra nama. The 16 desire-granting digits of moon are Amrita, Pranada, Pusha, Tushti, Pushti, Rati, Driti, Shashini, Chandrika, Kanti, Jyotsna, Skri, Priti, Angada, Purna, and Purnamrita. As in the case of the other devas mentioned, the disciple should then worship the region of the moon with the following mantra. Ung, salutation to the region of moon with its 16 digits. Durva grass, sun-dried rice, red flowers, varvara, leaf, and the aparajita flower should be thrown into the vessel with the mantra haring, and the sacred waters should be invoked into it. Then, covering the wine and the vessel of offering with the avagunthana mudra, and uttering the armor vija, protect it with the weapon vija, and converting it into ambrosia with the denu mudra, cover it with the matsya mudra. Making japa of the mula mantra 10 times, the Ishta Devata should be invoked and worshipped with flowers offered in the joined palms. Then charge the wine with the following 5 mantras, beginning with Akanda. Mantras. O Kula Rupini, infuse into the essence of this excellent wine, which produces full and unbroken bliss, its thrill of joy. Thou who art like the nectar which is in Ananga, and art the embodiment of pure knowledge, place into this liquid the ambrosia of Brahmananda. O thou, who art the very image of that, do thou unite this argya with the image or self of that, and having become the Kulamrita, blossom in me. Bring into this sacred vessel, which is full of wine, essence of ambrosia produced from the essence of all that is in this world, and containing all kinds of taste. May this cup of self, which is filled with the nectar of self, Lord, be sacrificed in the fire of the Supreme Self. Having thus consecrated the wine with the mantra, think of the union in it of Sadashiva and Bhagavati, and wave lights, and burning incense sticks before it. This is the consecration of the Shri-patra in Kaulika worship. Without such purification the disciple is guilty of sin, and the worship is fruitless. The wise one should then, according to the rules prescribed for the placing of the common offering, place between the jar and the Shri-patra the cups of the Guru, the cup of enjoyment, the cup of the Shakti, the cups of the yoginis of the Vira, and of sacrifice, and those for the washing of the feet and the rinsing of the mouth, respectively, making 9 cups in all. Then, filling the cups 3/4 full of wine from the jar, a morsel of shuddhi of the size of a pea should be placed in each of them. Then, holding the cup between the thumb and the 4th finger of the left hand, taking the morsel of shuddhi in the right hand, making the tattva mudra, tarpana, should be done. This is the practice which has been enjoined. Taking an excellent drop of wine from the Shri-patra and a piece of shuddhi, tarpana should be made to the Deva Ananda Bhairava and the Devi Ananda Bhairavi. Then, with the wine in the cup of the Guru, offer oblations to the line of Gurus. In the first place to the worshipper's own Guru, seated together with his wife on the lotus of 1,000 petals, and then to the Parama Guru, the Parapara Guru, the Parameshti Guru, successively. In offering oblations to the 4 Gurus, the Vagbhava Vija should first be pronounced, followed in each case by the names of each of the 4 Gurus. Then, with wine from the cup of enjoyment, the worshipper should, in the lotus of his heart, offer oblations to the Adya Kali. In this oblation, her own Vija should precede, and Svaha should follow her name. This should be done thrice. Next, with wine taken from the cup of the Shakti, oblation should be similarly offered to the Devata of the parts of her body and their Avarana Devatas. Then, with the wine in the cup of the Yogini, oblation should be offered to the Adya Kalika, carrying all her weapons and with all her followers. Then should follow the sacrifice to the Vatukas. The wise worshipper should draw on his left an ordinary rectangular figure, and after worshipping it, place therein food with wine, meat, and other things. With the Vijas of Vak, Maya, Kamala, and with the mantra, Vang, salutation to Vatuka, he should be worshipped in the east of the rectangle, and then sacrifice should be offered to him. Then, with the mantra, Yang to the Yogan is Svaha. Sacrifice should be made to the Yoginis on the south, and then to Kshetrapala on the west of the rectangle, with the mantra. To Kshetrapala Nama, preceded by the letter Kasha, to which in succession the 6 long vowels are added with the Vindu. Following this, sacrifice should be made to Ganapati on the north, adding to Ga the 6 long vowels in succession with the Vindu thereon, followed by the name of Ganesha in the dative singular, and ending with Svaha. Lastly, sacrifice should be made inside the rectangle to all Bhutas, according to proper form. Uttering Hring Shring Sarva Vigna Kridbhya, add Sarva Bhutabhya, and then Hung Fat Svaha. This is how the mantra is formed. Then a sacrifice to Shiva should be made with the following mantra. Ong, O Dev. O Shiva, O Exalted One, thou art the image of the final conflagration at the dissolution of things. Deign to accept this sacrifice, and to reveal clearly to me the good and evil which is my destiny. To Shiva I bow. This is the Mula mantra in the worship of Shiva. Having said this, perform the sacrifice, saying, This is thy Vali, to Shiva Nama. O Holy One, I have now described to thee the mode of formation of the circle of worship and the placing of the cup and other rites. Then, making with the 2 hands the Kachapa mudra, let the worshipper take up with his hands a beautiful flower scented with sandal, fragrant aloes, and musk, and, carrying it to the lotus of his heart, let him meditate therein, in the lotus, upon the most supreme Adya. Then let him lead the Devi along the Sushumna Nadi, which is the highway of Brahman to the great lotus of 1,000 petals, and there make her joyful. Then, bringing her through his nostrils, let him place her on the flower, her presence being communicated, as it were, by one light to another, and place the flower on the yantra, and with folded hands pray with all devotion to his Ishta Devata, thus, mantra. O Queen of the Devas, thou who art easily attained by devotion, remain here, I pray thee, with all thy following, the while I worship thee. Then, uttering the Vija Kring, say the following, mantra. O Adya Devi Kalika, come here with all thy following, come here, and then say, stay here, and then say, place thyself here, and then say, be thou detained here, accept my worship. Having thus invoked the Devi into the yantra, the vital airs of the Devi should be infused therein by the following Pratishtha mantra. Mantra. Ang, Hring, Krong, Shring, Svaha. May the 5 vital airs of this Devata be here. Ang, Hring, Krong, Shring, Svaha. Her jiva is here placed. Ang, Hring, Krong, Shring, Svaha. All senses. Ang, Hring, Krong, Shring, Svaha. speech, mind, sight, smell, hearing, touch, and the vital airs of the Adya Kali Devata, may they come here and stay happily here forever. Svaha. Having recited the above 3 times and having in due form placed the vital airs of the Devi in the yantra with the Lelahina mudra with folded palms, he, the worshipper, should say, Mantra. O Adya Kali, hast thou had a good journey? Hast thou had a good journey? O Parameshvari, mayest thou be seated on this seat? Then, whilst repeating the primary mantra, sprinkle thrice the water of the special oblation over the Devi, and then make Nyasa of the Devi with the 6 parts of her body. This ceremony is called Sakalikarama, or Sakalakriti. Then worship the Devi with all the 16 offerings. These are water for washing the feet, the water for the offering, water for rinsing the mouth, and for her bath, garments, jewels, perfume, flowers, incense sticks, lights, food, water for washing the mouth, nectar, pan, water of oblation, and obeisance. In worship, these 16 offerings are needed. Uttering the Adya Vija, and then saying, this water is for washing the feet of the Adya. To the Devata Nama, offer the water at the feet of the Devi. Similarly with the word Svaha, in place of Nama, the offering should be placed at the head of the Devi. Then the wise worshipper with Svadha should offer the water for rinsing the mouth to the mouth of the Devi, and then the worshipper should offer to the lotus mouth of the Devi Madhuparka with the mantra Svada. He should then offer water to rinse the mouth, a 2nd time, with the mantra Vang Svada. Then the worshipper saying, Mantra, Hring, Shring, Kring, Parameshvari, Svaha. I offer this water for bathing, this apparel, these jewels, to the Supreme Devi, the primordial Kalika. Svaha, make an offer of them to all parts of the body of the Devi. Then the worshipper should, with the same mantra, but ending with Nama, offer scent with his middle and 3rd finger to the heart lotus of the Devi, and with the same mantra, but ending with Vaushat, he should similarly offer to her flowers. Having placed the burning incense and lighted lamp in front of Devi, and sprinkling them with water, they should be given away with the mantra, Hring, Shring, Kring, Parameshvari, Svaha. This incense stick and light I humbly offer to Adya Kalika, Svaha. After worship of the bell with this mantra, O Mother, who produces the sound which proclaims triumph to thee, Svaha, he should ring it with his left hand, and, taking up the incense stick with his right hand, he should wave it up to the nostrils of the Devi. Then, placing the incense stick on her left, he should raise and wave the light 10 times up to and before the eyes of the Devi. Then, taking the cup and the shuddhi in his 2 hands, the worshipper should, whilst uttering the Mula Mantra, offer them to the center of the yantra. Mantra. O thou who hast brought to an end a crore of kalpas, take this excellent wine, as also the shuddhi, and grant to me endless liberation. Then, drawing a figure in front of the yantra, according to the rules of ordinary worship, place the plate with food thereon. Sprinkle the food with the mantra fat, and veil it with the Avagunthana mudra and the mantra hung, and then again protect it by the mantra fat, saying Vang, and exhibiting the Dhenu mudra over it, make it into the food of immortality. Then, after recitation of the Mula Mantra 7 times, it should be offered to the Devi, with the water taken from the vessel of offering. The worshipper, after reciting the Mula Mantra, should say, This cooked food, with all other necessaries, I offer to the Adya Kali, my Ishta Devi. He should then say, O Shiva, partake of this offering. Then he should make the Devi eat the offering by means of the 5 mudras called Prana, Apana, Samana, Vyana, and Udana. Next, form with the left hand the Naivedya mudra, which is like a full-blown lotus. Then, whilst reciting the Mula Mantra, give away the jar with wine to the Devi for her to drink. After that, offer again water for rinsing the mouth, and following that a 3-fold oblation should be made to the Devi with wine from the cup of the Shri-patra. Then, reciting the Mula Mantra, Let the worshipper offer 5 handfuls of flowers to the head, heart, Muladhara lotus, the feet, and all parts of the body of the Devi, and thereafter, with folded palms, he should pray to his Ishtadevata, thus. Mantra. O Ishtadevata, I am now worshipping the Devatas who surround thee, Namah. The 6 parts of the body of the Devi should then be worshipped at the 4 corners of the yantra, and in front and behind it, in their order, and then the line of gurus should be worshipped. Then, with scent and flowers, worship the 4 Kula gurus, namely Guru, Paramaguru, Paraparaguru, Parameshti Guru. Then, with the wine and the cup of the Guru, make 3 tarpanas to each, and on the lotus of 8 petals worship the 8 Mother Nayikas, namely Mangala, Vijaya, Bhadra, Jayanti, Aparajita, Nandini, Narasinghi, and Kaumari. And on the tips of the petals worship the 8 Bhairavas, Asitanga, Ruru, Chanda, Krodonmata, Bhayankara, Kapali, Bhishana, and Sanghara. Indra and the other Dikpalas should be worshipped in the Bhupura, and their weapons outside the Bhupura, and then Tarpana should be made to them. After worshipping the Devi with all the offerings, sacrifice should be carefully made to her. The 10 approved beasts which may be sacrificed are deer, goat, sheep, buffalo, hog, porcupine, hare, iguana, and rhinoceros. But other beasts may also be sacrificed if the worshipper so desires. The worshipper versed in the rules of sacrifice should select a beast with good signs, and placing it before the Devi, should sprinkle it with the water from the Visheshargya, and by the Dhenu Mudra should make it into nectar. Let him then worship the goat, sheep, or whatever other animal is being sacrificed, with the mantra, Nama to the goat, which is a beast, and with perfumes, flowers, vermilion, food, and water. Then he should whisper into the ears of the beast the Gayatri mantra, which severs the bond of its life as a beast. The Pashu Gayatri, which liberates a beast from its life of a beast, is as follows. After the word Pashupashaya, say Vidmahe. Then, after the word Vishvakarmane, say Dhimahi, and then Tanojiva Prachodayat. Mantra. Let us bring to mind the bonds of the life of a beast. Let us meditate upon the Creator of the universe. May He liberate us from out of this life of a beast. Then, taking the sacrificial knife, the excellent worshipper should worship it with the Vija hung, and worship Sarasvati and Brahma at its end, Lakshmi and Narayana at its middle, and Uma and Maheshvara at the handle. Then the sacrificial knife should be worshipped with the mantra, Nama, to the sacrificial knife, infused with the presence of Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and their Shaktis. Then, dedicating it with the great word, he should with folded hands say, May this dedication to thee be according to the ordained rites. Having thus offered the beast to the Devi, it should be placed on the ground. The worshipper then, with mind intent upon the Devi, should sever the head of the beast with one sharp stroke. This may be done either by the worshipper himself or by his brother, brother's son, a friend, or a kinsman, but never by one who is an enemy. The blood, when yet warm, should be offered to the Vatukas. Then the head with a light on it should be offered to the Devi with the following mantra. This head with the light upon it I offer to the Devi with obeisance. This is the sacrificial rite of the Kaulikas in Kaula worship. If it be not observed, the Devata is never pleased. After this Homa should be performed. Listen, O beloved one, to the rules which relate to it. The worshipper should, with sand, make on his right a square, each side of which is 1 cubit. Let him then, while reciting the Mula Mantra, gaze at it, stroke it with a wisp of kusha grass, uttering the weapon Vija, and then sprinkle it with water to the accompaniment of the same Vija. Then, veiling it with the Kurchcha Vija, he should say, Obeisance to the Standila of the Devi, and with this mantra worship the square. Then, inside the square, 3 lines should be drawn from east to west, and 3 lines from south to north, of the length of a pradesha. When this has been done, the following devatas, whose names are hereinafter given, should be worshipped over these lines. Over the lines from west to east, worship Mukunda, Isha, and Purandara. Over the lines from south to north, Brahma, Vaivasvata, and Indu. Then a triangle should be drawn within the square, and within the triangle the Vija Sao should be written. Outside the triangle draw a hexagon, outside this a surd, and outside the circle a lotus with 8 petals, and outside this a square, Bhupura, with 4 entrances. So should the wise one draw the excellent yantra. Having worshipped with the Mula mantra and with offerings of handfuls of flowers, the space thus marked off and washed, the articles for the Homa sacrifice with the pranava, the intelligent one, should, after first uttering the Maya Vija, worship in the pericarp of the lotus, the Adhara Shakti, and others, either individually or collectively. Piety, knowledge, dispassion, and dominion should be worshipped in the Agni, Ishana, Vayu, and Nayarita corners of the yantra respectively, and the negation of the qualities in the east, north, west, and south respectively, and in the center, Ananta and Padma. Then let him worship sun with his 12 parts, and moon with her 16 digits, and on the filament commencing from the east, worship Pita, and then Shveta, Aruna, Krishna, Dhumra, Tibra, Sphulingini, Ruchira, in their order, and in the center, Javalini. In all worship, Pranava should commence the mantra, and Nama should end it. The seat of fire should be worshipped with the mantra. Rang, salutation to the seat of fire. Then the mantrin should meditate upon the Devi Sarasvati after she has bathed, with eyes like the blue lotus on the seat of fire in the embrace of Vagishvara, and worship in the seat of fire with the Maya Vija. Then let him bring fire in the manner prescribed and gaze intently on it, and whilst repeating the Mula mantra, invoke Vani into it with the mantra Fat. Then the seat of fire should be worshipped in the yantra with the mantra. Ong salutation to the Yoga Pitha of fire, and on the 4 sides, beginning on the east and ending on the south, Vama, Jyeshtha, Raudri, Ambika, should be worshipped in the order given. Then the marked-off space should be worshipped with the mantra. Salutation to the Standila of the revered Devata, the primeval Kalika. And then within this place the worshipper should meditate upon the Devi Vagishvari under the form of the Mula Devata. After lighting the fire with the Vija Rang and reciting the Mula mantra, and then the mantra. Hung fat to the eaters of raw flesh. Svaha, the share of the raw meat eaters, Rakshasas, should be put aside. Gaze at the fire, saying the weapon mantra, and surround it with the veil mudra, uttering the Vija Hung. Make the fire into nectar with the Denu mudra. Take some fire in both palms and wave it thrice in a circle over the standala from right to left. Then with both knees on the ground, and meditating on fire as the male seed of Shiva, the worshipper should place it into that portion of the Yoni Yantra which is nearest him. Then, first, worship the image of fire with the mantra. Ring, salutation to the image of fire, and after that the spirit of fire with the mantra. Rang, to the spirit of fire Nama. The mantrin will then think in his mind of the awakened form of Vahni and kindle the fire with the following. Mantra. Ong, yellow spirit of fire, which knows all, destroy, destroy, burn, burn, ripen, ripen, command. Svaha. This is the mantra for kindling fire. After this, with folded hands, fire should again be adored. Mantra. I adore the kindled fire of the color of gold, free from impurity, burning, author of the Veda, the devourer of oblations, which faces every quarter. After adoration of fire in this manner, cover the marked-off space with kusha grass, and then the worshipper, giving fire the name of his own, Ishta Devata, should worship him. Mantra. Ong O red-eyed one, Vaishvanara, origin of the Veda, come here, come here, help me to accomplish all my works. Svaha. Then the 7 tongues of fire, Hiranya, and others should be worshipped. The worshipper should next adore the 6 limbs of Vahni, uttering the word of 1,000 rays, in the dative singular, and at the end, obeisance to the heart. Then the wise one should worship the forms of Vahni, the 8 forms Jataveda and others, and then the 8 Shaktis, namely Brahmi and others, the 8 Nidis, namely Padma and others, and the 10 Dikpalas, namely Indra and others. After worshipping the thunderbolt and other weapons, the sacrificer should take 2 blades of kusha grass of the length of the space between his stretched-out thumb and forefinger, and place them lengthwise in the ghee. He should meditate on the Nadi Ida in the left part of the ghee, and on the Nadi Pingala in the right portion, and on the Nadi Sushumna in the center, and with a well-controlled mind, take ghee from the right side, and offer it to the right eye of Vahni with the following mantra, Ong tu Agni Svaha. Then, taking ghee from the left side, offer it to the left eye of Vahni with the mantra, Ong tu Soma Svaha. Then, taking ghee from the middle portion, offer it to the forehead of Vahni with the mantra, Ong tu Agni and Soma Svaha. Then, saying Namah, take the ghee again from the right side, say first the pranava, and then mantra. To Agni, the Svishti Krit Svaha. With this mantra, he should offer oblation to the mouth of Vahni. Then, uttering the Vihariti with the pranava at the commencement and Svaha at the end, the Homa sacrifice should be performed. Then he should offer oblations thrice with the mantra, Om O Vaishvanara, origin of the Veda, come hither, O red-eyed one, and fulfill all my works. Then, invoking the Ishta Devata with the proper mantra into the fire, let him worship her and the Pitha Devata. 25 oblations should then be offered, uttering the Mula mantra with Svaha at the end, and contemplating on the union, or identity, of his own soul with Vani and the Devi. 11 oblations should also be offered with the Mula mantra to the Anga Devatas, concluding with Svaha. Then, with a mixture of ghee, tila seed, honey, or with flowers and bile leaves, or with other prescribed articles, oblation should be made for the attainment of one's desire. This oblation should be made not less than 8 times, and with every attention and care. Then, reciting the primary mantra, ending with Svaha, complete oblation should be made, with a full ladle, with fruits and leaves. The worshipper, with the Sanghara mudra, transferring the Devi from the fire to the lotus of his heart, should then say, "Pardon me," and dismiss him who feeds on oblations. Then, distributing presents, the mantran should consider that the Homa has been duly performed. Then the excellent worshipper should place between the eyebrows what is left over of the oblations. This is the ordinance relating to Homa in all forms of Agama worship. After performance of Homa, the worshipper should proceed to do japa. Now, listen, O Devi, to the instructions which relate to japa, by which the Vidya is pleased. During japa, the Devata, the Guru, and the mantra should be considered as one. The letters of the mantra are the Devata, and the Devata is in the form of the Guru. To him who worships them as one and the same, his is the greatest success. The worshipper should then meditate upon his Guru as being in his head, the Devi in his heart, the Mula mantra in the form of Tejas on his tongue, and himself as united with the glory of all three. Then, adding the Tara to the beginning and the end of the Mula mantra, it should be made japa of 7 times, and then it should be recapitulated with the Matrika Vija at its beginning and end. The wise worshipper should make japa of the Maya Vija over his head 10 times, and of the Pranava 10 times over his mouth, and of the Maya Vija again 7 times in the lotus of his heart, and then perform pranayama. Then, taking a rosary of coral, etc., let him worship it thus. Mantra. O Rosary, O great Rosary, thou art the image of all Shaktis. Thou art the repository of the fourfold blessings. Do thou therefore be the giver to me of all success. Having thus worshipped the mala, and also made tarpana to it thrice with wine taken from the Shri-patra, accompanied by recitation of the Mula mantra, the worshipper should, with well-controlled mind, make japa 1008, or at least 108 times. Then, doing pranayama, he should offer on the left lotus hand of the Devi the fruit of his japa, whose form is tejas, together with water and flowers from the Shri-patra, and, bowing down his head to the ground, say the following. Mantra. O great Queen, thou who protectest that which is most secret, deign to accept this my recitation. May by thy grace success attend my effort. After this, let him with folded hands recite the hymn and the protective mantra. Then the sadhaka should, with the special oblation in his hand, going round the Devi, keeping her to his right, say the following, and dedicate his own self by offering Vilomargya. Mantra. Om whatsoever ere this I, in the possession of life, intelligence, body, or in action, awake, in dream or dreamless sleep have done, whether by word or deed, by my hands, feet, belly, or organ of generation, whatsoever I have remembered or spoken, of all that I make an offering to Brahman. I and all that is mine, I lay at the lotus feet of the Adya Kali. I make the sacrifice of myself, Ong Tat Sat. Then, with folded hands, let him supplicate his Ishta Devata, and reciting the Maya mantra, say, Mantra. O primordial Kalika, I have worshipped thee with all my powers and devotion. And then saying, Forgive me, let him bid the Devi go. Let him with his hands formed into Sanghara Mudra take up a flower, smell it, and place it on his heart. A triangular figure well and clearly made should next be drawn in the northeast corner, and there he should worship the Devi Nirmalya Vasini with the mantra. Ring salutation to the Devi Nirmalya Vasini. Then, distributing Naivedya to Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, and all the other devas, the worshipper should partake of it. Then, placing his Shakti on a separate seat to his left, or on the same seat with himself, he should make a pleasing drink in the cup. The cup should be so formed as to hold not more than 5, and not less than 3 tolas of wine, and may be of either gold or silver, or crystal, or made of the shell of a coconut. It should be kept on a support on the right side of the plate containing the prepared food. Then the wise one should serve the sacred food and wine, either himself or by his brother's sons, among the worshippers, according to the order of their seniority. The purified wine should be served in the drinking cups, and the purified food in plates kept for that purpose, and then should food and drink be taken with such as are present at the time. First of all, some purified food should be eaten to make a bed, as it were, for the wine which is to be drunk. Let the assembled worshippers then joyously take up each his own cup, filled with excellent nectar. Then let him take up each his own cup, and meditate upon the Kundalini, who is the chit, and who is spread from the Muladhara lotus to the tip of the tongue, and, uttering the Mula mantra, let each, after taking the other's permission, offer it as oblation to the mouth of the Kundali. When the Shakti is of the household, the smelling of the wine is the equivalent of drinking it. Worshippers who are householders may drink 5 cups only. Excessive drinking prevents the attainment of success by Kula worshippers. They may drink until the sight or the mind is not affected. To drink beyond that is bestial. How is it possible for a sinner who becomes a fool through drink, and who shows contempt for the sadhaka of Shakti to say, I worship the Adya Kalika? As touch cannot affect food, etc., offered to Brahman, so there is no distinction of caste in food offered to thee. As I have directed, so should eating and drinking be done. After partaking of food offered to thee, the hands should not be washed, but with a piece of cloth or a little water remove that which has adhered to the hands. Lastly, after placing a flower from the Nirmalya on his head, and wearing a talaka mark made from the remnants of the oblation on the yantra between his eyebrows, the intelligent worshipper may roam the earth like a diva. End of the 6th joyful message, entitled Placing of the Shri-patra, Homa, Formation of the Chakra, and Other Rites. Chapter 7. Hymn of Praise, Stotra, Amulet, Kavacha, and the description of the Kula-tattva. Parvati was pleased at hearing the revelation of the auspicious mantra of the Adya Kalika, which yields abundant blessings, is the only means of attaining to a knowledge of the divine essence and leads to liberation, as also at hearing of the morning rites, the rules relating to bathing, sandhya, the purification of bhang, the methods of external and internal nyasa, and worship, the sacrifice of animals, Homa, the formation of the circle of worship, and the partaking of the holy food. Bowing low with modesty, the Devi questioned Sangskara. Sri Devi said, O Sadashiva, Lord and benefactor of the universe, thou hast in thy mercy spoken of the mode of worship of the supreme Prakriti, which benefits all being, is the sole path both for enjoyment and final liberation, and which gives, in this age, in particular, immediate success. My mind, immersed in the ocean of the nectar of thy word, has no desire to rise therefrom, but craves for more and more. O Deva, in the directions thou hast given relating to the worship of the great Devi, thou hast but given a glimpse of the hymn of praise and of the protective mantra. Do thou reveal them now. Sri Sadashiva said, Listen then, O Devi, who art the adored of the worlds, to this unsurpassed hymn, by the reciting of or listening to which one becomes the lord of all the cities. A hymn which allays evil fortune, increases happiness and prosperity, destroys untimely death, and removes all calamities, and is the cause of the happy approach to the gracious Adya Kalika. It is by the grace of this hymn, O happy one, that I am Tripurari. O Devi, the rishi of this hymn is Sadashiva, its meter is Anushtup, its devata is the Adya Kalika, and the object of its use is the attainment of Dharmma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. Hymn entitled Adya Kali Svarupa. Hring, O destroyer of time, Shring, O terrific one, Kring, thou who art beneficent, possessor of all the arts, thou art Kamala, destroyer of the pride of the Kali age, who art kind to him of the matted hair, devourer of him who devours, mother of time, thou who art brilliant as the fires of the final dissolution, wife of him of the matted hair, O thou of formidable countenance, ocean of the nectar of compassion, merciful, vessel of mercy, whose mercy is without limit, who art attainable alone by thy mercy, who art fire, tawny, black of hue, thou who increasest the joy of the Lord of creation, night of darkness, image of desire, yet liberator from the bonds of desire, thou who art dark, as a bank of clouds, and bearest the crescent moon, destructress of sin in the Kali age, thou who art pleased by the worship of virgins, thou who art the refuge of the worshippers of virgins, who art pleased by the feasting of the virgins, who art the image of the virgin, thou who wanderest in the Kadamba forest, who art pleased with the flowers of the Kadamba forest, who hast thy abode in the Kadamba forest, who wearest a garland of Kadamba flowers, thou who art youthful, who hast a soft, low voice, whose voice is sweet as the cry of a Chakravaka bird, who drinkest and art pleased with the Kadambari wine, and whose cup is a skull, who wearest a garland of bones, who art pleased with, and who art seated on the lotus, who abidest in the center of the lotus, whom the fragrance of the lotus pleases, who movest with the swaying gait of a Hangsa, destroyer of fear, who assumest all forms at will, whose abode is at Kamarupa, who ever plays at the Kamapitha, O beautiful one, O creeper, which givest every desire, who art the possessor of beautiful ornaments, adorable as the image of all tenderness, thou with a tender body, and who art slender of waist, who art pleased with the nectar of purified wine, giver of success to them whom purified wine rejoices, the own deity of those who worship thee when joyed with wine, who art gladdened by the worship of thyself with purified wine, who art immersed in the ocean of purified wine, who art the protectress of those who accomplish vrata with wine, whom the fragrance of musk gladdens, and who art luminous with a tilaka mark of musk, who art attached to those who worship thee with musk, who lovest those who worship thee with musk, who art a mother to those who burn musk as incense, who art fond of the musk deer, and art pleased to eat its musk, whom the scent of camphor gladdens, who art adorned with garlands of camphor, and whose body is smeared with camphor and sandal paste, who art pleased with purified wine flavored with camphor, who drinkest purified wine flavored with camphor, who art bathed in the ocean of camphor, whose abode is in the ocean of camphor, who art pleased when worshipped with the Vijahung, thou who threatenest with the Vijahung, embodiment of Kulachara, adored by Kaulikas, benefactress of the Kaulikas, observant of Kulachara, joyous one, revealer of the path of the Kaulikas, queen of Kashi, allayer of sufferings, giver of blessings to the Lord of Kashi, giver of pleasure to the Lord of Kashi, beloved of the Lord of Kashi, thou whose toe-ring bells make sweet melody as thou movest, whose girdle bells sweetly tinkle, who abidest in the mountain of gold, who art like a moonbeam on the mountain of gold, who art gladdened by the recitation of the mantra Kling, who art the Kamavija, destructress of all evil inclinations and of the afflictions of the Kaulikas, lady of the Kaulas, O thou who by the three Vijas, Kring, Ring, Shring, art the destructress of the fear of death. To thee I make obeisance. These are proclaimed as the 100 names of Kalika, beginning with the letter Ka. They are all identical with the image of Kali. He who in worship recites these names with his mind fixed on Kalika, for him mantrasiddhi is quickly obtained, and with him Kali is pleased. By the mere bidding of his guru, he acquires intelligence, knowledge, and becomes wealthy, famous, munificent, and compassionate. Such an one enjoys life happily in this world with his children and grandchildren with wealth and dominion. He who, on a new moon night, when it falls on Tuesday, worships the great Adya Kali, mistress of the 3 worlds, with the 5 Makaras, and repeats her 100 names, becomes suffused with the presence of the Devi, and for him there remains nothing in the 3 worlds which is beyond his powers. He becomes in learning like Brihaspati himself, in wealth like Kuvera. His profundity is that of the ocean, and his strength that of the wind. He shines with the blinding brilliance of the sun, yet pleases with the soft glamour of the moon. In beauty he becomes like the god of love, and reaches the hearts of women. He comes forth as conqueror everywhere by the grace of this hymn of praise. Singing this hymn, he attains all his desires. All these desires he shall attain by the grace of the gracious Adya, whether in battle, in seeking the favor of kings, in wagers, or in disputes, and when his life be in danger, at the hands of robbers, amidst burning villages, lions or tigers, in forests and lonely deserts, when imprisoned, threatened by kings or adverse planets, in burning fever, in long sickness, when attacked by fearful disease, in the sickness of children caused by the influence of adverse planets, or when tormented by evil dreams, when fallen in boundless waters, and when he be in some storm-tossed ship. O Devi, he who with firm devotion meditates upon the Parama, Maya image of the most excellent Kali, is without a doubt relieved of all dangers. For him there is never any fear, whether arising from sin or disease. For him there is ever victory, and defeat never. At the mere sight of him all dangers flee. He expounds all scriptures, enjoys all good fortune, and becomes the leader in all matters of caste and duty, and the lord among his kinsmen. In his mouth Vani ever abides, and in his home Kamala. Men bow with respect at the mere mention of his name. The 8 siddhis, such as Anuma and others, he looks upon as but mere bits of grass. I have now recited the hymn of 100 names, which is called the very form of the Adya Kali. Purascharana of this hymn, which is its repetition 108 times, yields all desired fruit. This hymn of praise of 100 names, which is the primeval Kali herself, if read or caused to be read, if heard or caused to be heard, frees from all sins and leads to union with Brahman. Sri Sadashiva said, I have spoken of the great hymn of the Prakriti of the Supreme Brahman. Hear now the protective mantra of the sacred Adya Kalika. The name of the mantra is Conqueror of the Three Worlds. Its rishi is Shiva, the verse is Anushtup, and its devata, the Adya Kali. Its Vija is the Maya Vija, its Shakti is Kama Vija, and its Kilaka is Kring. It should be used for the attainment of all desired objects. The protective mantra, known as Trilokya Vijaya. Hring, may the Adya protect my head. Shring, may Kali protect my face. Kring, may the Supreme Shakti protect my heart. May she who is the Supreme of the Supreme protect my throat. May Jagadatri protect my two eyes. May Shankari protect my two ears. May Mahamaya protect my power of smell. May Sarva Mangala protect my taste. May Kumari protect my teeth. May Kamalalaya protect my cheeks. May Kshama protect my upper and lower lips. May Charuhasini protect my chin. May Kulashani protect my neck. May Kripamayi protect the nape of my neck. May Bahuda protect my two arms. May Kaivalya Dayini protect my two hands. May Kapardini protect my shoulders. May Trilokya Tarini protect my back. May Aparna protect my two sides. May Kamathasana protect my hips. May Vishalakshi protect my navel. May Prabhavati protect my organ of generation. May Kalyani protect my thighs. May Parvati protect my feet. May Jaya Durga protect my vital breaths. And Sarva Siddhida protect all parts of my body. As to those parts as have not been mentioned in the Kavacha and are unprotected, may the eternal primeval Kali protect all such. I have now spoken to thee of the wonderful heavenly protective mantra of the Adya Devi Kalika, which is known as the Conqueror of the Three Worlds. He who repeats it at his devotions with his mind fixed upon the Adya obtains all his desires, and she becomes propitious unto him. He quickly attains mantra siddhi. The lesser siddhis become, as it were, his slaves. He who is childless gets a son, he who desires wealth gains riches. The seeker of learning attains it, and whatsoever a man desires, he attains the same. The Purushcharana of this protective mantra is its repetition 1,000 times, and this gives the desired fruit. If it be written on birch bark, with the paste of sandal, fragrant aloe, musk, saffron, or red sandal, and encased in a golden ball worn either on the right arm, round the neck, in the crown lock, or round the waist, then the Adya Kali becomes devoted to its wearer and grants him whatsoever he may desire. Nowhere has he fear. In all places he is a conqueror. He becomes ready of speech, free from ailments, long-lived and strong, endowed with all power of endurance, and an adept in all learning. He knows the meaning of all scriptures, has kings under his control, and holds both pleasure and emancipation in the hollow of his hand. For men affected with the taint of the Kali age, it is a most excellent mantra for the attainment of final liberation. Sri Devi said, "Thou hast, O Lord, in thy kindness told me of the hymn and protective mantra. I now desire to hear of the rules relating to Purushcharana." Sri Sadashiva said, "The rules relating to Purushcharana in the worship of the Adya Kalika are the same as those relating to the Purushcharana in the worship with the Brahma mantra. For sadhakas, who are unable to do them completely, both japa, puja, and homa, and Purushcharana may be curtailed, since it is better to observe these rites on a small scale than not to observe them at all. Now listen, O gentle one. The while I describe to thee the shortened form of worship, let the wise one rinse his mouth with the Mula mantra, and then perform Rishinyasa. Let him purify the palms of the hands and proceed to Karanyasa and Anganyasa. Passing the hands all over the body, let him practice pranayama and then meditate, worship, and inwardly recite. This is the ceremonial for the shortened form of worship. In this form of worship, in lieu of Homa and other rites, the mantras may be recited 4 times the number prescribed in the case of each of them, respectively. There is also another mode of performance. A person who, when the 14th day of the dark half of the month falls on a Tuesday or Saturday, worships Jaganmayi with the 5 elements of worship, and recites with fully attentive mind the mantra 10,000 times at midnight, and feasts believers in the Brahman, has performed Purashcharana. From one Tuesday to another Tuesday, the mantra should every day be inwardly recited 1,000 times. The mantra thus recited 8,000 times is equal to the performance of Purashcharana. In all ages, O Devi, but particularly in the Kali age, the mantras of the sacred primeval Kalika are of great efficacy and yield complete success. O Parvati, in the Kali age, Kali in her various forms is ever watchful, but when the Kali age is in full sway, then the form of Kali herself is for the benefit of the world. In initiation into this Kalika mantra, there is no necessity to determine whether it be Siddha or Susiddha or the like, or favorable or inimical. If japa is made of it, which is both niyama and aniyama, the Adya Devi is pleased. The mortal, by the grace of the glorious Adya, attains a knowledge of the divine essence, and, possessed of such knowledge, is without a doubt liberated even while living. Beloved, there is no need here for overexertion or endurance or penances. The religious exercises of the worshippers of the Adya Kali are pleasant to accomplish. By the mere purification of the heart, the worshipper attains all that he desires. So long, however, as the heart is not purified, so long must the worshipper practice the rites with devotion to Kula. The carrying out of the practices ordained produces purification of the heart. The mantra should, however, first be received from the mouth of the Guru, in the case of the Brahma mantra. O great Queen, Purashkriya should be done after the performance of the necessary worship and of other prescribed rites. In the purified heart knowledge of Brahman grows, and when knowledge of Brahman is attained, there is neither that which should nor that which should not be done. Shri Parvati said, O great Deva, what is Kula and what is Kulachara? O great Lord, what is the sign of each of the 5 elements of worship? I desire to hear the truth relating to these. Sri Sadashiva said, Thou hast asked well, O Lady of the Kulas. Thou art indeed the benefactress of the worshippers. Listen, for thy pleasure I shall accurately describe to thee these things. The Kula are Jiva, Prakriti, space, time, ether, earth, water, fire, and air. O primeval one, the realization that all this is one with Brahman is Kulachara and produces Dharmma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. Those whose sins are washed away by merits acquired in various previous births, by penances, alms, and faithful observance of worship, it is they whose minds are inclined in Kaulika worship. When the intelligence realizes the essence of Kaulika worship, it becomes at once purified, and the mind inclines to the lotus feet of the primeval Kali. The excellent worshipper versed in Kaula doctrine, who has received this most excellent vidya by the service of a good spiritual teacher, if he remains firmly attached to Kaulika worship and to the worship with the 5 elements of the primeval Kalika, the patron Devi of Kula, will enjoy a multitude of blessings in this life and attain final liberation at its close. The characteristic of the first element is that it is the great medicine for humanity, helping it to forget deep sorrows, and is the cause of joy. But, O dearest one, the element which is not purified stupefies and bewilders, breeds disputes and diseases, and should be rejected by the Kaulas. Beasts bred in villages, in the air, or forest, which are nourishing and increase intelligence, energy, and strength, are the second element. O beautiful one, of the animals bred in water, that which is pleasing and of good taste, and increases the generative power of man, is the third element. The characteristics of the fourth element are that it is easily obtainable, grown in the earth, and is the root of the life of the 3 worlds. And, O Devi, the signs of the fifth element are that it is the cause of intense pleasure to all living things, is the origin of all creatures, and the root of the world which is without either beginning or end. Know, dearest one, that the first element is fire, the second is air, the third is water, the fourth is the earth, and, O beauteous face. As to the fifth element, know it to be ether, the support of the universe. O sovereign mistress of Kula, he who knows Kula, the 5 Kula-tattvas, and Kula worship, is liberated whilst yet living. End of the 7th joyful message, entitled Hymn of Praise, Stotra, Amulet, Kavacha, and the description of the Kula-tattva. Chapter 8. The Dharma and Customs of the Castes and Ashramas. After hearing of the various forms of Dharma, Bhavani, Mother of the Worlds, destructress of all worldly bonds, spoke again to Shankara. Sri Devi said, I have heard of the different Dharma, which bring happiness in this world and the next, and bestow piety, wealth, fulfillment of desire, ward off danger, and are the cause of union with the Supreme. I wish now to hear of the castes and of the stages of life. Speak in thy kindness, O omnipresent one, of these and of the mode of life which should be observed therein. Sri Sadashiva said, O thou of auspicious vows! In the Satya and other ages there were 4 castes. In each of these were 4 stages of life, and the rules of conduct varied according to the caste and stages of life. In the Kali age, however, there are 5 castes, namely Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, and Samanya. Each of these 5 castes, O great queen, have 2 stages of life. Listen then, Adai, whilst I narrate to thee their mode of life, rites, and duties. I have already spoken to thee of the incapacity of men born in the Kali age. Unused as they are to penance and devoid of learning in the Vedas, short-lived and incapable of strenuous effort, how can they endure bodily labor? O beloved, there is in the Kali age no brahmacharya nor vanaprastha. There are 2 stages only, grihastha and bhikshuka. O auspicious one, in the Kali age the householder should in all his acts be guided by the rules of the agamas. He will never attain success by other ways. And, O Devi, at the stage of the mendicant, the carrying of the staff is not permitted, since, O thou of divine knowledge, both that and other practices are Vedic. In the Kali age, O gentle one, the adoption of the life of an avadhuta, according to the Shaiva rites, is in the Kali age equivalent to the entry into the life of a sannyasin. When the Kali age is in full sway, the Vipras and the other castes have equal right to enter into both these stages of life. The purificatory rites of all are to be according to the rules ordained by Shiva, though the particular practices of the Vipras and other castes vary. A man becomes a householder the moment he is born. It is by Sangskara that he enters upon any of the other stages of life. For this reason, O great queen, one should first be a householder, following the rules of that mode of life. When, however, one is freed of worldly desires by the knowledge of the real, it is then that one should abandon all and seek refuge in the life of an ascetic. In childhood one should acquire knowledge, in youth, wealth, and wife. The wise man in middle age will devote himself to acts of religion, and in his old age he should retire from the world. No one should retire from the world who has an old father or mother, a devoted and chaste wife, or young and helpless children. He who becomes an ascetic, leaving mothers, fathers, infant children, wives, agnates, and cognates, is guilty of a great sin. He who becomes a mendicant without first satisfying the need of his own parents and relatives is guilty of the sins of killing his father and mother, a woman and a brahmana. The brahmanas and men of other castes should perform their respective purificatory rites according to the ordinances laid down by Shiva. This is the rule in the Kali age. Sri Devi said, O omnipresent one, tell me what is the rule of life for the householder and mendicant, and what are the purificatory rites for the Vipras and other castes. Sri Sadashiva said, the state of an householder is for all the descendants of Manu the first duty. I shall therefore first speak of it, and do thou listen to me, O Lady of the Kaulas. A householder should be devoted to the contemplation of Brahman, and possessed of the knowledge of Brahman, and should consign whatever he does to Brahman. He should not tell an untruth or practice deceit, and should ever be engaged in the worship of the devatas and guests. Regarding his father and mother as two visible incarnate deities, he should ever and by every means in his power serve them. O Shiva, O Parvati, if the mother and father are pleased, thou too art pleased, and the Supreme Being is propitious to him. O Primeval One, thou art the mother of the worlds, and the Supreme Brahman is the Father. What better religious act can there be than that which pleases you both? According to their requirements, one should offer seats, beds, clothes, drink, and food to mother and father. They should always be spoken to in a gentle voice, and their children's demeanor should ever be agreeable to them. The good son who ever obeys the behests of his mother and father hallows the family. If one desires one's own welfare, all arrogance, mockery, threats, and angry words should be avoided in the parents' presence. The son who is obedient to his parents should, out of reverence to them, bow to them and stand up when he sees them, and should not take his seat without their permission. He who, intoxicated with the pride of learning or wealth, slights his parents, is beyond the pale of all Dharma and goes to a terrible hell. Even if the vital breath were to reach his throat, the householder should not eat without first feeding his mother, father, son, wife, guest, and brother. The man who, to the deprivation of his elders and equals, fills his own belly is despised in this world and goes to hell in the next. The householder should cherish his wife, educate his children, and support his kinsmen and friends. This is the supreme eternal duty. The body is nourished by the mother. It originates from the father. The kinsmen, out of love, teach. The man, therefore, who forsakes them is indeed vile. For their sake should 100 pains be undergone. With all one's ability they should be pleased. This is the eternal duty. That man who in this world turns his mind to Brahman and adheres faithfully to the truth is above all a man of good deeds, and knows the Supreme, and is blessed in all the worlds. The householder should never punish his wife, but should cherish her like a mother. If she is virtuous and devoted to her husband, he should never forsake her, even in times of greatest misfortune. The wise man, whilst his own wife is living, should never with wicked intent touch another woman, otherwise he will go to hell. The wise man should not, when in a private place, live and sleep or lie down close to other men's wives. He should avoid all improper speech and braggart boldness in their presence. By riches, clothes, love, respect, and pleasing words should one's wife be satisfied. The husband should never do anything displeasing to her. The wise man should not send his wife to any festival, concourse of people, pilgrimage, or to another's house, except she be attended by his son or an inmate of his own house. O Maheshvari, that man whose wife is both faithful and happy is surely looked upon as if he had performed all Dharma, and is truly thy favorite also. A father should fondle and nurture his sons until their 4th year, and then until their 16th they should be taught learning and their duties. Up to their 20th year they should be kept engaged in household duties, and thenceforward, considering them as equals, he should ever show affection towards them. In the same manner, a daughter should be cherished and educated with great care, and then given away with money and jewels to a wise husband. The householder should thus also cherish and protect his brothers and sisters, and their children, his kinsmen, friends, and servants. He should also maintain his fellow worshippers, fellow villagers, and guests, whether ascetics or others. If the wealthy householder does not so act, then let him be known as a beast, a sinner, and one despised in the worlds. The householder should not be inordinately addicted to sleep, idling, care for the body, dressing his hair, eating or drinking, or attention to his clothes. He should be moderate as to food, sleep, speech, and sexual intercourse, and be sincere, humble, pure, free from sloth, and persevering. Chivalrous to his foes, Modest before his friends, relatives, and elders, he should neither respect those who deserve censure nor slight those who are worthy of respect. Men should only be admitted to his trust and confidence after association with them and observation of their nature, inclination, conduct, and friendly character. Even an insignificant enemy should be feared, and one's own power should be disclosed only at the proper time. But on no account should one deviate from the path of duty. A religious man should not speak of his own fame and prowess, of what has been told him in secret, nor of the good that he has done for others. A man of good name should not engage in any quarrel with an unworthy motive, nor when defeat is certain, nor with those who are superior or inferior to himself. He should diligently earn knowledge, wealth, fame, and religious merit, and avoid all vicious habits, the company of the wicked, falsehood, and treachery. Ventures should be undertaken according to the circumstances and one's condition in life, and actions should be done according to their season. Therefore, in everything that a man does, he should first consider whether the circumstances and time are suitable. The householder should employ himself in the acquisition of what is necessary and in the protection of the same. He should be judicious, pious, good to his friends. He should be moderate in speech and laughter, in particular in the presence of those entitled to his reverence. He should hold his senses under control, be of cheerful disposition, think of what is good, be of firm resolve, attentive, far-sighted, and discriminating in the use of his senses. The wise householder's speech should be truthful, mild, agreeable, and salutary, yet pleasing, avoiding both self-praise and the disparagement of others. The man who has dedicated tanks, planted trees, built rest houses on the roadside, or bridges, has conquered the three worlds. That man who is the happiness of his mother and father, to whom his friends are devoted, and whose fame is sung by men, he is the conqueror of the three worlds. He whose aim is truth, whose charity is ever for the poor, who has mastered lust and anger, by him are the three worlds conquered. He who covets not others' wives or goods, who is free of deceit and envy, by him the three worlds are conquered. He who is not afraid in battle, nor to go to war when there is need, and who dies in battle undertaken for a sacred cause, by him the three worlds are conquered. He whose soul is free from doubts, who is devoted to and a faithful follower of the ordinances of Shiva, and remains under my control, by him the three worlds are conquered. The wise man who in his conduct with his fellow men looks with an equal eye upon friend and foe, by him are the three worlds conquered. O Devi, purity is of two kinds, external and internal. The dedication of oneself to Brahman is known as internal purity, and the cleansing of the impurities of the body by water or ashes or any other matter which cleanses the body is called external purity. O dearest one, the waters of Ganga, or of any other river, tank, pond, well, or pool, or of the celestial Ganga, are equally purifying, O thou of auspicious vows. The ashes from a place of sacrifice and cleansed earth are excellent, and the skin of an antelope and grass are as purifying as earth. O auspicious one, what need is there to say more about purity and impurity? Whatever purifies the mind, that the householder may do. Let there be external purification upon awakening from sleep after sexual intercourse, making water, voiding the bowels, and at the close of a meal, and whenever dirt of any kind has been touched. Sandhya, whether Vaidika or Tantrika, should be performed thrice daily, and according as the worship changes, so does its service. The worshippers of the Brahma mantra have performed their Sandhya when they have made japa of the Gayatri, realizing within themselves the identity of the Gayatri and Brahman. In the case of those who are not Brahma worshippers, Vaidika Sandhya consists of the worship of and offering of oblations to the sun and the recitation of the Gayatri. O gentle one, in all daily prayers, recitation should be done 1008 or 108 or 10 times. O Devi, the Shudras and Samanyas may observe any of the rites proclaimed by the Agamas, and by these they attain that which they desire. The 3 times of performance of Santhya are at sunrise, at noon, and at sunset. Sri Devi said, "Thou hast thyself said, O Lord, that when the Kali age is in full sway for all castes, commencing with the Brahmanas, Tantrika rites are alone appropriate. Why then dost thou restrict the Vipras to Vedic rites? It behoveth thee to explain this fully to me." Sri Sadashiva said, "O thou who knowest the essence of all things, truly hast thou spoken. In the Kali age, all observances bear the fruit of enjoyment and liberation when done according to the rites of the Tantras. The Brahma Savitri, though known as Vaidika, should be called Tantrika also, and is appropriate in both observances. It is, therefore, O Devi, that I have said that when the Kali age is in full sway, the twice-born shall alone be entitled to the Gayatri, but not the other mantras. In the Kali age, the Savitri should be said by the Brahmanas, preceded by the Tara, and by the Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, preceded by the Kamala and Vagbhava Vijas, respectively. In order, O Supreme Devi, that a distinction may be drawn between the twice-born and the Shudras, the daily duties are directed to be preceded by Vaidika Sandhya. Success, however, may also be attained by the mere following of the ordinances of Shambhu. This is verily true, and I repeat it, is true, and very true, and there is no doubt about it. O adored of the Devas! Even if the stated time for the saying of the daily prayer is past, all who desire emancipation and are not prevented by sickness or weakness should say, Ong the ever-existent Brahman. The seat, clothes, vessels, bed, carriages, residence, and household furniture of the worshipper should be as clean as possible. At the close of the daily prayers, the householder should keep himself occupied with household duties or the study of the Vedas. He should never remain idle. In holy places, on holy days, or when the sun or moon is in eclipse, he should do inward recitation and give alms, and thus become the abode of all that is good. In the Kali age, life is dependent on the food that is eaten. Fasting is therefore not recommended. In lieu of it, the giving of alms is ordained. O great Queen, in the Kali age, alms are efficacious in the accomplishment of all things. The proper objects of such alms are the poor devoted to meritorious acts. O Mother, the first days of the month, of the year, of the lunar half-months, the 14th day of the lunar half-month, the 8th day of the light half of the lunar month, the 11th day of the lunar half-month, the new moon, one's birthday, the anniversary of one's father's death, and days fixed as those of festivals, are holy days. The river Ganges and all the great rivers, the house of the religious teacher, and the places of the Devas are holy places. But for those who, neglecting the study of the Veda, the service of mother and father, and the protection of their wife, go to places of pilgrimage, such holy places are changed to hell. For women there is no necessity to go on pilgrimage, to fast, or to do other like acts, nor is there any need to perform any devotion except that which consists in the service of their husband. For a woman, her husband is a place of pilgrimage, the performance of penance, the giving of alms, the carrying out of vows, and her spiritual teacher. Therefore should a woman devote herself to the service of her husband with her whole self. She should ever, by words and deeds of devotion, act for the pleasure of her husband, and, remaining faithful to his behests, should please his relations and friends. A woman whose husband is her vow should not look at him with hard eyes or utter hard words before him. Not even in her thought should she do anything which is displeasing to her husband. She who by body, mind, and word, and by pleasant acts ever pleases her husband, attains to the abode of Brahman. Remaining ever faithful to the wishes of her husband, she should not look upon the face of other men, or have converse with them, or uncover her body before them. In childhood she should remain under the control of her parents, in her youth of her husband, and in her old age of the friends and relatives of her husband. she should never be independent. A father should not marry his daughter if she does not know her duty to a husband and how to serve him. Also the other rules of woman's conduct. Neither the flesh of human beings, nor the animals resembling them, nor the flesh of the cow, which is serviceable in various ways, nor the flesh of carnivorous animals, nor such meat as is tasteless, should be eaten. Auspicious one, fruits and roots of various kinds, whether grown in villages or jungles, and all that is grown in the ground, may be eaten at pleasure. Teaching and the performance of sacrifices are the proper duties of a Brahmana. But if he be incapable of these, he may earn his livelihood by following the profession of a Kshatriya or Vaishya. The proper occupation of a Rajanya is that of fighting and ruling. But if he be incapable of these, he may earn his livelihood by following the profession of a Vaishya or Shudra. If a Vaishya cannot trade, then for him the following of the profession of a Shudra involves no blame. For a Shudra, O sovereign queen, service is the prescribed means of livelihood. O Devi, members of the Samanya class may for their maintenance follow all occupations except such as are specially reserved for the Brahmana. The latter, void of hate and attachment, self-controlled, truthful, the conqueror of his senses, free of envy and all guile, should pursue his own avocations. He should ever be the same to and the well-wisher of all men, and teach his well-behaved pupils as if they were his own sons. He should ever avoid falsehood, detraction, and vicious habits, arrogance, friendship for low persons, the pursuit of low objects, and the use of language which gives offense. Where peace is possible, avoid war. Peace with honor is excellent. O adorable face, for the Rajanya it should be either death or victory in battle. A man of the kingly caste should not covet the wealth of his subjects or levy excessive taxes, but being faithful to his promises, he should ever in the observance of his duty protect his subjects as though they were his own children. In government, war, treaties, and other affairs of state, the king should take the advice of his ministers. War should be carried on in accordance with Dharmma. Rewards and punishments should be awarded justly and in accordance with the Shastras. The best treaty should be concluded which his power allows. By stratagem should the end desired be attained. By the same means should wars be conducted and treaties concluded. Victory, peace, and prosperity follow stratagem. He should ever avoid the company of the low and be good to the learned. He should be of a calm disposition, judicious of action in time of trouble, of good conduct, and reasonable in his expenditure. He should be an expert in the maintenance of his forts, well trained in the use of arms. He should ever ascertain the disposition of his army and teach his soldiers military tactics. O DV1, he should not in battle kill one who is stunned, who has surrendered his arms, or is a fugitive, nor those of his enemies whom he has captured, nor their wives or children. Whatever is acquired either by victory or treaty should be distributed amongst the soldiers in shares according to merit. The king should make known to himself the character and courage of each of his warriors, and if he would care for his interests, he should not place a large army under the command of a single officer. He should not put his trust in any single person, nor place one man in charge of the administration, nor treat his inferiors as equals, nor be familiar with them. He should be very learned, yet not garrulous, full of knowledge, yet anxious to learn, full of honors, yet without arrogance. In awarding both reward and punishment, he should be discriminating. The king should either himself or through his spies watch his subjects, kinsmen, and servants. A wise master should not either honor or degrade anyone in a fit of passion or arrogance and without due cause. Soldiers, commanders, ministers, wife, children, and servitors he should protect. If guilty, they should be punished according to their deserts. The king should protect, like a father, the insane, incapable, children and orphans, and those who are old and infirm. Know that agriculture and trade are the appropriate callings of the Vaishya. It is by agriculture and trade that man's body is maintained. Therefore, O Devi, in agriculture and trade all negligence, vicious habits, laziness, untruth, and deceit should be avoided with the whole soul. Shiva, when both buyer and seller are agreed as to the object of sale and the price thereof, and mutual promises have been made, then the purchase becomes complete. O dearest one, the sale or gift of property by one who is a lunatic, out of his senses, under age, a captive, or enfeebled by disease, is invalid. The purchase of things not seen is concluded by hearing the description thereof. If the article be found to differ from its description, then the purchase is set aside. The sale of an elephant, a camel, and a horse is affected by the description of the animal. The sale is, however, set aside if the animal does not answer its description. If in the purchase of elephants, camels, and horses, a latent vice becomes patent within the course of a year from the date of sale, then the purchase is set aside, but not after the lapse of 1 year. O Devi of the Kulas, the human body is the receptacle of piety, wealth, desires, and final liberation. It should therefore never be the subject of purchase, and such a purchase is by reason of my commands invalid. O dear one, in the borrowing of barley, wheat, or paddy, the profit of the lender at the end of the year is laid down to be 1/4 of the quantity lent, and in the case of the loan of metals, 1/8. In monetary transactions, agriculture, trade, and in all other transactions, men should ever carry out their undertakings. This is approved by the laws. A servant should be skillful, clean, wakeful, careful, and alert, and possess his senses under control. He should, as he desires happiness in this and the next world, regard his master as if he were Vishnu himself, his master's wife, his own mother, and respect his master's kinsmen and friends. He should know his master's friends to be his friends, and his master's enemies to be his enemies, and should ever remain in respectful attendance upon his master, awaiting his orders. He should carefully conceal his master's dishonor, the family dissensions, anything said in private, or which would disgrace his master. He should not covet the wealth of his master, but remain ever devoted to his good. He should not make use of bad words, or laugh or play in his master's presence. He should not, with lustful mind, even look at the maidservants in his master's house, or lie down with them, or play with them in secret. He should not use his master's bed, seat, carriages, clothes, vessels, shoes, jewels, or weapons. If guilty, he should beg the forgiveness of his master. He should not be forward, impertinent, or attempt to place himself on an equal footing with his master. Except when in the Bhairavi Chakra or Tattva Chakra, persons of all castes should marry in their caste according to the Brahma form, and should eat with their own caste people. O great queen! In these 2 circles, however, marriage in the Shiva form is ordained, and as regards eating and drinking, no caste distinctions exist. Sri Devi said, "What is the Bhairavi Chakra, and what is the Tattva Chakra? I desire to hear, and it kindly behoves thee to speak of them." Sri Sadashiva said, "O Devi, in the ordinances relating to Kula worship, I have spoken of the formation of circles by the excellent worshippers at times of special worship. O dear one, there is no rule relating to the Bhairavi Chakra. This auspicious circle may at any time be formed. I will now speak of the rites relating to this circle, which benefits the worshippers, and in which, if the Devi be worshipped, she speedily grants the prayers of her votaries. The Kulacharya should spread an excellent mat in a beautiful place, and after purifying it with the Kama and Astravijas, should seat himself upon it. Then the wise one should draw a square with a triangle in it, with either vermilion or red sandalwood paste, or simply water. Then, taking a painted jar, and smearing it with curd and sun-dried rice, and placing a vermilion mark on it, let him put a branch or leaves and fruit upon it. Filling it with perfumed water, whilst uttering the pranava, the worshipper should place it on the mandala, and exhibit before it lights and incense sticks. The jar should then be worshipped with 2 fragrant flowers. Ishta Devata should be meditated upon as being in the jar. The ritual should be according to the shortened form. Listen, O adored of the immortals, whilst I speak to thee of the peculiar features of this worship. There is no necessity of placing the wine cups for the Guru and others. The worshipper should then take such of the elements of worship as he wishes and place them in front of himself. Then, purifying them with the weapon mantra, let him gaze upon them with steadfast eyes. Then, placing scent and flowers in the wine jar, let him meditate upon the Ananda Bhairava and Ananda Bhairavi in it. Dhyana. He should meditate upon the blissful Devi as in first bloom of youth, with a body rosy as the first gleam of the rising sun. The sweet nectar of her smiles illumines her face as beautiful as a full-blown lotus. Decked with jewels, clad in beauteous colored raiment, delighting in dance and song, she, with the lotus of her hands, makes the signs which confer blessings and dispel fears. After thus meditating on blissful Devi, let the worshipper thus meditate upon the blissful Bhairava. Dhyana. I meditate upon the Deva, who is white as camphor, whose eyes are large and beautiful like lotuses, the luster of whose body is adorned with celestial raiments and jewels, who holds in his left hand the cup of nectar, and in the right a ball of Shuddhi. Having thus meditated upon them both, and thinking of them in a state of union in the wine jar, the worshipper should then worship them therein. With mantra, beginning with the pranava and ending with nama, the names of the devata being placed between, and with perfume and flower, let him then sanctify the wine. The Kula worshipper should sanctify the wine by repeating over it the Pashadi Trikavija 108 times. When the Kali age is in full sway, in the case of the householder whose mind is entirely engrossed with domestic desires, the 3 sweets should be substituted in the place of the first element of worship, wine. Milk, sugar, and honey are the 3 sweets. They should be deemed to be the image of wine, and as such offered to the deity. Those born in the Kali age are by their nature weak in intellect, and their minds are distracted by lust. By reason of this they do not recognize the Shakti to be the image of the deity. Therefore, O Parvati, for such as these let there be, in place of the last element of worship, sexual union, meditation upon the lotus feet of the Devi and the inward recitation of their Ishta mantra. Therefore, such of the elements of worship as have been obtained should be consecrated by the recitation over each of them of the same mantra 100 times. Let the worshipper, with closed eyes, meditate upon them as suffused by Brahman, then offer them to Kali, and lastly, eat and drink the consecrated elements. O gentle one, this is the Bhairavi Chakra, which is not revealed in the other tantras. I have, however, spoken before thee of it. It is the essence of essences, and more excellent than the best. Parvati. In Bhairavi Chakra and Tattva Chakra, the excellent worshipper should be wedded to his Shakti, according to the laws prescribed by Shiva. The Vira who without marriage worships by enjoyment of Shakti is, without doubt, guilty of the sin of going with another man's wife. When the Bhairavi Chakra has been formed, the members thereof are like the best of the twice-born. But when the circle is broken, they revert again to their own respective castes. In this circle, there is no distinction of caste nor impurity of food. The heroic worshippers in the circle are my image, there is no doubt of that. In the formation of the circle, there is no rule as to time or place or question as to fitness. The necessary articles may be used by whomsoever they may have been brought. Food brought from a long distance, whether it be cooked or uncooked, whether brought by a Vira or a Pashu, becomes pure immediately it is brought within the circle. While the circle is being formed, all dangers flee in confusion, awed by the Brahmanic luster of its heroes. Upon the mere hearing that a Bhairavi circle has been formed at any place, fierce Pishachas, Guhyakas, Yakshas, and Vitalas, depart afar off in fear. Into the circle come all the holy places, the great and holy places, and with reverence Indra and all the immortals. Shiva. The place where a circle is formed is a great and holy place, more sacred than each and all the other holy places. Even the 30 desire the excellent offerings made to thee in this circle. Whatever the food be, whether cooked or uncooked, and whether brought by a Moksha, Chandala, Kirata, or Huna, it becomes pure as soon as it is placed in the hand of a Vira. By the seeing of the circle and of the worshippers therein, who are but images of myself, men infected with the taint of the Kali age are liberated from the bonds of the life of a Pashu. When, however, the Kali age is in full sway, the circle should not be concealed. The Vira should at all places and at all times practice Kula rites and make Kula worship. In the circle all distinction of caste, frivolous talk, levity, garrulity, spitting, and breaking wind should be avoided. Such as are cruel, mischievous, Pashu, sinful, atheists, blasphemers of Kula doctrine, and calumniators of the Kula scriptures should not be allowed into the circle. Even the Vira who, induced by affection, fear, or attachment, admits a Pashu into the circle, falls from his Kula duty and goes to hell. All who have sought refuge in the Kula Dharma, whether Brahmamas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras, or Samanyas, should ever be worshipped like Devas. He who, whilst in the circle, makes from pride distinctions of caste, descends to a terrible hell, even though he should have gone to the very end of the Vedanta. How within the circle can there be any fear of sin for Kaulas, who are good and pure of heart, and who are manifestly the very image of Shiva? Vipras and others who are followers of Shiva should, so long as they are within the circle, follow the ordinance of Shiva and the observances prescribed by him. Without the circle, each should follow his own calling according to his caste and stage of life, and should discharge his duty as a man of the world. One japa made by a devout man, when seated within the circle, bears the fruit attainable by the performance of 100 Purashcharana, and by Shavasana, Mundasana, and Chittasana. Who can describe the glory of the Bhairavi Chakra? Its formation, though but once only, frees of all sins. The man who for 6 months worships in such a circle will become a king. He who so worships for a year becomes the conqueror of death, and by the daily performance of such worship he attains to nirvana. What is the need, O Kalika, of saying more? Know this for certain, that for the attainment of happiness in this or the next world, there is only the Kula Dharma and no other. When the Kali age is dominant and all religion is abandoned, even a Kaula merits hell by concealment of the Kula Dharma. I have spoken of the Bhairavi circle, which is the sole means of attaining enjoyment and final liberation. I will now speak to thee, O Queen of the Kaulas, of the Tattva circle. Do thou listen. The Tattva circle is the king of all circles. It is also called the celestial circle. Only worshippers who have attained to a knowledge of Brahman may take part in it. Only those servants of the Brahman may take part in this circle who have attained to knowledge of Brahman, who are devoted to Brahman, pure of heart, tranquil, devoted to the good of all things, who are unaffected by the external world, who see no differences, but to whom all things are the same, who are merciful, faithful to their vows, and who have realized the Brahman. O knower of the Supreme Soul, only those who, possessing the knowledge of the real, look upon this moving and motionless existence as one with Brahman, such men are privileged to take part in this circle. They who regard everything in the Tattva circle as Brahman, they alone, O Devi, are qualified to take part therein. In the formation of this circle, there is no necessity for placing the wine jar, no lengthy ritual. It can be formed everywhere in a spirit of devotion to Brahman. O dearest one, the worshipper of the Brahma mantra and a devout believer in Brahman should be the lord of the circle, which he should form of other worshippers who know the Brahman. In a beautiful and clean place, pleasant to the worshippers, pure seats should be spread with beautiful carpets. There, O Shiva, the Lord of the circle should seat himself with the worshippers of Brahman, and have the elements of worship brought and placed in front of him. The Lord of the circle should inwardly recite the mantra, beginning with the Tara and ending with the Pranavija 100 times, and then pronounce the following mantra over the elements. Mantra. The act of offering is Brahman. The offering itself is Brahman. The fire is Brahman. He by whom the offering is made is Brahman. By him who is absorbed in the worship of Brahman is unity with Brahman attained. All the elements should be purified by the inward recitation of this mantra 7 or 3 times. Then, with the Brahma mantra, making an offering of the food and drink to the Supreme Soul, he should partake thereof with the other worshippers, knowers of the Brahman. O great Queen, there is no distinction of caste in the Brahma circle, nor rule as to place or time or cup. The ignorant who, through want of care, make distinctions of birth or caste, go upon the downward path. And therefore should those excellent worshippers, possessed of the knowledge that the Supreme Brahman pervades all things, perform the rites of the Tattva circle with every care for the attainment of religious merit, fulfillment of desire, wealth, and liberation. Sri Devi said, Lord, thou hast spoken in full of the duties of the householder. It now behoves thee kindly to speak of the duties appropriate to the ascetic life. Sri Sadashiva said, Devi, the stage of life of an avadhuta is in the Kali age called sannyasa. Now listen while I tell thee what should be done. When an adept in spiritual wisdom has acquired the knowledge of Brahman and has ceased to care for the things of the world, he should seek refuge in the life of an ascetic. If, however, in order to adopt the life of a wandering mendicant, one abandons an old mother or father, infant children, and a devoted wife, or helpless dependents, one goes to hell. All, whether Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, or Samanya, are equally entitled to take part in the purificatory ceremony of the Kula ascetic. After the performance of all the duties of a householder and after satisfying all dependents, one should go forth from his house indifferent, free from desires, with all his senses conquered. He who wishes thus to leave his house should call together his kinsmen and friends, his neighbors and men of his village, and lovingly ask of them their permission. Having obtained it and made obeisance to his Ishtadevata, he should go round his village and then without attachment set forth from his house. Liberated from the bonds of household life and immersed in exceeding joy, he should approach a Kula ascetic of divine knowledge and pray to him as follows. Zero Supreme Brahman, all this life of mine has been spent in the discharge of household duties. Do thou, O Lord, be gracious to me in this, my adoption of the life of an ascetic. The religious preceptor should thereupon satisfy himself that the disciple's duties as a householder have all been accomplished, and on finding him to be meek and full of discernment, initiate him into the second stage. The disciple should then, with a well-controlled mind, make his ablutions and say his daily prayer, and then, with the object of being absolved from the threefold debt due to them, worship the Devas, the Rishis, and the Pitris. By the Devas are meant Brahma, Vishnu, and Rudra, with their followers. By the Rishis are meant Sanaka and others, as also the Devarshis and the Brahmarshis. Listen, whilst I now enumerate the ancestors which should be worshipped. The father, paternal grandfather, paternal great-grandfather, mother, the maternal grandfather, and others in the ascending line, and the maternal grandmother, and others in the ascending line. Upon the dedication of oneself to the life of an ascetic, the Devas and Rishis should be worshipped in the east, the paternal ancestors in the south, the maternal ancestors in the west. Spreading 2 seats on each of these sides, beginning from the east, and invoking the Devas and others thereto, they should there be worshipped. Having worshipped them in proper form, Pindas should be offered to each of them separately, according to the rules relating thereto. And then, with folded palms, let the disciple thus supplicate the devas and ancestors. Mantra. O fathers, O mothers, O devas, O rishis, be you satisfied. Do you absolve me, about to enter upon the path of renunciation from all debts? Having thus prayed to be free from all debts, bowing again and again, and being thus freed of all debts, he should perform his own funeral rites. The father and paternal grandfather and great-grandfather are one soul. In offering, therefore, the individual soul to the Supreme Soul, he who is wise should perform his own funeral rites. O Devi, sitting with his face to the north and invoking the spirits of his ancestors upon the seats which he has prepared for them, he should, after doing them homage, offer the funeral cakes. In so offering, he should spread kusha grass with its end towards the east, south, west, and towards the north for himself. After completion, according to the directions of the Guru, of the funeral rites, the seeker after emancipation should, in order to purify his heart inwardly, recite the following mantra 100 times. Mantra. Hring. Let us worship the three-eyed one whose fame is fragrant, the augmenter of increase. May I, as the Urvaruka is freed of its stalk, be liberated from death unto immortality. Then the religious preceptor should draw a figure on the altar of a shape, in accordance with the divinity about to be worshipped, and then place the jar on the altar and commence worship. Then the Guru, possessed of divine knowledge, should meditate upon the Supreme Spirit in the manner prescribed by Shambhu, and after worship place fire on the altar. The Guru should then offer unto the fire so sanctified the oblation according to the Sankalpa, and then make his disciple perform the complete Homa. He should first offer oblation with the Vyahritis, and then with the vital airs, Prana, Apana, Samana, Udana, Vyana. For the destruction of the false belief that the body, whether gross or subtle, is the Atma, the Tattva Homa should be performed, uttering the following words. Mantra. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, then scent, taste, vision, touch, sound, then speech, hands, feet, anus, and organ of generation, then ears, skin, eyes, tongue, and smell, then manas, buddhi, ahankara, and chitta, and lastly, all the functions of the senses and of life. He should then say, may they be purified, adding, may I be like unto the universal Chaitanya, united with Hring. May I be like the light beyond and above Rajoguna, and may I be free of the taint of ignorance. Having consigned as oblations into the fire the 24 tattvas and the functions of the body, he who is now devoid of all action should consider his body as dead. Considering his body as dead and devoid of all function, and calling to mind the Supreme Brahman, let him take off his sacred thread. He, the possessor of divine knowledge, should take it from his shoulder, uttering the mantra, Aing Kling Hangsa, holding it in his hand while he recites the 3 Vyahritis, ending with Svaha. Let him throw it steeped in ghee into the fire. Having thus offered the sacred thread as an oblation to the fire, he should, whilst uttering the Kamavija, cut off his crown lock and take and place it in the ghee. Mantra. O crown lock, daughter of Brahman, thou art an ascetic in the form of hair. I am now placing thee in the purifying one. Depart, O Devi, I make obeisance to thee. He should then, whilst uttering the Kama, Maya, Kircha, and Astravijas, ending with the word Svaha, make the Homa sacrifice of that lock of hair in the well-sanctified fire. The Pitras, Devas, and Devarshis, as also all acts performed in the stages of life, reside in that lock and have it as their support. Therefore, the man who renounces the crown lock and sacred thread after the performance of the oblation becomes one with Brahman. The twice-born enter the stage of an ascetic by renunciation of the crown lock and sacred thread, and the Shudras and Samanyas by the renunciation of the crown lock only. Then he whose crown lock and sacred thread have been thus removed should make obeisance to the Guru, laying himself full length upon the ground. The Guru should then raise his disciple and say into his right ear, "Zero wise one, thou art that. Think within thyself that I am he and he is I, free from all attachments and sense of self. Do thou go as thou pleasest, as moved thereto by thy nature." The Guru, full of the knowledge of the divine essence, should then, after removal of the jar and the fire, bow to the disciple, recognizing in him his own very self, and say, "O thou whose form is this universe, I bow to thee and to myself. Thou art that, and that is thou. Again I bow to thee." The worshippers of the Brahma mantra, possessed of divine knowledge, who have conquered themselves, attain the stage of an ascetic by cutting off the crown lock with their own mantra. What need is there for those purified by divine knowledge of sacrificial or funeral rites or ritual worship? For they, acting as they please, are never guilty of any fault. The disciple, image of the absence of all contraries, desireless, and of tranquil mind, may, as he pleases, roam the earth, the visible image of Brahman. He will think of everything, from Brahma to a blade of grass, as the image of the existent one, and, oblivious of his own name and form, he will meditate upon the Supreme Soul in himself. Homeless, merciful, fearless, devoid of attachment, claiming nothing as his own, devoid of egoism, the ascetic will move about the earth. He is free of all prohibitions. He shall not strive to attain what he has not, nor to protect what he has. He knows himself. He is equally unaffected by either joy or sorrow. He is calm, the conqueror of himself, and free from all desires. His soul is untroubled even in sorrow, desireless even in prosperity. He is ever joyful, pure, calm, indifferent, and unperturbed. He will hurt no living thing, but will be ever devoted to the good of all being. He is free from anger and fear, with his senses under control one and without desire. He strives not for the preservation of his body. He is not obsessed by any longing. He will be free from grief and resentment, equal to friend and foe, patient in the endurance of cold and heat, and to him both honor and disgrace are one and the same. He is the same in good or evil fortune, pleased with whatsoever, without effort, he may obtain. He is beyond the three attributes of unconditioned mind, free of covetousness, and wealth he will hoard not. He will be happy in the knowledge that, as the unreal universe exists, dependent upon the truth, so does the body depend upon the soul. He attains liberation by the realization that the soul is completely detached from the organs of sense, and is the witness of that which is done. The ascetic should not accept any metal, and should avoid calumny, untruth, jealousy, all play with woman, and all discharge of seed. He should regard with an equal eye worms, men, and devas. The religious mendicant should know that in everything he does, in that is Brahman. He should eat without making any distinction of place, time, person, or vessel, and whether from the hand of a Vipra or Chandala, or from any other person whatsoever. The ascetic, though passing his time as he pleases, should study the scriptures relating to the soul, and in meditation upon the nature of that. The corpse of an ascetic should on no account be cremated. It should be worshipped with scents and flowers, and then either buried or sunk into water. O Devi, the inclination of those men who have not attained union with the Supreme Soul, and who ever seek after enjoyment, is by nature turned towards the path of action. They remain attached to the practice of meditation, ritual worship, and recitation. Let them who are strong in their faith therein know that to be the best for them. It is on account of them that I have spoken of various rites for the purification of the heart, and have with the same object devised many names and forms. O Devi, without knowledge of the Brahman and the abandonment of all ritual worship, man cannot attain emancipation, even though he performed countless such acts of worship. The householder should consider the Kula ascetic, possessed of divine knowledge, to be the visible Narayana in the form of man, and should worship him as such. By the mere sight of one who has subdued his passions, a man is freed of all his sins, and earns that merit which he obtains by journeying to places of pilgrimage, the giving of alms, and the performance of all vows, penances, and sacrifices. End of the 8th joyful message, entitled The Dharma and Customs of the Castes and Ashramas. Chapter 9, The 10 Kinds of Purificatory Rites, Sangskara. The adorable Sadashiva said, O virtuous one, I have spoken to thee of the custom and religious duties appropriate to the different castes and stages of life. Do thou now listen, whilst I tell thee of the purificatory rites of the different castes. Without such rites, O Devi, the body is not purified, and he who is not purified may not perform the ceremonies relating to the devas and the pitris. Therefore, it is that men of every caste, commencing with the vipras, who desire their welfare in this life and hereafter, should, in all things and with care, perform the purificatory rites which have been ordained for their respective castes. The 10 purificatory ceremonies are those relating to conception, pregnancy, and birth of the child, the giving of its name, its first view of the sun, its first eating of rice, tonsure, investiture, and marriage. The Shudras and mixed castes have no sacred thread, and but 9 purificatory ceremonies. For the twice-born classes, there are 10. O beautiful lady, all observances, whether they be obligatory, occasional, or voluntary, should be performed according to the injunctions of Shambhu. O dearest one, I have already, in my form of Brahma, spoken of the rules appropriate to the purificatory and other observances, and of the mantras appropriate to the various purificatory and other observances, according to the differences in caste. In the Satya, Treta, and Dvapara ages, the mantras, O Kalika, were in their application preceded by the pranava, but in the Kali age, O Supreme Devi. The decree of Shankara is that man do perform all rites with the aid of the same mantras, but preceded by the Maya Vija. All mantras in the Nigamas, Agamas, Tantras, Samhitas, and Vedas have been spoken by me. Their employment, however, varies according to the ages. For the benefit of men of the Kali age, men bereft of energy and dependent for existence on the food they eat, the Kula doctrine, O auspicious one, is given. I will now speak to thee in brief of the purificatory and other rites, suitable for the weak men of the Kali age, whose minds are incapable of continued effort. Kushandika precedes all auspicious ceremonies. I shall therefore, O adored of the Devas, speak firstly of it. Do thou listen. In a clean and pleasant spot, free from husks and charcoal, let the wise one make a square, the sides of which are of 1 cubit's length. Then draw in it 3 lines from the west to east of the square. Let him then sprinkle water over them, uttering the Kurcha Vija the while. Then fire should be brought to the accompaniment of the Vani Vija. The fire, when so brought, should be placed by the side of the square, the worshipper breathing the Vagbhava Vija. Then, taking up a piece of burning wood with the right hand from the fire, he should put it aside as the share of the Rakshasas, saying, Mantra. Hring, salutation to the raw meat eaters, Svaha. The worshipper, lifting up the consecrated fire with both hands, should place it in front of him on the 3 lines above mentioned, inwardly reciting the while the Maya Vija before the Vyahritis. Grass and wood should then be thrown upon the fire to make it blaze, and 2 pieces of wood should be smeared with ghee and offered as an oblation to it. Thereafter, fire should be named according to the object of worship, and then meditated upon as follows. Dhyana. Ruddily effulgent like the young sun, with 7 tongues and 2 crowned heads of matted hair, seated on a goat, whose weapon is Shakti. Having so meditated upon the carrier of oblations, he should be thus invoked with joined palms. Mantra. Hring, come, O carrier of oblations to all the immortals, come. Come with the rishis and thy followers, and protect the sacrifice. I make obeisance to thee, Svaha. Having thus invoked him, the worshipper should say, Zero fire, this is thy seat, and then worship him, the seven-tongued, with appropriate offerings. The seven licking tongues of fire are Kali, Karali, Manojava, Sulohita, Sudumravarna, Svulangini, and Vishvanirupini. Then, O great Devi. The sides of the fire should be thrice sprinkled with water from the hand, beginning from the east and ending at the north. Then the sides of the fire, from the south to the north, should be thrice sprinkled with water, and following that the articles of sacrifice should be thrice sprinkled. Then spread kusha grass on the sides of the square, beginning with the east and ending with the north. The ends of the blades of grass on the north should be turned towards the north, and the rest of the grass should be placed with its ends towards the east. The worshipper should then proceed to the seat placed for Brahma, keeping the fire on his right, and picking up with his left thumb and little finger a blade of kusha grass from the seat of Brahma, should throw it along with the remaining blades of kusha grass on the south side of the fire, uttering the mantra, Hring, destroy the abode of the enemy. The performer of the sacrifice should then say to Brahma, O Brahman, Lord of sacrifices, be thou seated here, this seat is made for thee. The Brahma, saying, I sit, should then sit down, with his face turned towards the north. After worshipping Brahma with scent, flowers, and the other articles of worship, let him be supplicated thus. Mantra. O Lord of sacrifices, protect the sacrifice. O Brihaspati, protect this sacrifice. Protect me also, the performer of this sacrifice. O witness of all acts, I bow to thee. Brahma should then say, I protect, and if there is no person representing Brahma, then the performer of the sacrifice should, for the success of the sacrifice, make an image with dharma grass of the vipra, and himself say this. The worshipper should then invoke Brahma, saying, Zero Brahman, come here, come here. And after doing honor to him by offering water for washing his feet and the like, let him supplicate him, saying, So long as this sacrifice be not concluded, do thou deign to remain here, and then make obeisance to him. He should then sprinkle the space between the northeast corner of the fire and the seat of Brahma 3 times with water taken in his hand, and should thereafter sprinkle the fire also 3 times, and then, returning the way he went, take his own seat. Let him then spread on the north side of the square some dharma grass, with the ends of the blades towards the north. He should then place thereon the articles necessary for the sacrifice, such as the vessel, filled with water, for sprinkling, and the vessel containing ghee, sacrificial fuel, and kusha grass. He should also place the sacrificial ladle and spoon on the dharma grass and purify them by sprinkling water over them, and then, regarding them with a celestial gaze, uttering the mantra, Hrang, Hring, Hrung. Then, with his right knee touching the ground, let him put ghee into the spoon with the ladle, and, with desire for his own well-being, let him offer 3 oblations, saying the mantra, Hring to Vishnu, Svaha. Taking again ghee in the same way, and meditating upon Prajapati, oblations should be offered with ghee streaked across the fire, from the corner of Agni to that of Vayu. Taking ghee again, and meditating on Indra, let him offer oblations from the corner of Nairita to that of Ishana. O Devi, oblations should thereafter be offered to the north, the south, and to the middle of the fire, to Agni, Soma, and to Agni and Soma together. Upon that 3 oblations should be offered, uttering the mantras, Hring salutation to Agni, Hring salutation to Soma, Hring salutation to both Agni and Soma, respectively. Having performed these preliminary rites, the wise one should proceed to that prescribed for the Homa sacrifice, which is to be performed. The offering of oblations, as above described, commencing with the 3 offerings made to Vishnu and ending with the offering to Agni and Soma, is called Dara Homa. When making any offering, both the deva, to which the same is being made, and the thing offered should be mentioned, and upon the conclusion of the principal rite, he should perform the Svishti Krit Homa. O beautiful one! In the Kali age there is no Prayashchita Homa. The object thereof is attained by Svishtikrit and Vriddhi Homas. O Devi, for Svishtikrit Homa. Ghee should be taken in manner above mentioned, and whilst mentally reciting the name of Brahma, oblation should be offered with the following. Mantra. Hring, O Deva of the Devas. Do thou make faultless any shortcomings that there may be in this rite, and anything done needlessly, whether by negligence or mistake. Svaha. Then oblation should be offered to fire, thus, mantra. Hring, O fire, thou art the purificator of all things. Thou makest all sacrifices propitious, and art the Lord of all. Thou art the witness of all sacrificial rites, and the ensurer of their success. Do thou fulfill all my desires. The sacrificing priest, having thus concluded the Svishtikrit Homa, should thus pray to the Supreme Brahman, mantra. O Supreme Brahman, O Omnipresent One, for the removal of the effects of whatsoever has been improperly done in this sacrifice, and for the success of the sacrifice, I am making this Vriddhi Homa. Saying this, he should offer 3 oblations with the 3 mantras, Hring Bhu Svaha, Hring Bhuva Svaha, Hring Sva Svaha. Thereafter offering 1 more oblation with the mantra, Hring Bhu Bhuva Sva Svaha. The wise priest should, jointly with the giver of the sacrifice, offer the complete oblation. If the latter has performed the sacrifice without a priest, he should offer the oblation himself. This is the rule in Abhisheka and other observances. The mantra for the complete oblation is, mantra, Hring, O Lord of Sacrifice, may this sacrifice of mine be complete. May all the devatas of sacrifices be pleased, and grant that which is desired. Svaha. The wise one should then, with the giver of the sacrifice, stand up, and, with a well-controlled mind, offer oblations with fruit and pan leaves, uttering the while the aforesaid mantra. The learned one should, after offering the complete oblation, perform Shanti Karma. Taking water from the sprinkling vessel, he should with kusha grass sprinkle it over the heads of the persons present, reciting the mantra. May the water be friendly to me, may water be like a medicament to me, may water preserve me always. Water is Narayana himself. Do thou, O water, grant me happiness and my earthly desires, and so forth. Having said this, and sprinkled water over the heads of those present, throw a few drops on the ground, saying, mantra. To those who are ever hostile to me, and to those to whom we are ever hostile, may water be their enemy and engulf them. Sprinkling a few drops of water in the northeast corner, to the accompaniment of the above-mentioned mantra, the kusha grass should be put away, and supplication should be made to the carrier of oblations as follows. Mantra. O carrier of oblations, do thou grant unto me understanding, knowledge, strength, intelligence, wisdom, faith, fame, fortune, health, energy, and long life. Having thus prayed to fire, he should, O Shiva, be bidden to depart with the following. Mantra. Sacrifice. Do thou depart to the Lord of Sacrifice. Fire. Do thou depart to the sacrifice itself. Lord of Sacrifice, do thou depart to thine own place and fulfill my desires. Then saying, Fire, forgive me, the fire should be moved to the south by pouring oblations of curd on the north of fire. Then the worshipper should give a present to Brahma, and after bowing to him respectfully, bid him go, and with the ashes adhering to the ladle, the officiating priest should then make a mark on his own forehead and on that of the giver of the sacrifice, uttering the mantra. Hring, Kling, do thou bring peace, mayest thou cause prosperity. By the grace of Indra, of Agni, of the Maruts, Brahma, the Vasus, the Rudras, and Prajapati, may there be peace, may there be prosperity. Whilst saying this mantra, he should place a flower on his own head. Thereafter the giver of the sacrifice should, as his means allow, offer presents for the success of the sacrifice and for the Kushandika rite. I have spoken to thee, O Devi, of Kushandika, which is the groundwork of all auspicious ceremonies, and which all Kula worshippers should with care perform at the commencement thereof. O auspicious one, I will now speak to thee of charu karma, in order to ensure the ritual success in those families in which the cooking of charu is a traditional practice in the performance of all rites. The pot for cooking charu should be made of either copper or mud. In the first place, the articles should be consecrated according to the rules prescribed in Kushandika, and then the pot of charu should be placed in front of the worshipper. After careful examination to see that it is without holes and unbroken, a blade of kusha grass of the length of a pradesha should be put in the pot. The rice should be placed near the square, and then, O adored of the devas. The names of such of the devas as are to be worshipped in each particular ceremony should be uttered in the dative case, followed by the words, to please thee, and then, I take, I place it in the pot, and I put water into it, and put 4 handfuls of rice in the name of each deva. He should then take the rice, put it in the pot, and pour water over it. O virtuous one, milk and sugar should be added thereto, as is done in cooking. The whole should then be well and carefully cooked over the consecrated fire, and when he is satisfied that it is well cooked and soft, the sacrificial ladle, filled with ghee, should be let into it. Thereafter, placing the pot on kusha grass on the northern side of the fire, and adding ghee to the charu 3 times, the pot should be covered with blades of kusha grass. Then, putting a little ghee into the sacrificial spoon, a little charu should be taken from the pot. With it, Janu Homa is done. Then, after doing Dara Homa, oblations should be made with the mantras of the devas, who are directed to be worshipped in the principal rite. Completing the principal Homa, after performance of Svishti Krit Homa, expiatory Homa should be performed, and the rite thus completed. In the sacramental and consecratory ritual, this is the method to be observed. In all auspicious ceremonies, it should be followed for the complete success thereof. Now, O Mahamaya, I will speak of Garbhadhana and other rites. I will speak of them in their order, beginning with Ritu Sangskara. Do thou listen. After performing his daily duties and purifying himself, the priest should worship the 5 deities, Brahma, Durga, Ganesha, the Grahas, and the Dikpalas. They should be worshipped in the jars on the east side of the square, and then the 16 matrikas, namely Gauri and others, should be worshipped in their order. The 16 matrikas are Gauri, Padma, Shachi, Medha, Savitri, Vijaya, Jaya, Devasena, Svadha, Svaha, Shanti, Pushti, Driti, Kshama, the worshipper's own tutelary Devata, and the family Devata. Mantra. May the mothers that cause the joy of the devas come and bring all success to weddings, vratas, and yajnas. May they come upon their respective carriers, and in all the fullness of their power, in their benign aspect, and add to the glory of this festival. Having thus invoked the mothers and worshipped them to the best of his powers, the priest should make 5 or 7 marks with vermilion and sandal paste on the wall, at the height of his navel, and within the space of a pradesha. The wise one should then, whilst breathing the 3 vijas kling, hring, and shring pour, an unbroken stream of ghee from each of the said marks, and there worship the Deva Vasu. The wise man, having thus made the Vasudhara according to the directions which I have given, and having made the square, and placed the fire thereupon, and consecrated the articles requisite for Homa, should then cook the excellent charu. Charu, which is cooked in this Ritu Sangskara, is called Prajapatya, and the name of this fire is Vayu. After concluding Dara Homa, the rite of Ritu Sangskara should be begun. 3 oblations of charu should be offered with the mantra, hring, salutation to Prajapati, svaha. The 1 oblation should be offered with the following mantra. May Vishnu grant the power to conceive. May Tvashta give the form. May Prajapati sprinkle it, and may Datta give the power to bear. This oblation should be made with either ghee or charu, or with ghee and charu, and should be offered meditating upon the sun, Vishnu, and Prajapati. Mantra: May Sinabali give support to thy womb, may Sarasvati give support to thy womb, may the two Ashvins, who wear garlands of lotuses, give support to thy womb. Meditating upon the Devas Sinabali and Sarasvati and the two Ashvins, excellent oblations should be offered with the above mantra, followed by Svaha. Then oblation should be offered to the sanctified fire, meditating upon Surya and Vishnu with the mantra: Kling, String, Hring, Shring, Hung, grant conception to her who desires a son, Svaha. Then, in the name of Vishnu, oblations should be offered with the following mantra: As this extended earth ever carries a full womb, do thou likewise carry for 10 months until delivery. Svaha. Meditating upon the Supreme Vishnu, let a little more ghee be thrown into the fire with the following mantra: Vishnu, do thou in thy excellent form put into this woman an excellent son, Svaha. And, uttering the following mantra: Kling, Hring, Kling, Hring, String, Hring, Kling, Hring, let the husband touch his wife's head. Then the husband, surrounded by a few married women having sons, should place both hands on the head of his wife, and, after meditating on Vishnu, Durga, Vriddhi, and Surya, place 3 fruits on the cloth of her lap. Thereupon he should bring the ceremony to a close by making Svishtikrit oblations and expiatory rites. Or the wife and husband may be purified by worshipping Gauri and Shankara in the evening and by giving oblations to sun. I have now spoken of Ritu Sangskara. Now listen to that relating to Garbhadhana. On the same night, or on some night having a date of an even number, after the ceremony, the husband should enter the room with his wife, and, meditating on Prajapati, should touch his wife and say, Mantra: Ring, O bed, be thou propitious for the begetting of a good offspring of us two. He should then with the wife get on the bed, and there sit with his face towards the east or the north. Then, looking at his wife, let him embrace her with his left arm, and placing his right hand over her head, let him make japa of the mantra on the different parts of her body, as follows. Let him make japa over the head of the Kamavija 100 times, over her chin of the Vagbhava Vija 100 times, over the throat of the Ramavija 20 times, and the same Vija 100 times over each of her 2 breasts. He should then recite the Maya Vija 10 times over her heart, and 25 times over her navel. Next, let him place his hand on her member, and recite jointly the Kama and Vagbhava Vijas 108 times, and let him similarly recite the same Vijas over his own member 108 times. And then, saying the Vija Hring, let him part the lips of her member, and let him go into her with the object of begetting a child. The husband should, at the time of the spending of his seed, meditate on Brahma, and, discharging it below the navel into the Raktikanadi in the Chitkunda, he should at the same time recite the following mantra: As the earth is pregnant of fire, as the heaven is pregnant of Indra, as the points of the compass are pregnant of the air they contain, so do thou also become pregnant by this my seed. If the wife then, or at a subsequent period conceive, the householder, O Maheshvari, should perform in the 3rd month after conception the Pungsavana rite. After the performance of his daily duties, the husband should worship the 5 devas and the heavenly mothers, Gauri and others, and should make the Vasudhara. The wise one should then perform Vriddhi Shraddha, and, as aforementioned, the ceremonies up to Homa, and then proceed to the Pungsavana rites. The charu prepared for Pungsavana is called Prajapatya, and the fire is called Chandra. 1 grain of barley and 2 masha beans should be put into curd made from cow's milk, and this should be given to the wife to drink, and whilst she is drinking it, she should be asked 3 times, What is that thou art drinking, O gentle one? The wife should make answer, Hring, I am drinking that which will cause me to bear a son. In this manner, the wife should drink 3 mouthfuls of the curd. The wife should then be led by women whose husbands and children are living to the place of sacrifice, and the husband should there seat her on his left and proceed to perform charu homa. Taking a little charu, as aforementioned, and uttering the Maya Vija and the Kurcha Vija, he should offer it as oblation with the following mantra. Do thou destroy all these bhutas, pretas, pishachas, and vitalas, who are inimical to conception and destroyers of the child in the womb and of the young. Do thou protect the child in the womb. Do thou protect the child in the womb. Whilst reciting the above mantra, meditate upon fire as Raksko Gana and on Rudra and Prajapati, and then offer 12 oblations. He should then offer 5 oblations with the mantra, Hring, salutation to Chandra, Svaha, and then, touching his wife's heart, breathe inwardly the Vijas Hring and Shring 100 times. He should then perform Svishti Krit Homa and Prayashchita and complete the ceremony. Panchamrita should be given in the 5th month of pregnancy. Sugar, honey, milk, ghee, and curd in equal quantities make Panchamrita. It is needful for the purification of the body, breathing the Vijas Aing, Kling, Shring, Hring, Hung, and Lang 5 times over each of the 5 ingredients. The husband, after mixing them together, should cause his wife to eat it. Then, in the 6th or 8th month, the Simantonayana rite should be performed. It may, however, be performed any time before the child is born. The wise one should, after performing the rites as aforementioned, do Dara Homa and sit with his wife on a seat and offer 3 oblations to Vishnu, Surya, and Brahma, saying mantra. To Vishnu Svaha, to the effulgent one Svaha, to Brahma Svaha. Then, meditating on Chandra, let him offer 7 oblations to Soma into fire under his name of Shiva. Then, O Shiva, he should meditate upon the Ashwins, Vasava, Vishnu, Shiva, Durga, Prajapati, and offer 5 oblations to each of them. The husband should after that take a gold comb and comb back the hair on each side of the head and tie it up with the chignon. He should, whilst so combing the hair, meditate upon Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma, and pronounce the Maya Vija and the mantra. O wife, thou auspicious and fortunate one, thou of auspicious vows, do thou in the 10th month, by the grace of Vishvakarma, be safely delivered of a good child. May thou live long and happy. This comb, may it give thee strength and prosperity. Saying this mantra, the ceremony should be completed with Svishti Krit Homa and other rites. Immediately after the birth of the son, the wise one should look upon his face and present him with a piece of gold. And then, in another room, perform Dara Homa in the manner already described. He should then offer 5 oblations to Agni, Indra, Prajapati, the Vishvadevas, and Brahma. The father should thereafter mix equal quantities of honey and ghee in a bell-metal cup, and, breathing the Vagbhava Vija over it 100 times, make the child swallow it. It should be put into the child's mouth with the 4th finger of the right hand, with the following mantra. Child, may thy life, vitality, strength, and intelligence ever increase. After performing this rite for the longevity of the child, the father should give him a secret name, by which at the time of the investiture, with the sacred thread, he should be called. The father should then finish the jata karma by the performance of the usual expiatory and other rites, and then the midwife should with firmness cut the umbilical cord. The period of uncleanliness commences only after the cord is cut. Therefore, all rites relating to the devas and the pitris should be performed before the cord is cut. If a daughter is born, all the acts as above indicated are to be performed, but the mantras are not to be said. In the 6th or 8th month, the boy should be given the name by which he is usually known. At the time of naming of the child, the mother should, after bathing him and dressing him in 2 pieces of fine cloth, come to and place him by the side of her husband, with his face towards the east. The father should thereupon sprinkle the head of the child with water taken up upon blades of kusha grass and gold, saying at the time the following mantra: May Jahnavi, Yamuna, Reva, the holy Sarasvati, Narmada, Varada, Kunti, the oceans and tanks, lakes, all these bathe thee for the attainment of Dharmma, Kama, and Artha. O waters, thou art the Pranava, and thou givest all happiness. Do thou therefore provide for us food in this world, and do thou also enable us to see the supreme and beautiful Para-Brahman. Water, thou art not different from the Pranava. Grant that we may enjoy in this world thy most beneficent essence. Your wishes arise of themselves spontaneously, like those of mothers. Water, thou art the very form of Pranava. We go to enjoy to our fill that essence of thine, by which thou satisfieth this universe. May thou bring us enjoyment therein. The wise one should sprinkle water over the child with the 3 preceding mantras, and then, as aforesaid, consecrate the fire and perform the rites leading up to Homa in the manner already described, and then should offer 5 oblations. He should make the oblation to Agni, then to Vasava, then to Prajapati, then to the Vishvadevas, and then to Yahni under his name of Parthiva. Then, taking the son in his lap, the prudent father should speak into his right ear an auspicious name one that is short and that can easily be pronounced. After whispering the name 3 times into the son's ear, he should inform the brahmanas who are present of it, and then conclude the ceremony with Svishtikrit Homa and the other concluding rites. For a daughter there is no nishkramana, nor is Vriddhi Shraddha necessary. The wise man performs the naming, the giving of the first rice, and tonsure of a daughter without any mantra. In the 4th or 6th month after birth, the Nishkramana Sangskara ceremony of the son should be performed. After performing his daily duties, the father should, after bathing, worship Ganesha, and then bathe and adorn his son with clothes and jewels, and placing him in front of himself, pronounce the following mantra: Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Durga, Ganesha, Bhaskara, Indra, Vayu, Kuvera, Varuna, Agni, and Brihaspati, may they always be propitious to this child, and may they always protect him throughout his going forth from the house. Having said this, he should take the child in his arms, and, preceded by vocal and instrumental music, and surrounded by his rejoicing kinsmen, take the son out of the house. Going a little distance, he should show the son to the child with the following mantra: Ong, yonder is the eye of heaven, who excels even Shukra in his effulgence, who is beneficent even to the Devas. May we see him 100 years. May we live 100 years. Having shown the son to his child, the father should return to his own house, and after making offering to the son, feast his kinsmen. O Shiva, in the 6th or 8th month, either the father's brother or the father himself should give the first rice to the child. After worshipping the Devas and purifying fire as aforementioned, and duly performing the ceremonies leading to Homa, the father should make 5 oblations to fire under his name of Shuchi to each of the following Devas. He should make the oblations first to Agni, next to Vasava, after him to Prajapati, then to the Vishvadevas, and then the 5th Ahuti to Brahma. He should then meditate upon the Devi Anada, and after giving her 5 oblations in fire, place the son, adorned with clothes and jewels, in his lap, and give him payasa, either in the same or in another room. The payasa should be put into the child's mouth 5 times, uttering the mantras for making oblations to the 5 vital airs. And after that, a little rice and curry should be put into the child's mouth. The ceremony should be brought to a close by the blowing of conchis and horns and other music, and by performing the concluding expiatory rite. I have done speaking of the rice-eating ceremony. I shall now speak of the tonsure ceremony. Do thou listen. In the 3rd or 5th year, according to the custom in the family, The tonsure of the boy should be performed for the success of the sacramental rites of the boy. The wise father should, after concluding the preliminary rites leading up to Dara Homa, place on the north side of the fire, called satya, a mud platter filled with cow dung, tila seeds, and wheat, also a little lukewarm water and a keen-edged razor. The father should place the son on his mother's lap, the mother sitting on her husband's left, and, after breathing the Varuna Vija 10 times over the water, rub the hair of the boy's head with lukewarm water. He should then tie the hair with 2 blades of kusha grass into a knot, uttering meanwhile the Maya Vija. Then, saying the Maya and Lakshmi Vijas 3 times, he should cut off the knot with the steel razor and place it in the hands of the child's mother. The boy's mother should then take it with both hands and place it in the platter containing the cow dung, and the father should then say to the barber, "Barber, do thou at thine ease proceed with the shaving of the boy's hair, svaha." Then, looking at the barber, he should make 3 oblations to Prajapati, into Vani, under his name of Satya. After the boy has been shaved by the barber, he should be bathed and adorned with clothes and jewels, and placed near the fire on the left of his mother, and the father should, after performance of Svishti Krit Homa and the expiatory rites, offer the complete oblation. Then, uttering the following mantra, "Ring, O child, may the omnipresent Creator of the universe grant thee well-being," he should pierce the ears of the boy with gold or silver needles. He should then sprinkle the child with water, uttering the mantra, "O water, thou art," etc., aforementioned. And after performing Shanti Karma and other rites and making presents, bring the ceremony to a close. The sacramental rites from Garbhadhana to Chudakarana are common to all castes, but for Shudras and Samanyas they must be performed without mantras. In the case of the birth of a daughter, all castes are to perform the rites without mantras. In the case of a daughter, there is no nishkramana. I will now speak of the sacred thread ceremony of the twice-born classes, by which the twice-born become qualified for performing rites relating to the Devas and Pitris. In the 8th year from conception, or the 8th year after birth, the boy should be invested with the sacred thread. After the 16th year, the son should not be invested, and one so invested is disqualified for all rites. The learned man should, after finishing his daily duties, worship the 5 devas, as also the matrikas, Gauri, and others, and make the Vasudhara. He should thereafter perform Vriddhi Shraddha for the satisfaction of the devas and pitris, and perform the rites, ending with Dara Homa, as directed in the performance of Kushandika. The boy should be given a little to eat. Then his head, with the exception of the crown lock, should be shaved, and after that he should be well bathed and decked with jewels and silken clothes. The boy should then be taken to the Chaya Mandapa, near fire, under his name of Samudbhava, and there made to sit on a clean seat to the left of his father or guru. The guru should say, "My son, dost thou adopt brahmacharya?" The disciple should say respectfully, "I do adopt it." The preceptor should then, with a cheerful mind, give 2 pieces of kashaya cloth for the long life and strength of mind of the gentle boy. Then, when the boy has put on the kashaya cloth, he should, without speaking, give him a knotted girdle made of 3 strings of munja or kusha grass. On that the boy should say, "Hring, may this auspicious girdle prove propitious." And, saying this and putting it round his waist, let him sit in silence before the guru. Mantra. This sacrificial thread is very sacred. Brihaspati of old wore it. Do thou wear this excellent white sacrificial thread which contributes to prolonged life. May it be for thee strength and courage. With this mantra the boy should be given a sacrificial thread made of the skin of the black buck, as also a staff made of bamboo, or a branch of kadira, palasha, or kshira trees. When the boy has put the sacred thread round his neck and holds the staff in his hand, the guru should 3 times recite the mantra, "O water, thou art," etc., aforementioned, preceded and followed by Hring, and should sprinkle the boy with water taken with kusha grass, and fill the joined palms of the latter with water. After the boy has offered the water to Surya, the Guru should show the boy the sun and recite the mantra, "Yonder is the sun," etc., aforementioned. After the boy has viewed the sun, the Guru should address him as follows. "My son, place thy mind on my observances. I bestow upon thee my disposition. Do thou follow the observances with an undivided mind. May my word contribute to thy well-being." 200. After saying this, the Guru, touching the boy's heart, should ask, "My son, what is thy name?" And the boy should make reply, "Sharma, I bow to thee." And to the question of the Guru, "Whose brahmachari art thou?" the disciple will reverently answer, "I am thy brahmachari." The Guru should thereupon say, "Thou art the brahmachari of Indra, and fire is thy Guru." Saying this, the good Guru should consign him to the protection of the Devas. "My son, I give thee to Prajapati, to Savitri, to Varuna, to Prithvi, to the Vishvadevas, and to all the Devas. May they all ever protect thee." The boy should thereafter go round the sacrificial fire and the preceptor, keeping both upon his right, and then resume his own seat. The Guru, O beloved, should then, with his disciple touching him, offer 5 oblations to 5 devas, namely Prajapati, Shukra, Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva. When the oblations are offered into fire under his name of Samudbhava, the names of each of the devas should be pronounced in the dative, preceded by Hring and followed by Svaha. Where there is no mantra mentioned, this method is to be followed in all cases. After this, oblation should be offered to Durga, Mahalakshmi, Sundari, Bhuvaneshwari, Indra, and the other 9 regents of the quarters, and Bhaskara, and the 8 planets. The name of each of these should be mentioned whilst the offering of oblations is made. The wise Guru should then cover the boy with cloth and ask him, "Who is desirous of attaining brahmacharya? What is the ashrama thou desirest, my son, and what is thy heart's desire?" The disciple should thereupon hold the feet of the preceptor and, with a reverent mind, say, "First instruct me in divine knowledge, and then in that of the householder." O Shiva! When the disciple in this manner has thus beseeched his Guru, the latter should 3 times whisper into his disciple's right ear the pranava, which contains all the mantras in itself, and should also utter the 3 Rites, as also the Savitri. Sadashiva is its Rishi, the verse is Trishtup, the presiding Deva is Savitri, and its object is the attainment of final liberation. The Gayatri mantra is mantra. Ong, let us contemplate the wonderful spirit of the divine Creator. May he direct our understanding, Ong. The Guru should then explain the meaning of the Gayatri. By the Tara, which contains the letters I-E, A, U, and M, the Paresh is meant. He who is the protector, destroyer, and creator. He is the Deva who is above Prakriti. This Deva is the spirit of the 3 worlds, containing in himself the 3 qualities. By the 3 Rites, therefore, the all-pervading Brahman is expressed. He who is expressed by the Pranava and the Rites is also known by the Savitri. Let us meditate upon the sublime, all-pervading eternal truth, the great immanent and lustrous energy adored by the self-controlled. Savita, effulgent and omnipresent One, whose manifested form the world is, the Creator. May Bharga, who witnesseth all and is the Lord of all, direct and engage our mind, intelligence, and senses towards those acts which lead to the attainment of Dharmma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. O Devi, the excellent Guru, having thus instructed the disciple and explained to him the divine wisdom, should direct him in the duties of a householder. My son, do thou now discard the garments of a brahmachari and honor the devas and pitris according to the way revealed by Shambhu. Thy body is sanctified by the instructions thou hast received in divine wisdom. Do thou, now that thou hast reached the stage of a householder, engage thyself in thy duties appropriate to that mode of life. Put on 2 sacred threads, 2 good pieces of cloth, jewels, shoes, umbrella, fragrant garland, and paste. The disciple should then take off his kashaya cloth and his sacred thread of black buckskin and his girdle, and give them and his staff, begging bowl, and also what has been received by him in the shape of customary alms, to his guru. He should then put on 2 sacred threads and 2 fine cloths, and wear a garland of fragrant flowers, and perfume himself, and thereafter sit in silence near the guru, who should address him as follows. Conquer the senses, be truthful, and devoted to the acquisition of divine knowledge and the study of the Vedas, and discharge the duties of a householder according to the rules prescribed in the Dharmma Shastras. Having thus instructed the disciple, the guru should make him offer 3 oblations into fire in the name of Samudbhava, with the mantra, Hring, earth, firmament, and heaven, Ong. He should then himself perform Svishtikrit Homa, and then, O Gentle One. He should bring the investiture ceremony to a close by offering the complete oblation. Beloved, all ceremonies, from the Jivaseka to Upanayana ceremonies, are performed by the father alone. The ceremony relating to marriage may be performed either by the father or by the bridegroom himself. The pious man should on the day of marriage perform his ablutions and finish his daily duties, and should then worship the 5 devas and the divine mothers, Gauri and others, and making the Vasudhara, do Vriddhi Shraddha. At night the betrothed bridegroom, preceded by vocal and musical instrumental music, should be brought to the Chaya Mandapa and seated on an excellent seat. The bridegroom should sit facing the east, and the giver of the bride should face the west, and the latter, after rinsing his mouth, should, with the assisting brahmanas, say the words Svasti and Vriddhi. The giver of the bride should ask after the bridegroom's welfare, and ask also his permission to honor him, and upon receiving his answer should honor him by the offer of water for his feet and the like, and saying, I give this to you, let him give the bridegroom the gifts. The water should be given at the feet and the oblation at the head. Articles for the rinsing of the mouth should be offered at the mouth, and then scents, garlands, 2 pieces of good cloth, beautiful ornaments and gems, and a sacred thread should be given to the bridegroom. The giver should make madhu parka by mixing together curd, ghee, and honey in a bell-metal cup, and place it in the hand of the bridegroom with the words, I give you. The bridegroom, after taking it, should place the cup in his left hand, and, dipping the thumb and ring fingers of his right hand into the madhu parka, should smell it 5 times, reciting meanwhile the pranahuti mantra, and then place the cup on his north. Having offered the madhu parka, the bridegroom should be made to rinse his mouth. The giver of the daughter should then, holding durva and akshata, touch the right knee of the bridegroom with his hand, and then, first meditating on Vishnu and saying Tat Sat, he should mention the name of the month, the Paksha, and Tithi, and then the names of the Gotra and Pravara of the bridegroom and his ancestors one by one, from the great-grandfather, beginning with the last, and ending with the father. The bridegroom's name should be in the objective, and the names of the others in the possessive case. Then follow the bride's name and the names of her ancestors, their gotras, etc. And he should then say, I honor thee with the object of giving her to thee in Brahma marriage. The bridegroom should then say, I am honored. The giver upon this should say, perform the ordained marriage rites, and the bridegroom should then say, I do it to the best of my knowledge. The bride, adorned with beautiful clothes and jewels, and covered with another piece of cloth, should then be brought and placed in front of the bridegroom. The giver of the bride should once again show his respect to the bridegroom by the present of clothes and ornaments, and join the right hand of the bridegroom with that of the bride. He should place in their joined hands 5 gems, or a fruit and a pan leaf, and having saluted the bride, should consign her to his hands. At the time of consigning the bride, the giver should, as before, mention his name twice in the nominative case, and should state his wish, and should also mention the names of the 3 ancestors of the bridegroom, with their gotras, all in the possessive case, as before. He should then mention the name of the bridegroom in the dative singular, and then the names of the 3 ancestors of the bride, with their gotras, etc., in the possessive case. At the time of mentioning the bride's name in the objective singular, he should say after that, "the honored, adorned, clothed, and Prajapati Devataka," and saying, "To thee I give," he should give away the bride. The bridegroom should, saying, "Svasti," agree to take her as his wife. Let the giver then say, "In Dharmma, in Artha, in Kama, thou should be with thy wife." And the bridegroom should reply saying, "So I shall," and then recite the praise of Kama. Mantra. It is Kama who gives and Kama who accepts. It is Kama who has taken the Kamini for the satisfaction of Kama. Prompted by Kama, I take thee. May both our Kamas be fulfilled. The giver should then, addressing the son-in-law and the daughter, say, "May, by the grace of Prajapati, the desires of you both be accomplished. May you two fare well. Do you two together perform the religious observances." Then both the bride and bridegroom, to the accompaniment of music and blowing of conch shells, should be covered with the cloth so that they may have their first auspicious glance at one another. Then gold and jewels, according to the giver's means, should be offered to the son-in-law as presents. The giver should then think to himself that the ceremony has been faultlessly done. The bridegroom, either on the same night or the day following, should establish fire according to the rules of Kushandika. The fire that is made in this Kushandika is called Yojaka, and the charu which is cooked is called Prajapatya. After performing Dara Homa in the fire, the bridegroom should offer 5 oblations. The oblation should, after meditation upon Shiva, Durga, Brahma, Vishnu, and the carrier of thunder, be made to them one after the other, singly in the sanctified fire. Taking both his wife's hands, the husband should say, "I take thy hands, O fortunate one. Do thou be devoted to the Guru and the Devatas, and duly perform thy household duties according to the religious precepts." The wife should then, with ghee given by the husband and fried paddy given by her brother, make 4 oblations in the name of Prajapati. The husband should then rise from his seat with his wife and go round the fire with her, and offer oblations to Durga and Shiva, Rama and Vishnu, Brahmi and Brahma, 3 times to each couple. Then, without reciting any mantra, the bride should step on a stone, and, standing thereon, the bride should take 7 steps. If the Kushamdika ceremony is performed at night, the bride and bridegroom, surrounded by the ladies present, should gaze upon the stars Dhruva and Arundhati. Returning to their seats and seated thereon, the bridegroom should bring the ceremony to a close by performing Svishtikrit Homa and offering complete oblations. The Brahma marriage, according to Kula-dharma, in order to be faultless, should take place with a girl of the same caste as the husband, but she should not be of the same gotra, nor should she be a sapinda. The wife married according to Brahma rites is the mistress of the house, and without her permission, another wife should not be married according to those rites. O Kuleshvari, if the children of the Brahma wife are living, or any of her descendants be living, then the children of the Shaiva wife shall not inherit. O Parameshvari, the Shaiva wife and her children are entitled to food and clothing from the heir of her Shaiva husband in proportion to the property of the latter. Shaiva marriage celebrated in the Chakra is of 2 kinds. One kind is terminated with the Chakra, and the other is lifelong. At the time of the formation of the Chakra, the Vira, surrounded by his friends, relatives, and fellow worshippers, should, with a well-controlled mind, by mutual consent, perform the marriage ceremony. He should first of all submit their wishes, saying to the Bhairavis and Viras, there assembled, "Approve our marriage according to Shaiva form." The Vira should, after obtaining their permission, bow to the Supreme Kalika, repeating the mantra of 7 letters, Kalika mantra, 108 times. O Shiva. He should then say to the woman, Dost thou love me as thy husband with a guileless heart? O Queen of the Devas, the Kaula woman should then honor her beloved with scents, flowers, and colored rice, and with a faithful heart place her own hands on his. The Lord of the Chakra should then sprinkle them with the following mantra, and the Kaulas seated in the Chakra should approve and say, It is well. Mantra. May Raja Rajeshvari, Kali, Tarini, Bhuvaneshvari, Bagala, Kamala, Nitya, Bhairavi, ever protect thee both. The Lord of the Chakra should sprinkle them 12 times with wine or water of oblation, reciting the above mantra. The two should then bow to him, and he should upon that let them hear the Vijas of Vagbhava and Rama. There is no restriction of caste or age in Shaiva marriage. By the command of Shambhu, any woman who is not a Sapinda and has not already a husband may be married. The wife married for the purposes of chakra in the Shaiva form should, in the case of the Vira, who desires offspring, be released on the dissolution of the chakra only after the appearance of her menses. The offspring of the Shaiva marriage is of the same caste as the mother if it be an Anuloma marriage, and a Samanya if the marriage is Viloma. These mixed castes should, at the time of their father's Shraddha and other ceremonies, give presents of edibles to, and feast the Kaulas only. Eating and sexual union, O Devi, are desired by and natural to men, and their use is regulated for their benefit in the ordinances of Shiva. Therefore, O Maheshani, he who follows the ordinances of Shiva undoubtedly acquires Dharmma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. End of the 9th joyful message, entitled The 10 Kinds of Purificatory Rites, Sangskara. Chapter 10. Rites relating to Vriddhi Shraddha, Funeral Rites, and Purnabhisheka. Shri Devi said, I have now learned from thee, O Lord, of the ordinances relating to Kushandika and the 10 Sangskaras. Do thou now, O Deva, reveal to me the ordinances relating to Vriddhi Shraddha. O Shankara, tell me in detail, both for my pleasure and the benefit of all beings, in which of the sacramental and dedicatory ceremonies Kushandika and Vriddhi Shraddha should be, or be not, performed. Say this, O Maheshana. Sri Sadashiva said, O gentle one, I have already in detail spoken of all that should be done in the 10 Sangskaras commencing from Jivaseka and ending in marriage, and of all that which should be performed by wise men who desire their own weal. O beauteous one, I will now speak of what should be done in other rites. Do thou listen to it. My beloved, in consecrating tanks, wells, and ponds, images of devatas' houses, gardens, and in vrata, the 5 devas and the celestial mothers should be worshipped, and the Vasudhara should be made, and Vriddhi Shraddha and Kushandika should be performed. In ceremonies which may be, and are, performed by women alone, there is no Vriddhi Shraddha, but, in lieu thereof, a present of edibles should be made for the satisfaction of the devatas and the pitras. O lotus-faced one, in such ceremonies the worship of the Deva, Vasudhara, and Kushandika should be devoutly performed by the woman through the aid of priests. If a man cannot perform a rita himself, then his son, the son's son, the daughter's son, Agnate relatives, sister's son, and son-in-law, and the priest are, O Shiva, the best substitutes. I will, O Kalika, now in detail speak of Vriddhi Shraddha. Do thou listen to it. After performing the daily duties, a man should, with mind intent, worship Ganga, Vishnu, the Lord of Sacrifice, the divinity of the homestead, and the king. And inwardly reciting the pranava, he should make 9, 7, 5, or 3 brahmanas of dharma grass. The brahmanas should be made with ends of the grass which have no knots in them, by twisting the upper ends of the blades from right to left 2.5 times. In Vriddhi Shraddha and Parvana Shraddha, there should be 6 brahmanas, but, O Shiva, in Ekodishta Shraddha, there should be only 1. The wise one should place the brahmanas made of kusha grass all in one receptacle, with their faces to the north, and bathe them with the following mantra. May the divinity of water, who is like the Maya Vija, be propitious for the attainment of our desire. May he be propitious in that which we drink. May he always stand forward for our good. Then with scents and flowers, the brahmanas made with kusha grass should be worshipped. The wise one should then place on the west and the south 6 vessels in pairs with kusha, sesamum seed, and tulasi. On the 2 vessels placed on the west, 2 of the brahmanas should be seated facing east, and on the 4 seats on the south, the 4 brahmanas should be seated facing north. The divinities should be imagined to be in the 2 seated on the west, and the paternal ancestors in the 2 seated on the left of those on the south, and the maternal ancestors on the right. Know this, O Parvati. In Abhyudayika Shraddha, the Nandimukha fathers and the Nandimukhi mothers, as also the maternal ancestors in the male line and in the female line, should be mentioned by name. Before this, however, one should turn to his right and face the north, and after the performance of the requisite ceremonies for the worship of the devas, he should turn to his left and face the south, and perform the rites necessary for the offering of the pindas. In this Abhyudayika Shraddha, O Shiva, all the rites should be performed in their order, beginning with the rites relating to the devas, and if there be any deviation, the Shraddha fails in its object. The word of supplication addressed to the devas should be said whilst facing the north, and when the same is addressed to the paternal or maternal ancestors, it should be said whilst facing south. And now, O thou of pure smiles, I will first state the words of entreaty which should be addressed to the devas. After mentioning the name of the month and paksha, the tithi and the occasion, the excellent worshipper should say, for the prosperous result of the ceremony. Then he should repeat the names and gotras of the 3 fathers and of the 3 mothers, and of the 3 maternal grandfathers, and of the 3 maternal grandmothers, in the possessive case. And he should thereafter say, I am performing the Shraddha of the Vishvadevas, represented by the image of the 2 brahmanas made of kusha grass. These, O great Devi, are the words of entreaty. O Parvati, when the Anujna Vakya is either for paternal or maternal ancestors, the same words should, with the necessary alterations, be said for the paternal and maternal ancestors, and the Vishvadevas left out. Then, O Shiva, the worshipper should recite the Brahma Vidya Gayatri 10 times. He should next say the following mantra. I salute the divinities, the fathers, i.e., the fathers and mothers, the great yogis. I salute Pushti and Svaha. May we have such auspicious occasions over and over again. The excellent worshipper, having repeated the above mantra 3 times and taking water in his hand, should wash the Shraddha articles with the mantra. Vang, hung, fat. O mistress of the Kula, a vessel should next be placed in the corner of Agni, then uttering the mantra. O water, thou art the nectar which killest the Rakshasas. Protect this sacrifice of mine. Water with tulasi leaves and barley should be put into it, and the wise one should, after first offering handfuls of water to the devas and then to the vipras, give them seats of kusha grass. The learned men, O Shiva, should then invoke the Vishvadevas, the fathers, the mothers, the maternal grandfathers, and the maternal grandmothers. Having so invoked them, the Vishvadevas should first be worshipped, and then the 3 fathers, the 3 mothers, the 3 maternal grandfathers, and the 3 maternal grandmothers should be worshipped, with offits of padya, arghya, achamaniya, incense, lights, cloths. Then, O beauteous one, permission should be asked in the first place of the devas for the spreading of the leaves. Then a 4-sided figure should be drawn uttering the Maya Vija, and then in a similar way for the paternal and maternal sides 2 figures each should be drawn. After these have been sprinkled with the Varuna Vija, leaves should be spread over the figures. These leaves should be sprinkled with the Varuna Vija, and then drinking water and different kinds of edibles and rice should be distributed in their order. After giving honey and grains of barley and sprinkling the offerings with water, accompanied by the mantra, Hrang Hrung Fat, the worshipper possessed of the knowledge of truth should dedicate the edibles by the names of the Vishva Devas, the fathers, the mothers, the maternal grandfathers, and the maternal grandmothers, and thereafter repeat the Gayatri 10 times and thrice repeat the mantra. I salute the divinities, as aforesaid. After this, O Adya, he should take the directions of the officiating brahmanas relating to the disposal of the remnants of edibles and of the pindas. Up when receiving the directions of the brahmana, he should, O beloved, make 12 pindas of the size of bale fruits with the remnants of the akshata and other things. He should make 1 more pinda equal in size with the others, and then, O Ambika, he should spread some kusha grass and barley on the Nairita corner of the figure. Mantra. Such of my family as have none to offer pindas to them, whom neither son nor wife survive, who were burnt to death or were killed by tigers or other beast of prey. Such kinsmen of mine as themselves are without kinsmen, all such as were my kinsmen in previous births. May they all obtain imperishable satisfaction by the pinda and water hereby given by me. O adored of the Devas, having with the above mantra offered the pinda to those who have no one to offer them pindas, he should wash his hands and inwardly recite the Gayatri and repeat the mantra. I salute the divinities, and so forth 3 times, and then make the square. O Devi, the wise man should, in front of the vessels containing the remnants of the offerings, make such squares in 2s for his ancestors, beginning with the paternal ancestors. O Shiva, he should then sprinkle the squares with water with the mantra already prescribed, and then spread kusha grass over them and sprinkle them with the Vayu Vija, beginning with the kusha spread on the square for the paternal male ancestors, and then offer 3 pindas, 1 at the top, another at the bottom, and 1 in the middle in each of the squares. O Maheshvari, the names of each of the ancestors should be mentioned, inviting him or her, and then the pinda should be given with honey and barley, concluding with svada. After the pindas are given, in manner aforesaid, the Lepaboji ancestors should be satisfied by the offer to them of the remnants which remain on the hand. These should be scattered on all sides with the mantra. Ong, may the Lepaboji ancestors be pleased. In Ikodishta Shraddha, the offering to the Lepaboji ancestors is not made. Then, for the satisfaction of the Devas and Pitris, the Gayatri should be inwardly recited 10 times, and the mantra, I salute the divinities, as aforesaid, should be similarly recited 3 times, and then the pindas should be worshipped. Lighting an incense stick and a light, the wise one should, with closed eyes, think of the Pitris in their celestial forms, partaking of their allotted pindas, each his own, and should then bow to them, uttering the following mantra. My father is my highest Dharmma. My father is my highest tapas. My father is my heaven. On my father being satisfied, the whole universe is satisfied. Taking up some flowers from the remnants, the Pitris should be asked for their blessings, with the following mantra. Give me your blessings, O merciful Pitris. May my knowledge, progeny, and kinsmen always increase. May my benefactors prosper. May I have food in profusion. May many always beg of me, and may I not have to beg of any. Then he should remove the devas and brahmanas made of kusha grass, as also the pindas, commencing with the devas. The wise one should then make presents to all 3. He should then make japa of the Gayatri 10 times, and the mantra, I salute the divinities 5 times, and after looking at the fire and the sun, should, with folded palms, ask the Vipra the following question. Is the Shraddha complete? And the Brahmana should make reply, It has been completed according to the injunctions. Then, for the removal of the effects of any error or omission, the pranava should be inwardly recited 10 times, and the ceremony should be brought to a close, uttering the following mantra: May the Shraddha rite be faultless. And then the food and drink in the vessels should be offered to the officiating brahmana. In the absence of a vipra, it should be given to cows and goats, or should be thrown into water. This is called Vriddhi Shraddha, enjoined for all obligatory sacramental rites. Shraddha performed on the occasion of any parvan is called Parvana Shraddha. In ceremonies relating to the consecration of emblems or images of devas, or while starting for or returning from pilgrimage, the Shraddha should be according to the injunctions laid down for Parvana Shraddha. On the occasion of Parvana Shraddha, the Pitris should not be addressed with the prefix Nandimukha, and for the words salutation to Pushti should be substituted the words salutation to Svadha. O beautiful one, if any of the 3 ancestors be alive, then the wise one should make the offerings to another ancestor of higher degree. If the father, grandfather, and great-grandfather be alive, then, O Queen of the Devas, no Shraddha need be performed. If they are pleased, then the object of the funeral rite and sacrifice is attained. If his father be living, then a man may perform his mother's Shraddha, his wife's Shraddha, and Nandimukha Shraddha, but he is not entitled to perform the Shraddha of anyone else. O Queen of the Kula, at the time of Ekodishta Shraddha, the Vishvadevas are not to be worshipped. The word of entreaty should be addressed to one ancestor only. At the time of Ekodishta, Shraddha cooked rice, and Pinda should be given whilst facing south. The rest of the ceremony is the same as that which has been already described, with the exception that sesamum should be substituted for barley. The peculiarity in Preta Shraddha is that the worship of Ganga and others is omitted, and in the framing of the mantra, the deceased should be spoken of as Preta, whilst rice and pindas are offered to him. The Shraddha performed for one man is called Ekodishta. In offering pinda to the Preta, fish and meat should be added. O mistress of the Kula, know this, that the Shraddha which is performed on the day following the end of the period of uncleanliness is Preta Shraddha. If there is a miscarriage, or if the child dies immediately on birth, or if a child is born or dies, then the period of uncleanliness is to be reckoned according to the custom of the family. The period of uncleanliness in the case of the twice-born is 10 days for Brahmanas, 12 for Kshatriyas, and a fortnight for Vaishyas. For Shudras and Samanyas, the period is 1 month, 30 days. On the death of an Agnete who is not a Sapinda, the period of uncleanliness is 3 days, and on the death of a Sapinda, should information of it arrive after the period prescribed, one becomes unclean for 3 days. The unclean man, O primordial one, is not entitled to perform any rite relating to the Devas and the Pitris, excepting Kula worship and that which has been already commenced. Persons over 5 years of age should be burnt in the burning ground, but, O Kulashani, a wife should not be burnt with her dead husband. Every woman is thy image. Thou residest concealed in the forms of all women in this world. That woman who in her delusion ascends the funeral pyre of her Lord shall go to hell. Kalika. The corpses of worshippers of Brahman should be either buried, thrown into running water, or burnt, according as they may direct. Ambika. Death in a holy place or a place of pilgrimage, or near the Devi, or near the Kaulikas, is a happy one. He who at the time of his death meditates on the one truth, forgetful of the 3 worlds, attains to his own essential being. After death, the corpse should be taken to the burning ground, and when it has been washed, it should be smeared with ghee and placed on the pyre, with the face to the north. The deceased should be addressed by his name, and Gotra, and as Preta. Giving the pinda to the mouth of the corpse, the pyre should be lighted by applying the torch to the mouth of the corpse, inwardly the while reciting the Vani Vija. Beloved, the pinda should be made of boiled or unboiled rice, or crushed barley or wheat, and should be of the size of an emblic myrobalan. To the eldest son of the Preta is given the privilege of performing the Shraddha, in his absence to the other sons, according to the order of their seniority. The day after the day upon which the period of uncleanliness expires, the mourner should bathe and purify himself, and give away gold and sesamum for the liberation of the Preta. The son of the Preta should give away cattle, lands, clothes, carriages, vessels made of metals, and various kinds of edibles, in order that the Preta may attain heaven. He should also give away scents, garlands, fruits, water, a beautiful bed, and everything which the Preta himself liked to ensure his passage to heaven. Then a bull should be branded with the mark of a trident, and decorated with gold and ornaments, and then let loose, with the object that the deceased may attain heaven. He should then, with a devout spirit, perform the Shraddha, according to the injunctions laid down for the performance of Preta Shraddha, and then feed Brahmanas and Kaulas, possessed of divine knowledge, and the hungry. The man who is unable to make gifts should perform the Shraddha to the best of his ability and feed the hungry, and thus liberate his father from the state of existence of a Preta. This Preta Shraddha is known as Adya, or Ekodishta Shraddha, and it liberates the deceased from the state of Preta. After this, every year on the tithi of his death, edibles should be given to the deceased. There is no necessity for a multitude of injunctions, nor for a multitude of rituals. Man may attain all siddhi by honoring a kaulika. The object of all Sangskaras is completely attained if, in lieu of the prescribed Homa, Japa, and Shraddha, even a single kaulika is duly honored at the time of the ceremony. The injunction of Shiva is that all auspicious ceremonies should be performed between the period beginning with the 4th day of the light half of the lunar half-month and ending on the 5th of the dark half-month. He, however, who is desirous of performing any rite which must be performed may perform it even on an inauspicious day, provided he be so directed by his guru, by a ritvai, or a kaulika. A kaulika should commence the building of a house, should first enter a house, start on a journey, wear new jewels and the like, only after worshipping the primordial one with the 5 elements. Or the excellent worshipper may shorten the rite. He may thus, after meditating on the Devi and inwardly reciting the mantra and bowing to the Devi, go wherever he may desire. In the worship of all devatas, such as the autumnal festival and others, dhyana and puja should be performed according to the ordinances laid down in the Shastras relating to such worship. According to the ordinances relating to the worship of the primordial Kali, animal sacrifice and Homa should be performed, and the rite should be brought to an end by the honoring of Kaulikas and making of offerings. The general rule is that Ganga, Vishnu, Shiva, Surya, and Brahma should first be worshipped, and then the Deva, the special object of worship. The Kaulika is the most excellent Dharma, the Kaulika is the most excellent Deva, the Kaulika is the most excellent pilgrimage, therefore should the Kaula be always worshipped. The 3.5 kotis of places of pilgrimage, all the Devas beginning with Brahma himself, reside in the body of the Kaula. What, therefore, is there which is not attained by worshipping him? The land in which the good and fully initiated Kaula resides is blessed and deserving of honor. It is most holy and is coveted even by the Devas. Who can in this world understand the majesty of the fully initiated Sadhaka, who is Shiva himself, and to whom there is nothing either holy or sinful? Such a Kaula, possessing merely the form of man, moves about this earth for the salvation of the entire world and the instruction of men in the conduct of life. Sri Devi said, "Thou hast, O Lord, spoken of the greatness of the soul of the fully initiated Kaula. Do thou, in thy mercy, speak to me of the ordinances relating to such initiation." Sri Sadashiva said, "In the 3 ages this rite was a great secret. Men then used to perform it in all secrecy, and thus attain liberation. When the Kali age prevails, the followers of Kula rite should declare themselves as such, and, whether in the night or the day, should openly be initiated. By the mere drinking of wine without initiation, a man does not become a Kaula. The Kula worshipper becomes the lord of the Kula chakra only after full initiation. The guru should, the day before the initiation, worship the deva of obstacles with offerings, according to his ability for the removal of all obstacles. If the guru is not qualified to officiate at a full initiation ceremony, then it should, O beloved, be performed by a duly initiated Kaula. Gang is the Vija of Ganapati, Ganesha. Ganaka is the Rishi, the Chanda is Nivrit, the Lord of Obstacles is the Devata, and the mantra is applicable for the removal of obstacles to the performance of the rite. Adding successively 6 long vowels to the Mula mantra, Shadanganyasa should be performed, and O Shiva. After doing pranayama, let Ganapati be meditated upon. Dhyana. Meditate on Ganapati as of the color of vermilion, having 3 eyes, a large belly, holding in his lotus hands the conch, the noose, the elephant goad, and the sign of blessing. His great trunk adorned with the jar of wine which it holds. On his forehead shines the young moon. He has the head of the king of elephants. His cheeks are constantly bathed in wine. His hodi is adorned with the coils of the king of servants. He is dressed in red raiment, and his body is smeared with scented ointments. Having thus meditated upon Ganapati, he should be worshipped with mental offerings, and then the protecting power of the seat should be worshipped. These are Tibra, Jivalini, Nanda, Bogada, Kamarupini, Ugra, Tejasvati, Sati, and Vigna Vinashini. The first 8 should be worshipped in their order, beginning from the east, and the last should be worshipped in the middle of the mandala. Having thus worshipped them all, the lotus seat itself should be worshipped. Meditating on Ganesha once again, he should be worshipped with offerings of the 5 elements. On each of his 4 sides should the excellent Kaulika worship Ganesha, Gananayaka, Gananatha, Ganakrida, Ekadanta, Raktatunda, Lambodara, Gajanana, Mahodara, Vikata, Dumrabha, and Vignanashana. Then the 8 Shaktis, Brahmi and others, and the 10 Dikpalas and their weapons should be worshipped, and after that, Vignaraja should be bidden to depart. Having thus worshipped the king of obstacles, the worshipper should perform the preliminary ceremony and then entertain the Kaulas, versed in divine knowledge, with the 5 elements. The next day, having bathed and performed his ordinary daily duties as already enjoined, he should, O beloved, give away sesamum seed and gold for the destruction of all sins from his birth, and abhojya for the satisfaction of the Kaulas. Then, giving arghya to Surya, and having worshipped Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and the 9 planets, as also the 16 divine mothers, he should make a Vasudhara. He should then perform Vriddhi Shraddha for the good result of the rite, and going up to the Guru, bow to him, and pray to him as follows. Prayer to the Guru. Save me, O Lord, thou that art the son of the Kaulas. Protect my head, O ocean of mercy, with the shade of thy lotus foot. Grant us leave, O exalted one, in this auspicious Purnabhisheka, that by thy grace I may attain the success of my undertaking without any hindrance. The Guru should then reply, My son, be thou, by the permission of the Shiva Shakti, initiated with the full initiation. May thou attain the object of thy desire by the command of Shiva. Having thus obtained the permission of the spiritual preceptor, he should make the Sankalpa for the removal of all obstacles and for the attainment of long life, prosperity, strength, and good health. The Sadhaka, having solemnly formed his resolve, should worship the Guru by presenting him with clothes and jewels, and Karana with Shuddhi, and do honor to him. The Guru should then make with earth an altar 4 fingers in height, and measuring 1½ cubit either way, in a beautiful room painted with red earth, etc., decorated with pictures, flags, fruits and leaves, and strings of small bells. The room should have a beautiful ceiling cloth lighted with lines of lamps fed with ghee to dispel all traces of darkness, and should be scented with burning camphor, incense sticks, and incense, and ornamented with fans, fly whisks, the tail feathers of the peacock, and mirrors, etc. And then he should, with rice powdered and colored yellow, red, black, white, and dark blue, draw mandala called Sarvadobhadra, beautiful and auspicious in every way. Then each person should perform the rite preparatory to mental worship, according to his sankalpa, and then, having made mental worship, should purify the 5 elements with the mantra previously mentioned. After the Panchatattvas have been purified, the jar, which must be either of gold or silver or copper or earth, should be placed with the Brahma Vija on the mandala. It should be washed with the weapon mantra and smeared with curd, akshata, and then a vermilion mark should be placed on it with the mantra Shring. He should then recite 3 times the letters of the alphabet with the Vindu superposed from Ksha to A, and recite inwardly the Mula mantra, and fill the jar with wine or water from some holy place, or with ordinary pure water, and then throw into the jar 9 gems or gold. The merciful Guru should then place over the mouth of the jar a leafy branch of a jack tree, a fig tree, an ashvatha tree, and of a vakala and mango tree, with the Vagbhava Vija. He should then place on the leafy branch a gold, silver, copper, or earthen platter, uttering the Rama Vija and Maya Vija. Then, O beauteous one, 2 pieces of cloth should be tied to the neck of the jar. When worshipping Shakti, the cloth should be of a red color, and in the worship of Shiva and Vishnu, it should be white. Inwardly reciting the mantra, Stang, Sting, Hring, Shring. The jar should be fixed in its place, and after putting into it the Panchatattvas, the 9 cups should be placed in their order. The Shakti-patra should be of silver, the Guru-patra of gold, the Shri-patra should be made of the human skull, the rest of copper. Cups made of stone, wood, and iron should be rejected. The material of the cups in the worship of the Mahadevi should be according to the means of the worshipper. After placing the cups, libations should be offered to the 4 gurus and the Devi, and the wise one should then worship the jar filled with nectar. Lights and incense should then be waved and sacrifices made to all beings, and after worshipping the divinities of the Pitha, he should perform Shadanganyasa. He should then do pranayama, and meditating on the great Devi, invoke her, and thereafter worship her, the object of his worship, to the best of his ability and without niggardliness. The excellent Guru, O Shiva, should perform all the rites ending with Homa, and then honor the Kumaris and worshippers of Shakti by presenting them with flowers, sandal paste, and clothes. The Guru should then ask the permission of those present with the following words, O you Kaulas, who are vowed to Kula worship, be kind to my disciple. Do you give your permission to his Sangskara of Purnabhisheka? The Lord of the Chakra, having thus asked those present, should respectfully say, By the grace of Mahamaya and the majesty of the Supreme Soul, may thy disciple be perfect and devoted to the Supreme Essence. The Guru should then make the disciple worship the Devi in the jar, which has been worshipped by himself, and then mentally repeating the mantra, Kling, Hring, Shring. Over it, move the immaculate jar with the following mantra, Rise, O Brahma Kalasha, thou art the Devata, and grantest all success. May my disciple, being bathed with thy water and leaves, be devoted to Brahman. Having moved the jar in this manner, the Guru should mercifully sprinkle the disciple seated with his face to the north with the mantra about to be spoken. The rishi of the mantra of this auspicious Purnabhisheka rite is Sadashiva, the presiding Devata is the Adya Devata, the Vija is Ong, and its applicability is for the auspicious sprinkling on the occasion of the Purnabhisheka ceremony. Mantra. May the Guru sprinkle thee, May Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshvara sprinkle thee. May the mothers Durga, Lakshmi, Bhavani sprinkle thee. May Shodashi, Tarini, Nitya, Svaha, Mahisha Mardini, all these sprinkle thee with the water that has been sanctified by the mantra. May Jaya Durga, Vishalakshi, Brahmani, Sarasvati, may all these sprinkle thee. May Bagala, Varada, and Shiva sprinkle thee. May the Shaktis, Narasinghi, Varahi, Vaishnavi, Vanamalini, Indrani, Varuni, Raudri sprinkle thee. May Bhairavi, Bhadrakali, Tushti, Pushti, Uma, Kshama, Shraddha, Kanti, Daya, Shanti always sprinkle thee. May Mahakali, Mahalakshmi, Mahanila Sarasvati, Ugrachanda, Prachanda constantly sprinkle thee. May Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Nrisingha, Vamana, Rama, Brigurama sprinkle thee with water. May Asitanga, Ruru, Chanda, Krodronmata, Bhayankara, Kapali, Pishana sprinkle thee. May Kali, Kapalini, Kula, Kurukula, Virodini, Viprachita, Mahogra ever sprinkle thee. May Indra, Agni, Shamana, Raksha, Varuna, Pavana, Danada, Maheshana, who are the 8 Dikpalas, sprinkle thee. May Ravi, Soma, Mangala, Buddha, Jiva, Sita, Shani, Rahu, Ketu, with all their satellites, sprinkle thee. May the stars, the Karanas, the Yogas, the days of the week, and the 2 divisions of the month, the days, seasons, months, and the year, anoint thee always. May the salt ocean, the sweet ocean, the ocean of wine, the ocean of ghee, the ocean of curd, the ocean of milk, the ocean of sweet water, sprinkle thee with their consecrated waters. May Ganga, Yamuna, Riva, Chandrabhaga, Sarasvati, Sarayu, Gandaki, Kunti, Shvetaganga, Kaushiki, may all these sprinkle thee with their consecrated waters. May the great Nagas beginning with Ananta, the birds beginning with Garuda, the trees beginning with the Kalpa tree, and the great mountains sprinkle thee. May the beneficent beings residing in Patala, on the earth and in the air, pleased at this hour of thy Purnabhisheka, sprinkle thee with water. May thy ill luck, bad name, illness, melancholy, and sorrows be destroyed by the Purnabhisheka and by the glory of the Supreme Brahman. May Alakshmi, Kalakarni, the Dakinis, and the Yoginis, being driven away by the Kalivija, be destroyed by the Abhisheka. May the Bhuta, Preta, Pishachas, and the maleficent planets be driven out, put to flight, and destroyed by the Ramavija. May all misfortune cause thee by magic and by the incantations of thy enemies. May all thy transgressions of mind, word, and body be destroyed as the result of this initiation. May all thy adversities be destroyed. May thy prosperity be undisturbed. May all thy desires be fulfilled as the result of this Purnabhisheka. With these 21 mantras, the disciple should be sprinkled with water, and if he has obtained already the mantra from the mouth of a Pashu, the Guru should make him hear it again. The Kaulika Guru should, having informed the worshippers of Shakti, call his disciple by his name and give him a name ending with Anandanatha. Being thus initiated in the mantra by the Guru, the disciple should worship his Ishta Devata in the yantra of the Guru, and then honor the Guru by presenting him with the Panchatattvas. The disciple should also give as dakshina cows, land, gold, clothes, drinks, and jewels to the Guru, and then honor the Kaulas, who are the very embodiments of Shiva. The self-possessed, purified, and humble disciple, having honored the Kaulas, should touch the sacred feet of the Guru with veneration, and, bowing to him, pray to him as follows. Prayer to Guru. Holy Lord, thou art the Lord of the world. Lord, thou art my Lord. Ocean of mercy, do thou gratify my heart's desire by the gift of the excellent nectar. The Guru should then say, Give me leave, O Kaulas, you who are the visible images of Shiva himself, that I may give to my good and humble disciple the excellent nectar. The Kaulas will then say, Lord of the Chakra, thou art the Supreme Lord himself, thou art the son of the Kala lotus. Do thou gratify this good disciple and give him the Kala nectar. The Guru, having obtained the leave of the Kaulas, should place in the hand of the disciple the drinking cup filled with the excellent nectar, as also the Shuddhi. The Guru should then, devoutly meditating on the Devi in his heart, place the tilaka on the forehead of the disciple, as also of the kaulas, with the ashes adhering to the sacrificial spoon. Let the Guru then distribute the tattvas offered to the Devi, and partake of the food and drink as directed in the injunctions relating to the formation of Chakra. O Devi, I have spoken to thee of the auspicious rites relating to Purnabhisheka. By this one attains divine knowledge and becomes Shiva himself. The Purnabhisheka should be performed for 9 or 7 or 5 or 3 or 1 night. There are, O Kulashani, 5 different forms in this purificatory rite. In the rite which lasts 9 nights, the mandala known as Sarvatobhadra should be made. Beloved. In the rite which lasts 7 nights, the mandala Navanabha. In the rite which lasts 5 nights, the mandala Panchabja. In the rite which lasts 3 nights, and in the rite which lasts 1 night, the mandala of 8-petaled lotus should be respectively made. O Devi, the injunction is that on the Sarvatobhadra and Navanabha mandalas, 9 jars should be placed, on Panchabja mandala 5, and on Ashtadalabja mandala 1 jar, and the Anga Devatas and the Avarana Devatas should be worshipped in the filaments and other parts of the lotuses. The kaulas who have been fully initiated are pure of soul. All things are purified by their looking, touching, and by their smelling them. All men, whether they are Shaktas, Vaishnavas, Shaivas, Sauras, or Ganapatas, should worship the Kaula Sadhu with devotion. It is good for a Shakta to have a Guru who is a Shakta. For a Shaiva Guru is commendable, and for a Vaishnava, For a Saura, as Guru is advised, and a Ganapata is the proper Guru for a Ganapata, but a Kaula is excellent as Guru in the case of all. Therefore, the wise one should with all his soul be initiated by a Kaula. Those who worship the Kaulas with Panchatattva and with heart uplifted cause the salvation of their ancestors, and themselves attain the highest end. The man who has obtained the mantra from the mouth of a Pashu is of a certainty a Pashu, and he who has obtained the mantra from a Vira is a Vira, and he who obtains it from a Kaula knows the Brahman. One who has been initiated according to Shakta rites is a Vira. He may purify the Panchatattvas only in the worship of his own Ishta Devata. He may never be the Chakrashvara. He who kills a Vira, he who drinks wine which has not been consecrated, he who seduces the wife of or steals the property of a Vira, these 4 are great sinners, and the man who associates with any of these is the 5th sinner. Those evil-natured men who disparage the Kula way, Kula articles, and the Kula worshipper go down the low and vile path. The Rudra Dakinas and Rudra Bhairavas dance in joy at the thought of chewing the bones and flesh of men who hate wine and the Kaulas. They are merciful and truthful, and ever desire the good of others. For such as slander them, there is no escape from hell. I have in the various tantras spoken of various ceremonies and of many repetitions of practices. But in the case of a Kaula who is devoted to the Brahman, it is a matter of indifference whether he practices or omits them. There is one supreme Brahman who exists, spread throughout the universe, or any part of it. He is worshipped because there is nothing which exists apart from him. Beloved, even those who look to the fruit of action and are governed by their desires and by the worship of different devas and addicted to worldly pursuits go to and become united with him. He who sees everything in Brahman and who sees Brahman everywhere is undoubtedly known as an excellent Kaula who has attained liberation while yet living. End of the 10th joyful message, entitled Rites Relating to Vriddhi Shraddha, Funeral Rites, and Purnabhisheka. Chapter 11. The Account of Expiatory Rites. Listening to the injunctions of Shambhu relating to the different castes and stages of life, Aparna was greatly pleased and questioned Shankara thus. Sri Devi said, Thou hast, O Lord, out of thy kindness for me and in thy omniscience, spoken of the customs and the rules of religious conduct and sacraments for the well-being of the world. But the men of the Kali age, being wicked and blinded by anger and lust, atheists of wavering minds and addicted to the gratification of their senses, will not in their ignorance and folly follow the way laid down by thee. It behoves thee, O Ishana, to say what will be the means of their liberation. Sri Sadashiva said, Thou hast asked well, O Devi, thou who art the benefactress of the world, the mother of the world. Thou art Durga, thou liberatest people from the bonds of birth and the toils of this world. Thou art the primordial one, thou fosterest and guardest this world. Thou art beyond the most excellent, thou, O Devi, supportest the moving and the motionless universe. Thou art earth, thou art water, thou art fire, thou art air, thou art the void, thou art consciousness itself, thou art the Mahatattva. Thou art life in this world, thou art the knowledge of self, and thou art the supreme divinity. Thou art the senses, thou art the mind, thou art the intellect, thou art the motion and existence of the universe. Thou art the Vedas, thou art the Pranava, thou art the Smritis, the Sanhitas, the Nigamas, the Agamas, and the Tantras. Thou pervadest all the Shastras, and art the abode of all that is good. Thou art Mahakali, Mahalakshmi, Mahanila Sarasvati, Mahodari, Mahamaya, Maharaudri, and Maheshvari. Thou art omniscient and full of knowledge. There is nothing which thou knowest not. Yet, O wise one, since thou askest me, I will speak of it for thy pleasure. Thou hast truly spoken, O Devi, of the ways of men who, knowing what is for their welfare, yet maddened by sinful desire for things which bring immediate enjoyment and devoid of the sense of right and wrong, will desert the true path. I speak now of that which will contribute to their salvation. In the doing of what is forbidden and in the omitting of what is enjoined men sin, and sins lead to pain, sorrow, and disease. O Kulanayika, know that there are two kinds of sin, that which contributes merely to the injury of one's own self, and that which causes injury to others. Man is released of the sin of injuring others by the punishment inflicted by the king, and from other sins by expiatory rites and samadhi. Those sinful men who are not purified by either punishment or expiation cannot but go to hell, and are despised both in this world and the next. O Adya, I shall first of all speak of the rules relating, O Maheshvari, to punishment by the king. The king who deviates from these himself goes upon the downward path. In the administration of justice, servants, sons, mendicants, friends, and foes should all be treated alike. If the king is guilty of any sin himself, or if he should have wronged one who is not guilty, then he may purify himself by fasting, and by placating those he has wronged by gifts. If the king should consider that he is guilty of any sin which is punishable by death, he should then abdicate his kingdom and go to a forest, and there labor for his liberation and penances. The king should not, without sufficient reason, inflict heavy punishment on persons guilty of a light offense, nor should he inflict light punishment on persons guilty of a great offense. But the punishment by which many offenders may be deterred from ill-doing, and punishment, in the case of an offender who is fearless of crimes, should be heavy, although the offense be a light one. In the case of one who has committed the offense but once only, and is ashamed of his ill deed, or of one who fears crime and is a respectable man, a light punishment should be inflicted, even if the offense be a grave one. If a Kaula or a Brahmana is guilty of a slight offense, they should even, though highly honorable, be punished by the king by a rebuke. The king who does not bestow adequate rewards and punishments after consultation with his ministers is a great sinner. A son should not leave his mother and father, the subjects should not leave their king, nor the wife her husband, even though they are greatly guilty. The subjects should actively protect the kingdom, property, and life of the just king, otherwise they will go upon the downward path. Shiva. Those who knowingly go with their mother, daughter, or sister, those who have killed their Mahagurus, those who have, after having taken refuge in the Kula faith, abandoned it, and those who have broken the trust placed in them, are great sinners. Shiva, the punishment of those that go with their mother, sister, and daughter is death, and if the latter are willful participants, the same punishment should be inflicted upon them. The sinful man who with a lustful mind goes to the bed of his mother or father's sister, or daughters-in-law or mothers-in-law, wife's mother, the wife of his preceptor, the wife of his maternal or paternal grandfather, the daughter or wife of his mother or father's brother, the wife or daughter of his brother, the sister's daughter, the master's wife or daughter, or with an unmarried girl, should be punished by castration. And these women also, if they are willful participants in the crime, should be punished by the cutting of their noses, and turning them out of the house, that they may be released from sin. The punishment of the man who goes with the wife or daughter of a Sapinda, or with the wife of a man who has trusted him, is to be deprived of all his property, and to have his head shaved. If through mistake, by ignorance, one should happen to marry any of these, either in Brahma or Shiva form, then she should at once be disespoused. A man who goes with the wife of another man of the same caste as himself, or of a caste inferior to his own, should be punished by the imposition of a fine, and by being kept on a diet of grains for 1 month. If a Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, or Samanya, O thou of beauteous face, goes with a Brahmana woman, knowing her to be such, then his punishment is castration, and the Brahmana woman should be disfigured and banished from his kingdom by the king. For such as go with the wives of Viras, and for such wives the punishment should be the same. The wicked man who enjoys the wife of one of a higher caste should be heavily fined, and kept on a diet of grains for 3 months. And if the woman is a willful party, she should be punished, as above mentioned. If the wife is the victim of a rape, then she should be separated from, but maintained by, her husband. A wife, whether married according to Brahma or Shiva form, should in all cases be renounced if she has gone with another, even if it be only once, and then whether of her own desire or against it. Those who have intercourse with public women or with cows or other animals should, O Deveshi, be purified by being kept on a diet of grains for 3 nights. The punishment of those wicked men who have unnatural intercourse with a woman is death. This is the injunction of Shambhu. A man who ravishes a woman, even if she be the wife of a Chandala, should be punished by death, and should never be pardoned. A man should consider as wife only that woman who has been married to him, according to Brahma or Shiva form. All other women are the wives of others. A man who with lust looks at another man's wife should fast for a day to purify himself. He who accosts her in a secret place should fast for 2 days. He who touches her should fast for 4 days. And he who embraces her should fast for 8 days to purify himself. And the woman who with a lustful mind behaves in the same manner should purify herself by following the same rules of fasting. The man who uses offensive language towards a woman, who sees the private parts of a woman who is not his wife, and laughs derisively at her, should fast for 2 days to purify himself. A man who shows his naked body to another, or who makes another person naked, should cease eating for 2 days to purify himself. If the husband proves that his wife has had intercourse with another, then the king should punish her and her paramour according to the injunction laid down. If the husband has good cause to believe and yet is unable to prove the faithlessness of his wife, then he should separate from her, but he should maintain her if she remains under his control. If the husband, on seeing his wife enjoying with her paramour, kills her with her paramour, then the king should not punish him with death. If the husband prohibits the wife to go to any place or to talk with anyone, then the wife should neither go to that place nor talk with that person. If, on the death of the husband, the widow lives with the relatives of the husband under their control, following the customs of a widow's life, or in their absence she lives with the relatives of her father, then she deserves to inherit her husband's property. The widow should not eat twice a day, nor should she eat food cooked by one who is not her husband's agnate. She should renounce sexual enjoyment, animal food, jewels, sleeping on soft beds, and colored clothes. The widow faithful to her Dharma should not anoint herself with fragrant ointments. She should avoid village gossip, and should spend her time in the worship of the deities and in the performance of vratas. In the case of the boy who has neither father, mother, nor paternal grandfather, the mother's relatives are the best guardians. The mother's mother, mother's father, mother's brother's son, mother's father's brother, these are the relatives on the mother's side. Father's mother, father's brothers, and sister's sons, father's brother, are known as paternal relatives. The husband's mother, father, brother, the husband's brothers and sister's sons, and the husband's father's brothers, all these are known as the relatives of the husband. Ambika. The king should compel a man, according to his means, to give food and clothes to his father, mother, father's father, father's mother, the wife whose son cannot support her, and to the maternal grandfather and grandmother, who are poor and have no son. If a man speaks rudely to his wife, he must fast for a day. If he beats her, he must go without food for 3 days, and if he causes her bloodshed, then he must fast for 7 days. If a man, in his anger or folly, calls his wife his mother, his sister, or daughter, then he should purify himself by fasting 7 days. If a girl be married to an impotent man, then the king should cause her to be married again, even if the fact is discovered after the lapse of some time. This is Shiva's injunction. If a girl becomes a widow before consummation of marriage, she also ought to be remarried. This also is the command of Shiva. The woman who is delivered of a child within 6 months of her marriage, or after the lapse of a year following her husband's death, is not a wife, nor is the child legitimate. The woman who causes a miscarriage before the completion of the 5th month, as well as the person who helps her thereto, should be heavily punished. The woman who, after the 5th month, destroys the child in her womb, and the person who helps her thereto, are guilty of killing a human being. The cruel man who willfully kills another man should always be sentenced to death by the king. The king should correct the man who kills another man through ignorance, or in a fit of passion, or by mistake, either by taking his property from him or by giving him a severe beating. The man who tries to compass his own death, whether by himself or by the aid of another, should be awarded the same punishment as the man who kills another through ignorance. The man who kills another in a duel, or kills an enemy who attempts to kill him, is not guilty of any offense. The king should punish the man who has maimed another by maiming him, and the man who has beaten another by having him beaten. The wicked man who flings any missile, or lifts his hand to strike a vipra, or one who should be honored, or who strikes either of them, should be punished by a pecuniary fine for the first offense, and by the burning of his hand for a second offense. If a man dies consequent upon a wound inflicted by any weapon or otherwise after 6 months, then the offender should be punished for the assault, and shall not be punished with death by the king. If the king kills subverters of his government, men who plot to usurp his kingdom, servants secretly befriending the king's enemies, men creating dissatisfaction against the king among the troops, subjects who wish to wage war against the king, or armed highway robbers, he shall not be guilty of any sin. The man who kills another, compelled by his master's order, is not himself guilty of the killing, for it is the master's killing. This is the command of Shiva. If a man's death is caused by a beast belonging to, or weapons in the hand of, a careless man, then the latter should be punished by a pecuniary or bodily punishment. Those detestable persons who disobey the king's command, who are arrogant in their speech in the king's presence, or who decry the Kula faith, should be punished by the king. He who misappropriates property entrusted to him, the malicious man, the cheat, he who creates ill feeling between men, or who makes people quarrel with one another, should be banished from the kingdom by the king. The king should banish from his kingdom those abandoned and wicked-minded men who give away their sons and daughters in marriage for money, and who give their daughters in marriage to impotent husbands. Persons who attempt to harm others by the spreading of baseless calumnies should be punished by the just king in accordance with their offense. The king should compel the calumniator to pay the sufferer money commensurate with the harm done. For such persons as steal gems, pearls, gold, and other metals, the punishment should be either the cutting off of the hand or the entire arm, according to the value of the stolen property. Those who steal buffaloes, horses, cattle, jewels, etc., and infants should be punished by the king as thieves. Thieves who steal food and articles of small value should be corrected by being kept on a diet of grains for a week or a fortnight. O adored of the Devas, the traitor and the ingrate can never attain liberation by sacrifices, votive observances, penances, acts of charity, and other expiatory rites. The king should, after severely punishing them, exile from his dominion men who give false evidence, or who are partial as arbitrators. The testimony of 6, 4, or even 3 witnesses is sufficient to prove a fact. But, O Shiva, the testimony of 2 witnesses of well-known piety is enough. Beloved, if witnesses contradict one another on questions of place, time, and other details of fact, then their testimony should be rejected. O beloved, the word of the blind and the deaf should be accepted as evidence, and the signs and writing of a dumb man and of one who is both deaf and dumb should also be accepted. Of all evidence, and in all cases, and particularly in litigation, documentary evidence is the best, as it does not perish and always endures. The man who fabricates a writing for his own use or for the use of another should be punished with double the punishment of a false witness. The statement on oath on his own behalf of a careful and unerring man is of a higher probative value than the word of many witnesses. O Parvati, as all virtues find their support in truth, so do all vices find their support in untruth. Therefore the king shall incur no blame by chastising those who are devoid of truth and are the receptacle of all vices. This is the command of Shiva. Devi, if a man says, I tell the truth, at the same time touching any of the following, a kaula, the guru, a brahmana, water of Ganga, an image of a devata, a Kula religious book, Kulamrita, or the offerings made to a deity, he has taken an oath. If after that he speaks an untruth, then he will go to hell for 1 kalpa. An oath that an act which is not sinful will be or will not be done should always be kept by men. The man who has broken his oath should purify himself by a fortnight's fast, and one who has broken it by mistake should live on grains for 12 days. Even the Kula-dharma, if not followed according to truth and the injunctions, not only fails to secure final liberation and beatitude, but leads to sin. Wine is Tara herself in liquid form, is the savior of beings, the mother of enjoyment and liberation, who destroys danger and diseases, burns up the heaps of sins, and purifies the world. O beloved, she grants all success and increases knowledge, intellect, and learning, and, O Adya, she is ever worshipped by those who have attained final liberation, and those who are desirous of attaining final liberation, by those that have become, and those striving to be adepts, and by kings and devas for the attainment of their desires. Mortals who drink wine with their minds well under control and according to the injunctions of Shiva are, as it were, immortals on earth. By partaking, in accordance to the injunctions of any of the tattvas, man becomes like unto Shiva. What, then, is the result of partaking of all the 5 tattvas? But the drinking of this Devi Varuni, in disregard of the injunctions, destroys the intellect, understanding, life, fame, and wealth of men. By the excessive drinking of wine, the drunkard destroys the understanding, which is the means for the attainment of the fourfold end of human existence. Only harm at every step, both to himself and to others, comes out of a man whose mind is distracted and who knows not what should and what should not be done. Therefore, The king or the lord of the chakra should correct by bodily and pecuniary punishments those who are over-addicted to wine and intoxicating drugs. The understanding of men is clouded by the drinking of wine, whether in small or large quantities, according to the difference in the quality of the wine, to the temperament of the individuals, to the place where and the time when it is taken. Therefore, excessive drinking is to be judged, not from the quantity drunk, but from the result as shown in difficulty of speech and from the unsteadiness of hands, feet, and sight. The king should burn the tongues and confiscate the money of, and inflict corporal punishments on, men who hold not their senses under control, whose minds are distracted by drink, who deviate from the duty they owe to devas and gurus, who are fearful to behold, who are the source of all folly, who are sinful, and transgressors of the injunctions of Shiva, and bring ruin on themselves. The king should severely chastise and fine the man who is unsteady in hands, feet, or in speech, who is bewildered, maddened, and beyond himself with drink. The king who labors for the happiness of his subjects should inflict pecuniary punishment on the drunkard who is guilty of evil language and is devoid of fear and shame. O Kuleshvari, a Kaula, even if he has been initiated 100 times, should be regarded as a Pashu and expelled from the Kula community. The Kaula who drinks excessively of wine, be it consecrated or not, should be renounced by all Kaulas and punished by the king. The drunken twice-born man who makes his Brahmi wife drink wine should purify both himself and his wife by living on a diet of grains for 5 days. The man who has drunk wine which has not been sanctified should purify himself by fasting for 3 days, and who has eaten meat which has not been sanctified should fast for 2 days. If a man partakes of fish and parched food which have not been sanctified, he should fast for a day. But who participates in the 5th tattva without conforming to the rites should be corrected by the king's punishment. He who knowingly eats human flesh or beef should purify himself by a fortnight's fast. This is the expiation for this sin. Beloved, a man who has eaten the flesh of animals of human shape or of carnivorous animals should purify himself by a 3 days fast. The man who partakes of food cooked by mlechchas, chandalas, and pashus, who are the enemies of the Kula creed, is purified by a fortnight's fast. And, O Kuleshvari, if anyone knowingly partakes of the leavings of these, then he should fast for a month to purify himself, and if he has done so unknowingly, he should fast for a fortnight. The injunction is that if a man partakes of food cooked by a man of a caste inferior to his own, he should, to purify himself, fast for 3 days. By the partaking of food of a pashu, chandala, and mlechcha, which has been placed in the chakra or in the hands of a vira, no sin is incurred. One who partakes of forbidden food at a time when food is scarce, in times of famine and danger, or when life is at stake, is guiltless of any transgression. If food is eaten on the back of an elephant, or on a block of stone, or on a piece of wood, which can be carried only by several men, or in places where nothing objectionable is actually perceived, there is no fault. Animals the flesh of which is forbidden, as also diseased animals, should not be killed even for the purpose of sacrifice to the devas. By killing such animals, sin is incurred. If anyone knowingly kills a bull, then he shall do penance, as described below. And if he does so unknowingly, he shall do half of such penance. This is the command of Shankara. So long as the penance is not performed, he shall not shave or pare his nails, nor wear clean raiments. Shiva. He should fast for a month, and should live on grains for another month, and should live eating food which he has begged during the 3rd month. This is called Krishna Vrata. At the end of the penance he should shave his head and free himself from the sin of willful killing of the bull by feasting kaulas, relatives, agnatis, and bandavas. If the death of a cow or bull is caused by want of care, the expiation is an 8 days fast for a brahmana, and for a kshatriya or inferior castes fasting for 6, 4, and 2 days. O Kundalini, the sin of willfully slaughtering an elephant or a camel or a buffalo or a horse is expiated by a 3 days fast. Expiation for killing a deer, sheep, goat, or a cat is a fast for 1 whole day and a night, and one who has killed a peacock, a parrot, or a gander should abstain from food till sunset of the day on which the sin is committed. If anyone kills any other inferior animal which possesses bones, he should live on vegetable food for a night. The killing of a boneless animal is expiated by repentance. There is no blame upon kings who kill beasts, fish, and oviparous creatures when hunting, for hunting, O Devi, is an immemorial practice among kings. Killing should always be avoided, O gentle one, except if it be for the purpose of sacrifice to a diva. The man who kills according to the injunctions sins not. Should a man be unable to complete a religious devotion which he has undertaken, if he walks across the remnants after the worship of any devata, or if he touches an image of a deva when he is unclean, then, in all such cases, he should recite the Gayatri. The father, the mother, and the giver of the Brahman are the Mahagurus. He who speaks ill of or towards them should, in order to purify himself, fast for 5 days. Similarly, O beloved, if anyone speaks ill of other persons entitled to respect, Kaulas and Vipras, then he should purify himself by fasting 2 days and a half. A man may, for the acquisition of wealth, go to any country, but he should avoid such countries and Shastras as prohibit Kaulika rites. The man who of his own free will goes to a country where the Kaula Dharma is prohibited falls from his status and should be purified by Purnabhisheka. In expiatory penance, that which is recognized as a fast is going without food for 8 yamas from sunrise. The fast is, however, not broken should one drink a handful of water or eat the air for the preservation of his life. If one is unable, by reason of old age or disease, to fast, then, in lieu of each fast, he should feast 12 brahmanas. The sins of speaking ill of others, self-laudation, evil habits, impropriety in speech or action should be expiated by repentance. All other sins, whether committed knowingly or unknowingly, are destroyed by repeating the Gayatri of the Devi and feeding the Kaulas. These general rules are applicable to men, women, and the sexless. The only difference is that in the case of the women, the husband is their Mahaguru. Men who are suffering from very great disease and those who are always ailing become purified and entitled to perform rites relating to the Devas and the Pitris by giving away gold. A house which has been defiled by unnatural death or which has been struck by lightning should be purified by 100 Vriddhi Homas. If the dead body of an animal possessing bones be found in a lake, tank, or well, then it should be at once taken out, and the same should be purified. The method of purifying such places is as follows. 21 jars of pure water should, after being consecrated with Purnabhisheka mantra, be poured into it. If such places contain but a small quantity of water, and this has been polluted by the stench of the dead body, then they should be dewatered, and the loose mud removed therefrom. And when this has been done, water should be poured in the manner described. If they contain water of sufficient quantity to drown an elephant, then 100 jars of water should be removed, and then consecrated water should be poured into them. If not so purified, then the waters of the reservoirs polluted by the touch of the dead body become undrinkable, and the reservoir cannot be consecrated. Bathing in these reservoirs is useless, and any rite performed with their waters becomes fruitless, and any person using the water for any purpose whatever should remain without food for a day, and take Panchamrita to purify himself. Should anyone perchance see a wealthy man who begs, a warrior averse to battle, a detractor of the Kula-dharma, a lady of the family who drinks wine, a man who is a traitor, or a learned man addicted to sin, then, in any of these cases, he should view the sun, utter the name of Vishnu, and bathe in the clothes which he is wearing at the time. Men of the twice-born classes should, if they sell donkeys, fowls, or swine, or if they engage in any low pursuits, purify themselves by observing the 3 days vrata. The tridina vrata, O Ambika, is thus performed. The first day is to be spent in fasting, the second day is to be spent in eating grain meals only, and the third in drinking water only. The man who, without being asked, enters a room the door of which is closed, and one who speaks of things which he has been asked to keep secret, should go without food for 5 days. The man who from pride fails to rise when he sees anyone worthy of veneration coming towards him, or when he sees the Kula scriptures being brought in, should go without food for a day in order to purify himself. In this Shastra spoken by Shiva, the meanings of the words used are plain. Those who put far-fetched meanings upon them go the downward path. I have spoken to thee, O Devi, of that which is the essence of essences, of that which is above the most excellent, of that which conduces to the well-being of men, in this world and the next, as also of that which is both purifying and beneficent, and according to Dharmma. End of the 11th joyful message, entitled The Account of Expiatory Rites. Chapter 12, An Account of the Eternal and Immutable Dharma. Sri Sadashiva said, O primordial one, I am speaking to thee again of the everlasting laws. The wise king may easily rule his subjects if he follows them. If kings did not establish rules, men in their covetousness would quarrel among themselves, even with their friends, relatives, and their superiors. These self-seeking men, O Devi, would for the sake of wealth kill one another and be full of sin by reason of their maliciousness and desire to thieve. It is therefore for their good that I am laying down the rule in accordance with Dharma, by following which men will not swerve from the right path. As the king should punish the wicked for the removal of their sins, so should he also divide the inheritance according to the relationship. Relationship is of 2 kinds, by marriage and by birth. Of these, relationship by birth is stronger than relationship by marriage. In inheritance, O Shiva, descendants have a stronger claim than ascendants, and in this order of descendants and ascendants, the males are better qualified for inheritance than females. But among these, again, the proximate relation is entitled to the inheritance. The wise ones should divide the property according to this rule and in this order. If the deceased leaves son, grandson, daughters, father, wife, and other relations, then the son is entitled to the whole of the inheritance, and not the others. If there are several sons, they are all entitled to equal shares. In the case of a king, the kingdom goes to the eldest son, but that is in accordance to the custom of the family. If there be any paternal debt which should be paid out of the paternal property, such property should not be divided. If men should divide and take paternal property, then the king should take it from them and discharge the paternal debt. As men go to hell by reason of their own sins, so they are bound by their individually incurred debts, and others are not. Whatever general property there may be, either immovable or of other kinds, sharers shall get the same, according to their respective shares. The division is complete on the co-partners agreeing to it. If they do not agree, then the king should divide it impartially. The king should divide the value or profits of property which is incapable of division, whether the same be immovable or movable. If a man proves his right to a share after the property is divided, then the king should divide the property over again and give the person entitled his share. O Shiva, the king should punish the man who, after property is once divided by the consent of the co-partners, quarrels again with respect to it. If the deceased dies, leaving behind him grandson, wife, and father, then the grandson is entitled to the property by reason of his being a descendant. If the childless man leaves, surviving him, father, brother, and grandfather, then the father inherits the property by reason of the closeness of consanguinity. Beloved, If the deceased leaves daughters, surviving him, although they are closer to him, yet the grandsons, sons, are entitled to his property, because man is prior. From the grandfather the property goes to the grandson by the deceased son, and thus it is that men proclaim that the father's self is in the image of the son. In marital relationship, the Brahmi wife is the superior, and the sonless man's property should go to the wife, who is half his body. The sonless widow, however, is not competent to sell or give away property inherited from her husband, except what is her own by her own right. Anything given by the fathers and fathers-in-law approved by Dharma, whatever is earned by her personal efforts, is to be recognized as woman's property. On her death it goes to the husband and to his heirs according to the grades of descendants and ancestors. If the woman remains faithful to her Dharma and lives under the control of the relations of her husband, and in their absence under the control of her father's relations, then only is she entitled to inherit. The woman who is even likely to go astray is not entitled to inherit the husband's property. She is merely entitled to a living allowance from the heirs of her husband. If the man who has died has many wives, all of whom are pious, then, O thou of pure smiles, they are entitled to the husband's property in equal shares. If the woman who inherits her husband's property dies leaving daughters, then the property is taken to have gone back from the husband and from him to the daughter. In this way, if there is a daughter and the property goes to the son's widow, then, on the death of the latter, it would go back to the husband, and from the father-in-law descend to the daughter of the latter. Similarly, O Shiva, if property goes to the mother in the lifetime of the paternal grandfather, then, on her death, it goes to her father-in-law through her son and husband. As the property of the deceased ascends to the father, so it also ascends to the mother, if she is a widow. But the stepmother shall not inherit if the mother is living, but on the death of the mother it goes to the stepmother through the father. Where in the absence of descendants the inheritance cannot descend, it would ascend the same way by which it would descend. Therefore, even when the father's brother is alive, the daughter inherits the property, and if she dies childless, then such property goes to the father's brother. As inheritance descends in the male line, the stepbrother inherits even when there is a uterine sister. And when there is a uterine sister and sons of stepbrother, it is the latter who inherit the property. If the deceased leaves, surviving him, both uterine and stepbrother, then, by reason of the property descending through the father, they are entitled to inherit in equal shares. In the lifetime of their daughters, their sons are not entitled to inherit until the obstruction is removed by the death of the daughters. In the absence of sons, the daughters divide among themselves the paternal property, after deducting the marriage expenses of an unmarried daughter, if any, out of the general estate. On the death of a childless woman, the Sridhana goes to her husband, and the property which she inherited from anyone else goes back to the line of the person from whom she inherited. The woman may spend property inherited by her on her own maintenance, and she may spend profits of it on acts of religious merit, but she is not able to sell or make gifts of it. Where the daughter-in-law of the grandfather, father's father, is living, or the stepmother of the father is living, the inheritance goes to the grandfather, and through his son to the grandfather's daughter-in-law. Where the grandfather, the father's brother, and the brother are living, the brother succeeds by reason of the priority in claim of the descendant. If a man dies leaving him surviving his grandfather, brother, and uncle, both of the former are nearer in degree than the last, and the property descends through the father to the deceased's brother. If the deceased leaves a daughter's son and father, surviving him, then the daughter's son inherits, because property in the first place descends. If both the father and the mother of the deceased be living at his death, then, O Kalika, by reason of the superior claim of the male, the father takes his property. If the mother's brother is living, the Sapindas of the father take the property of the deceased, by reason of the superior claim of the paternal relationship. Property failing to go downwards has, here, gone upwards. But, O Shiva, by reason of the superior claim of the male line, it has gone to the father's family. The mother's brother, in spite of the nearness of his relationship, does not inherit. The grandson by a deceased son inherits from his grandfather's estate the share which his father would have inherited along with the father's, brothers. Similarly, the granddaughter who has no brother and whose parents are dead inherits, if she be well conducted, her grandfather's, father's father, property with her father's brothers. On the death of the grandfather, leaving him surviving his wife, his daughter, and granddaughter, the last, O Devi, is the heiress of the property, since she takes it through her father. In property which descends the male among the descendants, and in property which ascends the male among the ascendants, are preeminently qualified to inherit. Therefore, O beloved, if the deceased has daughter-in-law, granddaughter, and daughter surviving him, then his father cannot take the property. If there is no one in the family of the father of the deceased entitled to inherit his property, then, in manner above indicated, it goes to the family of his mother's father. Property which has gone to the maternal grandfather shall ascend and descend, and go both to males and females through the maternal uncle and his sons and others. If the line of Brahmi marriage, or if the sapindas of the father or of the mother be in existence, then the issue of the Shaiva marriage are not entitled to inherit the father's property. The wife and children of the Shaiva marriage, O gentle one, are entitled to receive, from the person who inherits the property of the deceased, their food and clothes in proportion to the property left. Beloved, the Shaiva wife, if well conducted, is entitled to be maintained by the Shaiva husband alone. She has no claim to the property of her father and others. Therefore, the father who marries his well-born daughter, according to Shiva, rites by reason of anger or covetousness, will be despised of men. In the absence of issue of the Shaiva marriage, the Sodaka, the Guru, and the king shall, by the injunctions of Shiva, take the property of the deceased. Beloved, men within the seventh degree are sapindas, and beyond them to the seventh degree are Sodakas, and beyond them are Gotrajas merely. Where property which has been divided is again willfully mixed together, it should be divided again as if it had not been divided. The heirs of a deceased are on his death entitled to such share of property, whether partitioned or not partitioned, as the deceased himself was entitled to. Those who inherit the property of another should offer him pindas as long as they live. It is otherwise in the case of a son by Shaiva marriage. Just as the rules relating to uncleanliness should, in this world, be observed by reason of birth connection, so they should be observed for 3 nights by reason of connection by heirship. The twice-born and other classes shall purify themselves by observing the rules as to uncleanliness from the day they hear the cause of it until the end of the period prescribed. This is so both in the case of Purnabhisheka and of Kundalini. If the period has expired when one hears the cause of it, then there is no Kundalini. And as regards Purnabhisheka, it should be observed for only 3 days. But if one hears of the cause of the uncleanliness after the lapse of a year, there is no period of uncleanliness to be observed. If a son hears of his father's or mother's death, or if the faithful wife hears of her husband's death after 1 year, then the son or the widow shall observe the period of uncleanliness for 3 nights. If during the continuance of a period of uncleanliness another new period begins, then the period comes to an end with the end of the Garu Ashaucha. The degree of different kinds of uncleanliness depends on the greater or lesser length of the period which should be observed. Of the various kinds of uncleanliness, that which is extensive in point of time is greater than that which is less extensive. If on the last day of a period of uncleanliness another period commences, then the uncleanliness is removed on the last day of the first period of uncleanliness. But if the cause of uncleanliness be such as to necessitate the observance of the full period, then the pre-existing period should be extended by 2 days. The unmarried female shall observe the period of uncleanliness of the father's family, but after she is married, she is to observe impurity for 3 days on the death of her parents. After her marriage, the wife becomes of the same gotra as her husband. The adopted son similarly becomes of the same gotra as the person who adopts him. A son should be adopted with consent of his father and mother, and at the time of adoption, the adopted should, with his kinsman, perform the sacramental rites, mentioning his own gotra and name. The adopted son shall have the same right to the property of his adoptive mother and father, and the same rights to offer pindas to them as the natural-born son has, since they are his mother and father. A boy of less than 5 years of age and of one's own caste should be adopted and brought up. A boy of over 5 years of age is not eligible. O Kalika! If a brother adopts his brother's son, then the brother adopting becomes the father, and the natural father becomes the uncle of the boy, so adopted. He who inherits the property of another should observe the Dharmma of the person he inherits. He should also follow his family custom and please his kinsman. In the case of the death of Kaninas, Golakas, Kundas, and persons guilty of great sins, there is no uncleanliness to be observed, and they are not qualified to inherit. In the case of the death of a man who has been punished by castration, or of a woman who has been punished by the cutting of her nose, or of persons guilty of very great sins, there is no period of uncleanliness to be observed. The king should for 12 years protect the family and property of those of whom no news is known, and who have disappeared without any trace of their whereabouts. On the expiration of 12 years, the image of such a person should be made with kusha grass and cremated. His children and others should observe a period of uncleanliness for 3 days, and liberate him from the condition of a preta. The king should then divide his property among the members of his family in their order, beginning with the son, otherwise he, the king, incurs sin. The king should protect the man who has no protector, who is powerless, who is in the midst of adversity, because the king is the lord of his subjects. Kalika. If the man who has disappeared returns after the lapse of 12 years, then he shall recover his wife, children, and property. There is no doubt of that. Even a man is not competent to give away ancestral, immovable property, either to his own people or to strangers, without the consent of his heirs. A man may, at his pleasure, give away self-acquired property, be it movable or immovable, and may also give away ancestral, movable property. If there be a son or wife living, or daughter's son, or father or mother, or brother or sister, even then one may give away self-acquired property, both movable and immovable, and inherited movable property. If a man gives away or dedicates such property to any religious object, then his sons and others cannot affect such gift or dedication. Property dedicated to any religious object should be looked after by the giver. The latter is, however, not competent to take it back, because the ownership of such property is Dharmma. Ambika, the property or the profits thereof, should be employed by the dedicator himself, or his agent, for the religious object to which it was dedicated. If the proprietor out of affection gives away half his self-acquired property to anyone, then his heirs shall not be able to annul the gift. If the proprietor gives half his self-acquired wealth to any of his heirs, in such a case the other heirs shall not be able to avoid such gift. If one of several brothers earns money with the help of the paternal property, then, while the other brothers are entitled to proportionate shares of the paternal property, no one but the acquirer is entitled to the profits. If one brother acquires ancestral property which was lost, then he shall receive 2 shares, and the other brothers shall together receive 1 share. Religious merit, wealth, and learning are all dependent on the body, and inasmuch as this body comes from the Father, then, in such sense, what is there which is not paternal property. If whatever men earn, even when separate in mess and separate in property, is to be considered paternal property, then what is there that is self-acquired? Therefore, O great Devi, whatever money is earned by one's own individual labor shall be self-acquired. The person acquiring it shall be the owner thereof, and no one else. O Devi, the man who even lifts his hand against his mother, father, guru, paternal and maternal grandfathers, shall not inherit. The man who kills another shall not inherit his property, but the other heirs of the person killed shall inherit his property. Ambika, eunuchs and persons who are crippled are entitled to food and clothes so long as they live, but they are not entitled to inherit property. If a man finds property which belongs to another on the road or anywhere else, then the king shall, after due deliberation, make the finder restore it to the owner. If a man finds property, or a beast of which there is no owner, then the finder becomes the owner of the same, but should give the king a 10th share of such property, or beast, or of the value thereof. If there be a competent buyer for immovable property who is a near relation, then it is not competent for the owner of the immovable property to sell the same to another. Among buyers who are near, the agnate and one of the same caste are specially qualified and in their absence friends, but the desire of the seller should prevail. If immovable property is about to be sold at a price fixed and a neighbor pays the same price, then the latter is entitled to purchase it and no other. If the neighbor is unable to pay the price and consents to the sale to another, then only may the householder sell the property to another. O Devi, if immovable property be bought without the knowledge of the neighbor, the latter is entitled to have it upon the condition of his paying the price immediately he hears of such sale. Should, however, the buyer, after purchasing it, have converted the place into a garden or built a house thereon, or if he has pulled down any building, the neighbor is not entitled in such a case to obtain the immovable property by the payment of its price. A man may, without permission, without payment, and without obstruction, bring under cultivation any land which rises from the water, which is in the middle of a forest, or otherwise difficult of access. Where land has been brought under cultivation by considerable labor, the king, since he is the lord of the soil, should be given a 10th of the profits of the land, and the rest should be enjoyed by him who has reclaimed it. One should not excavate tanks, reservoirs, or wells, nor plant trees, nor build houses in places where they are likely to injure other people. All have the right to drink the water of tanks and wells dedicated to devas, as also the water of rivers, but the neighbors alone have the right to bail it out. The water should not be bailed out of tanks, etc., even by neighbors, if to do so would cause a water famine. The mortgage and sale of property which is undivided without the consent of the co-sharers, as also when the right of the parties therein is not determined, is invalid. If property mortgaged or deposited with another is destroyed willfully or by negligence, then the king should make the mortgagee or depositee restore the value thereof to the owner. If any animal or any other thing is used with the consent of the depositor by the person with whom they are placed, then the depositee should bear the expense of food and keep. Where immovable or movable property is made over to another for profit, such transaction will be invalid if it be not for a definite time, or if the amount of profits is indeterminate. Common, joint property should not, on the father's death, be employed for profit without the consent of all the co-sharers. If articles are sold at improper prices, then the king may set aside such sale. As a body is born and dies only once, and property can be given away only once, so there can be but one Brahma marriage of the daughter. The man, devoted to his ancestors, who has an only son, should not give him away in adoption, and, similarly, he should not give away an only wife or an only daughter in Shaiva marriage. In rites relating to the devas and the pitris, in mercantile transactions, and in courts of law, whatever the substitute agent does, is the act of the employer. The immutable rule is that the agent or emissary should not be punished for the guilt of the employer. In monetary dealings, in agriculture, in mercantile transactions, as also in all other dealings, whatever is undertaken, the same should be performed if in agreement with Dharma. The Lord protects this universe. Whoever wish to destroy it will be themselves destroyed, and whosoever protect it, them the Lord of the universe himself protects. Therefore, should one act for the good of the world. End of 12th Joyful Message, entitled An Account of the Eternal and Immutable Dharma. Chapter 13, Installation of the Devata. Parvati, the mother of the three worlds, her mind engrossed with thoughts for the purification of men, polluted with the impurities of the Kali age, humbly asked Mahesha, the Deva among Devas, who had thus spoken of the essence of all the Nigamas, which is the seat of heaven and final liberation, as follows. Sri Devi said, "How should the form of Mahakali be thought of? She who is the great cause, the primordial energy, the great effulgence, more subtle than the subtlest elements. It is only that which is the work of Prakriti which has form. How should she have form? She is above the Most High. It behoves thee, O Deva, to completely remove this doubt of mine." Sri Sadashiva said, "Beloved, I have already said that to meet the needs of the worshippers, the image of the Devi is formed according to her qualities and actions. As white, yellow, and other colors all disappear in black, in the same way, O Shailaja, all beings enter Kali. Therefore it is that by those who have attained the knowledge of the means of final liberation, the attributeless, formless, and beneficent Kala-Shakti is endowed with the color of blackness. As the eternal and inexhaustible one image of Kala and soul of beneficence is nectar itself, therefore the sign of the moon is placed on her forehead. As she surveys the entire universe, which is the product of time, with her three eyes, the moon, the sun, and fire, therefore she is endowed with three eyes. As she devours all existence, as she chews all things existing with her fierce teeth, therefore a mass of blood is imagined to be the apparel of the Queen of the Devas at the final dissolution. As time after time she protects all beings from danger, and as she directs them in the paths of duty, her hands are lifted up to dispel fear and grant blessings. As she encompasses the universe, which is the product of Rajoguna, she is spoken of, O gentle one, as the Devi who is seated on the red lotus, gazing at Kala, drunk with intoxicating wine, and playing with the universe. The Devi also, whose substance is intelligence, witnesseth all things. It is for the benefit of such worshippers as are of weak intelligence that the different shapes are formed according to the attributes of the divinity. Sri Devi said, "What merit does the worshipper gain who makes an image of the great Devi of mud, stone, wood, or metal, in accordance with the representation described by thee for the salvation of humanity, and who decks the same with clothes and jewels, and who, in a beautifully decorated house, consecrates it? O Lord, out of thy kindness for me, reveal this also, with all the particular rules according to which the image of the Devi should be consecrated. Thou hast already spoken of the consecration of tanks, wells, houses, gardens, and the images of devas, but thou didst not speak in detail. I wish to hear the injunctions relating to them from thy lotus mouth. Out of thy kindness speak, O Parameshana, if it pleases thee." Sri Sadashiva said, "O Parameshvari, this supreme essence about which thou hast asked is very mysterious. Do thou, therefore, listen attentively. There are two classes of men, those who act with and without a view to the fruits of action. The latter attain final liberation. I am now speaking of the former. Beloved, the man who consecrates the image of a Deva goes to the region of such Deva and enjoys that which is there attainable. He who consecrates an image of mud stays in such region for 10,000 kalpas. He who consecrates an image of wood stays there 10 times that period. In the case of the consecration of a stone image, the length of stay is 10 times the latter period, and in the case of the consecration of a metal image, it is 10 times the last mentioned period. Listen to the merit which is acquired by the man who, in the name of any deva, or for the attainment of any desire, builds and consecrates and gives away a temple made of timber and thatch and other materials, or renovates such a temple, decorated with flags and images of the carriers of the deva. He who gives away a thatched temple shall live in the region of the devas for 1,000 koti years. He who gives away a brick-built temple shall live 100 times that period, and he who gives away a stone-built temple 10,000 times the last mentioned period. Adya, the man who builds a bridge or causeway, shall not see the region of Yama, but will happily reach the abode of the Suras, and will there have enjoyment in their company. He who dedicates trees and gardens goes to the region of the Devas, and lives in celestial houses, surrounded by kalpa trees, in the enjoyment of all desired and agreeable enjoyments. Those who give away ponds and the like, for the comfort of all beings, are washed of all sins, and, having attained the blissful region of Brahma, reside there 100 years, for each drop of water which they contain. Devi. The man who dedicates the image of a Vahana for the pleasure of any deva shall live continually in the region of such deva, protected by him. 10 times the merit which is acquired on earth by the gift of a Vahana made of mud is acquired by the gift of one made of wood, and 10 times the latter is acquired by the gift of one made of stone. Should one made of brass, or bell metal, or copper, or any other metal be given, then the merit is multiplied in each case tenfold. The excellent worshipper should present a great lion to the temple of Devi, a bull to the temple of Shankara, and a Garuda to the temple of Keshava. The Geet lion has sharp teeth, a ferocious mouth, and mane on his neck and shoulder. The claws of his 4 feet are as hard as the thunderbolt. The bull is armed with horns, is white of body, and has 4 black hooves, a large hump, black hair at the end of his tail, and a black shoulder. The Garuda is winged, has thighs like a bird, and a face like a man's, with a long nose. He is seated on his haunches, with folded palms. By the present of flags and flagstaffs, the devas remain pleased for 100 years. The flagstaff should be 32 cubits long, and should be strong, without defects, straight, and pleasant to look at. It should be wrapped round with a red cloth with a chakra at its top. The flag should be attached to the top of the staff, and should be marked with the image of the carrier of the particular devata. It should be broad at the part nearest the staff, and narrow at the other end. It should be made of fine cloth. In short, whatever ornaments the top of the flagstaff is a flag. Whatever a man presents with faith and devotion in the name of a deva, be it clothes, jewels, beds, carriages, vessels for drinking and eating, pan plates, spittoon, precious stones, pearl, coral, gems, or anything else with which he is pleased, such a man will reach the region of such deva, and receive in turn a koti times the presents he made. Those who worship with the object of attaining a particular reward gain such reward which, however, is as destructible as a kingdom acquired in a dream. Those, however, who rightly act without hope of reward attain nirvana and are released from rebirth. In ceremonies relating to the dedication of a reservoir of water, a house, a garden, a bridge, a causeway, a devati, or a tree, the Vastu spirit should be carefully worshipped. The man who performs any of these ceremonies without worshipping the Vastu Daitya is troubled by the Vastu Daitya and his followers. The 12 followers of the Vastu Daitya are Kapilashya, Pingakesha, Pishana, Raktalochana, Kotararaksha, Lambakarna, Dirghajankha, Mahodara, Ashvatunda, Kakakantha, Vajravahu, and Vratantaka, and these followers of Vastu should be propitiated with great care. Now listen, I am speaking of the mandala, where the Vastu Purusha should be worshipped. On an altar or on a level space which has been well washed with pure water, a straight line should be drawn, 1 cubit in length, from the Vayu to the Ishana corner. In the same manner, another line should be drawn from the Ishana to the Agni corner, and another from the Agni to the Nairita corner, and then from the Nairita to the Vayu corner. By these straight lines a square mandala should be drawn. Then 2 lines should be drawn from corner to corner, diagonally, to divide the mandala into 4 parts, like 4 fishtails. The wise man should then draw 2 lines, one from the west to the east, and the other from the north to the south, through the point where the diagonal lines cut one another, so as to pass through the tip of the fishtails. Then 4 diagonal lines should be drawn, connecting the corners of the 4 inner squares, so formed by the lines at each of the corners. According to these rules, 16 rooms should be drawn with 5 different colors, and an excellent yantra thus made. In the 4 middle rooms, draw a beautiful lotus with 4 petals, the pericarp of yellow and red color, and the filaments of red. The petals may be white or yellow, and the interstices may be colored with any color chosen. Beginning with the corner of Shambhu, the 12 rooms should be filled up with the 4 colors, vis-a-vis, white, black, yellow, and red. In filling up the rooms, one should go towards one's right, and in the worship of the devas, therein one should go to the left. The Vastu spirit should be worshipped in the lotus, and the 12 Daityas, Kapilasya, and others should be worshipped in the 12 rooms, beginning with the Ishana corner. Fire should be consecrated according to the injunctions laid down for Kushandika, and after offer of oblations to the best of one's ability, the Vastu Yajna should be concluded. I have thus described, O Devi, the auspicious Vastu worship, by the performance of which a man never suffers dangers from Vastu and his followers. Shri Devi said, "Thou hast described the mandala of, and the injunctions relating to, the worship of Vastu, but thou hast not spoken of the dhyana, my husband. Do thou now reveal it." Sri Sadashiva said, "I am speaking of dhyana of the Vastu Rakshasa, by constant and devoted repetition of which all dangers are destroyed. O Maheshani, do thou listen. The Deva Vastupati should be meditated upon as 4-armed of great body, his head covered with matted hair, 3-eyed, of ferocious aspect, decked with garlands and earrings, with big belly and long ears and hairy body, wearing yellow garments, holding in his hand the mace, the trident, the axe, and the katvanga. Let him be pictured as red, like the rising sun and like the god of death to one's enemies, seated in the Padmasana posture on the back of a tortoise, surrounded by Kapilasya and other powerful followers, carrying swords and shields. Whenever there is panic caused by pestilence or epidemics, an apprehension of any public calamity, danger to one's children, or fear arising from ferocious beasts or rakshasas, then Vastu with his followers should be meditated upon as above, and then worshipped, and thus all manner of peace may be obtained by the offer of oblations of sesamum seeds, ghee, and payasa. O Suvrata, in these rites the grahas and the 10 Dikpalas should be worshipped in the same way as Vastu is worshipped. Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, Vani, Lakshmi, the celestial mothers, Ganesha, and the Vasus should also be worshipped. O Kalika, if in these rites the Pitris are not satisfied, then all which is done becomes fruitless, and there is danger in every stage. Therefore, O Maheshi, in all these rites, Abhyudayika, Shraddha should be performed for the satisfaction of the Pitris. I shall now speak of the Graha Yantra, which is the cause of all kinds of peace. If Indra and all the planets are worshipped, then they grant every desire. In order to draw the yantra, 3 triangles should be drawn with a circle outside them, and outside, but touching the circle, 8 petals should be drawn. Then should a beautiful bhupura be drawn, outside the yantra, with 4 entrances, and outside the bhupura, between the east and northeast corners, a circle should be drawn with its diameter the length of a pradesha, and between the west and the southwest corners, another similar circle should be drawn. Then the 9 corners should be filled up with colors of the 9 planets, and the left and right sides of the 2 inner triangles should be made white and yellow, and the base should be black. The 8 petals should be filled up with the colors of the 8 regents of the quarters. The walls of the Bhupura should be decorated with white, red, and black powders, and O Devi. The 2 circles outside the Bhupura should be colored red and white, and the intervening spaces of the yantra may be colored in any manner the wise may choose. Listen now to the order in which each planet should be worshipped in the particular chambers, and in which each Dikpati should be worshipped in the particular petals, and as to the names of the devas who are present at each particular entrance. In the inner triangle, the sun should be worshipped, and in the angles of the 2 sides, Aruna and Shika. Behind him, with the garland of rays, the 2 standards of the 2 fierce ones, Shika and Aruna, should be worshipped. Worship the maker of nights in the corner above the sun on the east, in the Agni corner Mangala, on the south side Buddha, in the Nairita corner Vrihaspati, on the west Shukra, in the Vayu corner Shani, in the corner on the north Rahu, and in the Ishana corner Ketu, and lastly, round about the moon, the multitude of stars. Sun is red, moon is white, Mangala is tawny, Buddha is pale or yellowish-white, Vrihaspati is yellow, Shukra is white, Shani is black, and Rahu and Ketu are of variegated color. Thus I have spoken of the different colors of the grahas. The sun should be meditated upon as having 4 hands, in 2 of which he is holding lotuses, and of the other 2, 1 hand is lifted up to dispel fear, and the other makes the sign of blessing. The moon should be meditated upon as having nectar in 1 hand, and the other hand in the attitude of giving. Mangala should be meditated upon as slightly bent, and holding a staff in his hands. Buddha, the son of moon, should be meditated upon as a boy, the locks of whose hair play about upon his forehead. Guru should be meditated upon with a sacred thread, and holding a book in 1 hand and a string of Rudraksha beads in the other. And the Guru of Daityas should be meditated upon as blind of 1 eye, and Shani as lame, and Rahu as a trunkless head, and Ketu as a headless trunk, both deformed and wicked. Having worshipped each of the planets in this manner, the 8 Dikpalas, Indra, and others, beginning from the east, should be worshipped. He of 1,000 eyes, of a yellow color, should first be worshipped. He is dressed in yellow silk garments, and holding the thunder in his hand, is seated on Airavata. The body of Agni is of red hue. He is seated on a goat. In his hand is the Shakti. Yama is black, and holding a staff in his hand, is seated on a bison. Niriti is of dark green color, and holding a sword in his hand, is seated on a horse. Varuna is white, and, seated on an alligator, holds a noose in his hand. Vayu should be meditated on as possessed of a black radiance, seated on a deer and holding a hook. Kuvera is of the color of gold, and seated on a jeweled lion seat, holding the noose and hook in his hands. He is surrounded by yakshas, who are singing his praises. Ishana is seated on the bull. He holds the trident in 1 hand, and with the other bestows blessings. He is dressed in raiments of tiger skin, and his effulgence is like that of the full moon. Having thus meditated upon and worshipped them in their order, Brahma should be worshipped in the upper circle, which is outside the mandala, and Vishnu in the lower one. Then the Devatas at the entrances should be worshipped. Ugra, Bhima, Prachanda, and Isha are at the eastern entrance. Jayanta, Kshetrapala, Nakulesha, and Vrihat Shira are at the southern entrance. At the door on the west are Vrika, Ashva, Ananda, and Durjaya, and Trishira, Purajit, Bhimanada, and Mahodara are at the northern entrance. As protectors of the entrances, they are all armed with weapons, offensive and defensive. Suvrata. Listen to the meditation on Brahma and Ananta. Brahma is of the color of the red lotus, and has 4 hands and 4 faces. He is seated on a swan. With 2 of his hands, he makes the signs which dispel fear and grant boons, and in the others he holds a garland and a book. Ananta is white as the snow, the kunda flower, or the moon. He has 1,000 hands and 1,000 faces, and he should be meditated upon by suras and asuras. Beloved, I have now spoken of the meditation, the mode of worship, and the yantra. Now, my beloved, listen to their mantras in their order, beginning with the Vastu mantra. Mantras. When Chakra is placed on the carrier of oblations, and the long vowels are then added to it and ornamented with the Nadavindu, the 6-lettered Vastu mantra is formed. The Suraya mantra is thus formed. First, the Tara should be said, then the Maya, then the word Tigmarashma, then the word Arogya Daya in the dative singular, and, last of all, the wife of fire. The recognized or approved mantra of Soma is formed by saying the Vijas of Kama, Maya, and Vani, then Amritakara, Amritam, Plavaya, Plavaya, Svaha. The mantra of Mangala is proclaimed to be Aing Hrang Hring Sarva Dushtan, Nashaya, Nashaya Svaha. The mantra of the son of Soma is Hrang, Shring, Saumya Sarvan, Kaman Puraya Svaha. The mantra of the Suraguru is formed thus. Let the Tara precede and follow the Vija of Vani, and then say Abhishtam Yachcha Yachcha, and lastly, Svaha. The mantra of Shukra is Shang, Shing, Shung, Shaing, Shaung, Shanga. The mantra of the slowly moving one is Hrang, Hrang Hring Hring, Sarva Shatrun Vidravaya, Vidravaya, Martanda Sunave Nama. Destroy, destroy all enemies. I bow to the son of Martanda. The mantra of Rahu is Rang, Hraung, Braung, Hring, Soma Shatro Shatrun Vidvangsaya, Vidvangsaya, Rahave Nama. O enemy of Soma, moon. Destroy, destroy all enemies. I bow to Rahu. Krung, Hrung, crying to Ketu is proclaimed to be the mantra of Ketu. Lang, Rang, Mring, Strung, Vang, Yang, Kshang, Hong, Vring, and Ang are in their order the 10 mantras of the 10 Dikpalas, beginning with Indra and ending with Ananta. The names of the other attendant devas are their mantras. In all instances where there is no mantra mentioned, this is the rule. Sovereign mistress of the devas. The wise man should not add nama to mantras that end with the word nama, nor should he put the wife of Vahni to a mantra that ends with svaha. To the planets and others should be given flowers, clothes, and jewels, but the color of the gifts should be the same as that of the respective planets. Otherwise, they are not pleased. The wise man should place fire in the manner prescribed for Kushandika, and perform Homa either with flowers of variegated colors or with sacred fuel. In rites for the attainment of peace or good fortune, or nourishment or prosperity, the carrier of oblations is called Varada. In rites relating to consecration, he is called Lohitaksha. In destructive rites, he is called Shatruha. Maheshani. In Shanti, Pushti, and Krura, rites the man who sacrifices to the planets will obtain the desired end. As in the rites relating to the consecration, the devas should be worshipped, and libations offered to the Pitris. So also should there be the same sacrifices to Vastu and the planets. Should one have to perform 2 or 3 consecratory and sacrificial rites on the same day, then the worship of the devas, the Shraddha of the Pitris, and consecration of fire are required once only. One who desires the fruit of his observances should not give to any deva reservoir of water, houses, gardens, bridges, causeways, carriers, conveyances, clothes, jewels, drinking cups, and eating plates, or whatever else he may desire to give, without first sanctifying the same. In all rites performed with an ultimate object, the wise one should in all cases perform a sankalpa, in accordance with directions for the full attainment of the good object. Complete merit is earned when the thing about to be given is first sanctified, worshipped, and mentioned by name, and then the name of him to whom it is given is pronounced. I will now tell you the mantras for the consecration of reservoir, of water, houses, gardens, bridges, and causeways. The mantra should always be preceded by the Brahma Vidya. Mantras: reservoir of water, thou that givest life to all beings, thou that art presided over by Varuna. May this consecration of thee by me give satisfaction to all beings that live and move in water, on land, and in air. House made of timber and grass, thou art the favorite of Brahma, I am consecrating thee with water. Do thou be always the cause of pleasure. When consecrating a house made of bricks and other materials, one should say, house made of bricks, etc. Mantras: garden, thou art pleasant by reason of thy fruits, leaves, and branches, and by thy shadows. I am sprinkling thee with the sacred water of sacred places. Grant me all my wishes. Bridge, thou art like the bridge across the ocean of existence. Thou art welcome to the wayfarer. Do thou, being consecrated by me, grant me the fitting reward thereof. Causeway, I am consecrating thee, as thou helpest people in going from one place to another. Do thou likewise help me in my way to heaven. The wise ones shall use the same mantra in consecrating a tree as is prescribed for the sprinkling of a garden. In consecrating all other things, the Pranava, Varuna, and Astra should be used. Those vahanas that can, or ought to be, bathed should be bathed with the Brahma Gayatri. Others should be purified by Arghya water, taken up with the ends of kusha grass. After performing prana pratishtha, calling it by its name, the vahana called by its name should be duly worshipped, and when decked out, should be given to the devata. Whilst consecrating a reservoir, Varuna, the lord of aquatic animals, should be worshipped. In the case of a house, Brahma, the lord of all things born, should there be worshipped. Whilst consecrating a garden, a bridge, a causeway, Vishnu, who is the protector of the universe, the soul of all, who witnesseth all, and is omnipresent, should be worshipped. Sri Devi said, Thou hast spoken of the different injunctions relating to the different rites, but thou hast not yet shown the order in which man should practice them. Rites not properly performed according to the order enjoined do not, even though performed with labor, yield the full benefit to men who follow the life of karma. Sri Sadashiva said, O Parameshani, thou art beneficent like a mother. What thou hast said is indeed the best for men, whose minds are occupied with the results of their efforts. The practices relating to the aforementioned rites are different. Devi, I am relating them in their order, beginning with the Vastu Yaga. Do thou listen attentively. He who wishes to perform the Vastu Yaga should the day previous thereto live on a regulated or a restricted diet. After bathing in the early auspicious hour of morning and performing the ordinary daily religious duties, he should worship the Guru and Narayana. The worshipper should then, after making Sankalpa, worship Ganesha and others for the attainment of his own object, according to the rules shown in the ordinances. Dhyanam. Worship Ganapati, who is of the color of the bandhuka flower, and has 3 eyes, whose head is that of the best of elephants, whose sacred thread is made of the king of snakes, who is holding in his 4 lotus hands the conch, the discus, the sword, and a spotless lotus, on whose forehead is the rising young moon, the shining effulgence of whose body and raiments is like that of the sun, who is decked with various jewels and is seated on a red lotus. Having thus meditated upon and worshipped Ganesha to the best of his ability, he should worship Brahma, Vani, Vishnu, and Lakshmi. Then, after worshipping Shiva, Durga, the Grahas, the 16 mothers, and the Vasus in the Vasudhara, he should perform the Vriddhi Shraddha. Then the mandala of the Vastudaitya should be drawn, and there the Vastudaitya with his followers should be worshipped. Then there make a standila and purifying fire as before. First perform Dara Homa, and then commence Vastu Homa. Oblations should be offered to the Vastu Purusha and all his followers according to the best of one's ability. The sacrifice should be brought to a close by the gift of oblations to the devas worshipped. When Vastu Yajna is separately performed, this is the order which is prescribed, and in this order also the sacrifice to the planets should be performed. Moreover, the planets being the principal objects of worship, they should not be subordinately worshipped. The Vastu should be worshipped immediately after the Sankalpa. Ganesha and the other devas should be worshipped as in Vastu Yaga. I have already spoken to you of the yantra and mantra and dhyana of the planets. I have, O gentle one, during my discourse with thee spoken of the order to be observed in the yajnas of the planets and of Vastu. I shall now speak to thee of the various praiseworthy acts, beginning with the consecration of wells. After making Sankalpa in the proper manner, Vastu should be worshipped either in a mandala, or a jar, or a shilagrama, according to inclination. Then Ganapati should be worshipped, as also Brahma and Vani, Hari, Rama, Shiva, Durga, the planets, the Dikpatis. Then the Matrikas and the 8 Vasas having been worshipped, Pitrikriya should be performed. Since Varuna is principal deva, for the purposes of this ceremony, he should then be worshipped with particular care. Having worshipped Varuna with various presents to the best of his ability, Varuna Homa should then be performed in fire duly consecrated, and after offering oblations to each of the devas worshipped, he should bring the Homa rite to an end by giving the Purnahuti. Then he should sprinkle the excellent well, decorated with flagstaffs and flags, garlands, scents, and vermilion, with the Prokshana mantra spoken of before. Then he should, in the name of the deva, or for the attainment of the object of his desire, give away the well or tank for the benefit of all beings. Then the most excellent worshipper should make supplication with folded palms as follows. Be well pleased, all beings, whether living in the air or on earth or in water. I have given this excellent water to all beings. May all beings be satisfied by bathing in, drinking from, or plunging into this water. I have given this common water to all beings. Should anyone by his own misfortune be endangered in this, may I not be guilty of that sin. May my work, good work, bear fruit. Then presents should be made, and Shanti and other rites performed, and thereafter Brahmanas, Kaulas, and the hungry poor should be fed. Shiv. This is the order to be observed in the consecration of all kinds of reservoirs of water. In the consecration of a tadaga and other kinds of reservoirs of water, there should be a nagastamba and some aquatic animals. Aquatic animals, such as fish, frogs, alligators, and tortoises, should be made of metal, according to the means of the person consecrating. There should be made 2 fish and 2 frogs of gold, 2 alligators of silver, and 2 tortoises, one of copper and another of brass. After giving away the tadaga or dirgika or sagara with these aquatic animals, Naga should, after having been supplicated, be worshipped. Ananta, Vasuki, Padma, Mahapadma, Takshaka, Kulira, Karkata, and Shanka. All these are the protectors of water. These 8 names of the Nagas should be written on Ashvatha leaves, and after making japa of the Pranava and the Gayatri, the leaf should be thrown into a jar. Calling upon sun and moon to witness, the leaves should be mixed up together, and 1/2 should be drawn therefrom. And the Naga, whose name is drawn, should be made the protector of water. Then a wooden pillar, auspicious and straight, should be brought and smeared with oil and turmeric, and bathed in consecrated water, to the accompaniment of the Vriddhi and the Pranava. And then the Naga, who has been made the protector of the water, should be worshipped with the Shaktis Hri, Shri, Kshama, and Shanti. Mantra. O Naga, thou art the couch of Vishnu, thou art the adornment of Shiva. Do thou inhabit this pillar and protect my water. Having thus made supplication to Naga, the pillar should be set in the middle of the reservoir, and the dedicator should then go round the tadaga, keeping it on his right. If the pillar has been already fixed, then the Naga should be worshipped in a jar, and, throwing the water of the jar into the reservoir, the remainder of the rites should be performed. Similarly, the wise man who has taken a vow to consecrate a house should perform the rites, beginning with the worship of Vastu and ending with that of the Vasas, and perform the rites relating to the Pitris as prescribed for the consecration of a well, and the excellent devotee should worship Prajapati and do Prajapatya Homa. The house should be sprinkled with the mantra already mentioned, and then worshipped with incense, etc. After that, with his face to the Ishana corner, he should pray as follows. Mantra. O room or house, Prajapati is thy lord, decked with flowers and garlands and other decorations, be thou always pleasant for our happy residence. He should then offer presents and, performing Shanti rites, accept blessings. Thereafter he should feed Vipras, Kulinas, and the poor to the best of his ability. O daughter of the mountain, if the house is being consecrated for someone else, then in the place, our residence, should be said, their residence. And now, listen to the ordinances relating to the consecration of a house or room for a deva. After consecrating the house in the above manner, the deva should be approached with the blowing of conch shells and the sound of other musical instruments, and he should be supplicated thus. Mantra. Rise, O Lord of the Deva among devas, thou that grantest the desires of thy votaries. Come and make my life blessed, O ocean of mercy. Having thus invited the deva into the room, he should be placed at the door, and the vahana should be placed in front of him. Then on the top of the house a trident, or a discus, should be placed, and in the Ishana corner a staff should be set, with a flag flying from it. Let the wise man then decorate the room with awnings, small bells, garlands of flowers, and mango leaves, and then cover the house up with celestial cloth. The deva should be placed with his face to the north, and in the manner to be described, he should be bathed with the things prescribed. I now am speaking of their order. Do thou listen. After saying Aing, Hring, Shring, the Mula mantra should be repeated, and then let the worshipper say, Mantra. I am bathing thee with milk. Do thou cherish me like a mother. Repeating the 3 Vijas and the Mula mantra aforesaid, let him then say, Mantra. I am bathing thee today with curds. Do thou remove the heat of this mundane existence. Repeating again the 3 Vijas and the Mula mantra, let him say, Mantra. O giver of joy to all, being bathed in honey, do thou make me joyful. Repeating the Mula mantra as before, and inwardly reciting the pranava and the savitri, he should say, Mantra. I am bathing thee in ghee, which is dear to the devas, which is longevity, seed, and courage. Do thou, O Lord, keep me free from disease. Again repeating the Mula mantra, as also the Vriddhi and the Gayatri, let him say, Mantra. O Devesha, bathed by me in sugar water, do thou grant me the object of my desire. Repeating the Mula mantra, the Gayatri, and the Varuna mantra, he should say, Mantra. I am bathing thee with coconut water, which is the creation of the Vriddhi, which is divine, which is welcome to devas, and is cooling, and which is not of the world. I bow to thee. Then, with the Gayatri and the Mula mantra, the deva should be bathed with the juice of sugar cane. Repeating the Kamavija and the Tara, the Savitri, and the Mula mantra, he should, whilst bathing the deva, say, Mantra. Be thou well bathed in water scented with camphor, fragrant aloe, saffron, musk, and sandal. Be thou pleased to grant me enjoyment and salvation. After bathing the Lord of the world in this manner, with 8 jarfuls of water, etc., he should be brought inside the room and placed on his seat. If the image be one which cannot be bathed, then the yantra, or mantra, or the shalagrama shila, should be bathed and worshipped. If one be not able to bathe the deva in manner above, then he should bathe him with 8, 7, or 5 jars of pure water. The size and proportions of the jar has been already given whilst speaking of chakra worship. In all rites prescribed in the agmas, that is the jar which is appropriate. Then the great Deva should be worshipped according to the injunctions to be followed in his worship. I shall speak of the offerings. Do thou, O Supreme Devi. Listen. A seat, welcome, water to wash the feet, offerings, water for rinsing the mouth, madhuparka, water for sipping, bathing water, clothes and jewels, scents and flowers, lights and incense sticks, edibles and words of praise are the 16 offerings requisite in the worship of the Devas. Padya, Arghya, Achamana, Madhuparka, Achamya, Gandha, Pushpa, Dupa, Deepa, Naivedya. These are known as Dashopachara, 10 requisite offerings. Gandha, Pushpa, Dupa, Deepa, and Naivedya are spoken of as the Panchopachara, 5 offerings, in the worship of a Deva. The articles should be sprinkled with water taken from the offering with the weapon mantra and be worshipped with scents and flowers, the names of separate articles being mentioned. Mentally repeating the mantra that is about to be said, as also the Mula mantra, and the name of the Deva in the dative case, the words of gift should be repeated. I have told you of the way in which the things to be given to the Devas should be dedicated. The learned man should in this manner give away an article to a Deva. I have shown, whilst describing, the mode of worship of the Adya Devi, how Padya, Arghya, etc. should be offered, and how Karana should be given. To such of the mantras as were not spoken then, do thou, O beloved, listen to them here. These should be said when asana and other requisites are offered. Mantra. O Deva, thou who residest within all beings, who art the innermost of all beings, I am offering this seat for thee to sit. I bow to thee again and again. O Deveshi, after giving the excellent asana in this way, the giver of the asana, spooled with folded arms, bid him welcome as follows. Mantra. O Deva, thou art he whom even the Devas seek for the accomplishment of their objects, yet for me thy auspicious visit has easily been obtained. I bow to thee, O Supreme Lord. My life's aim is accomplished today. All my efforts are crowned with success. I have obtained the fruits of my tapas. All this by thy auspicious coming. Ambika. The Deva should thus be invited, prayed to, and questioned as to his auspicious coming, and then, taking Padya, the following mantra should be repeated. Mantra. By the mere touch of the washings of thy feet, the 3 worlds are purified. I am offering thee Padya for washing thy lotus feet. He by whose grace is attained all manner of supreme bliss. To him who is the soul of all beings I offer this Anandarghya. Then pure water which has been scented with nutmeg, cloves, and kakola should be poured out and taken and offered with the following. Mantra. O Lord, by the mere touch of that which thou hast touched, the whole of this impure world is purified. For washing that lotus mouth, I offer thee this Achamaniya. Then, taking Madhuparka, offer it with devotion and with the following. Mantra. For the destruction of the 3 afflictions, for the attainment of uninterrupted bliss, I give thee today, O Parameshvara, this Madhuparka. Be thou propitious. By the mere touch of anything which has touched thy mouth, things impure become pure. This Punarachamaniyam is for the lotus mouth of thine. Taking water for the bath and pouring it and consecrating it as before, it should be placed before the Deva, and the following mantra should be repeated. Mantra. To thee whose splendor envelops the world, from whom the world was born, who is the support of the world, do I offer this water for thy bath. When offering bathing water, clothes, and edibles, Achamaniya should be given as each is offered, and after offering other articles, water should be given only once. Bringing the cloth consecrated as aforementioned, holding it up with both hands, the wise man should repeat the following. Mantra. Without any raiments as thou art, thou hast kept thy splendor or glory concealed by thy Maya. To thee I offer these 2 pieces of cloth. I bow to thee. Taking different kinds of ornaments made of gold and silver and other materials, and sprinkling and consecrating them, he should offer them to the Deva, uttering the following mantra. To thee who art the ornament of the universe, who art the one cause of the beauty of the universe, I offer these jewels for the adornment of thy illusion image. Mantra. To thee who by the subtle element of smell hast created the earth which possesses all sense, to thee, the Supreme Soul, I offer this excellent scent. Mantra. By me have been dedicated with devotion, beautiful flowers, and charming and sweet scents, prepared by devas. Do thou accept this flower. Mantra. This incense stick is the sap of the trees. It is divine, and possesses a delicious scent, and is charming, and is fit to be inhaled by all beings. I give it to thee to smell. Mantra. Do thou accept this light which illumines and has a strong flame, which removes all darkness, and which is brightness itself, and makes bright that which is around it. Mantra. This offering of food is of delicious taste, and consists of various kinds of edibles. I offer it to thee in a devout spirit. Do thou partake of it. Mantra. O Deva, this clear drinking water, perfumed with camphor and other scents which satisfies all, I offer to thee, salutation to thee. The worshipper should then offer pan made with camphor, catechu, cloves, cardamoms, and after offering achamaniya, bow to him. If the offerings are presented along with the vessels in which they are contained, then the names and description of the offerings may jointly be repeated when making the present, or the names or description of the vessels may separately be said and the same given. Having worshipped the Deva in this manner, 3 double handfuls of flowers should be given to the Deva. Then, sprinkling the temple and its awnings with water, the following mantra should be said with folded palms. Mantra. Temple. Thou art adorable of all men, thou grantest virtue and fame. In affording a resting place to this Deva, do thou be like unto Sumeru. Thou art Kailasa, thou art Vaikuntha, thou art the place of Brahma, since thou art holding the Deva, who is the adored of the Devas within thee. Since thou holdest within thyself the image of him whose body is produced by Maya, and within whose belly exists this universe with all that is movable and immovable therein. Thou art the equal of the mother of the Devas. All the holy places are in thee. Do thou grant all my desires, and do thou bring me peace. I bow to thee. Having thus praised the temple decorated with the discus, flag, etc., and worshipped it 3 times, the worshipper should give it to the Deva, mentioning the object of his desire. Mantra. To thee, whose abode is the universe for thy residence, I dedicate this temple. O Maheshana, do thou accept it, and in thy mercy abide here. Having said this and having made presents, the Deva, to whom the temple has been dedicated, should be placed on the altar to the accompaniment of the music of conchs, horns, and other instruments. He should then touch the 2 feet of the Deva and utter the Mula Mantra, and say, Sthang, Sthing, be thou steady, this temple is made by me for thee, and having fixed the Deva there, he should pray again to the temple thus. Mantra. Temple, be thou always in every way pleasant for the residence of the Deva. Thou hast been dedicated by me. May the locus be lasting and without danger for me. Help my 14 generations of ancestors, my 14 generations of successors, and me and the rest of my family to find places to reside in the abode of the Devas. May I, by thy grace, attain the fruits attainable by performing all forms of yajnas, by visiting all the places of pilgrimage. May my line continue so long as this world, so long as these mountains, so long as the sun and moon endure. The wise man, after having thus addressed the temple and worshipped the Deva, should dedicate mirrors and other articles and the flag to him. Then the vahana appropriata to the deity should be given. To Shiva should be given a bull. Then pray to him thus. Mantra. O bull, thou art large of body, thy horns are sharp, thou killest all enemies, thou art worshipped even by the Tridashas, as thou carriest on thy back the lord of the Devas. In thy hoofs are all the holy shrines. In thy hair are all the Vedic mantras. In the tip of thy teeth are all the nigamas, agamas, and tantras. May the husband of Parvati, pleased with this gift of thee, give me a place in Kailasa, and do thou protect me always. O Maheshani, do thou listen to the manner of prayer upon giving a lion to Mahadevi or a Garuda to Vishnu. Mantra. Thou didst display thy great strength in the wars between the Suras and the Asuras. Thou didst give victory to the Devas, and didst destroy the demons. Thou formidable one, thou art the favorite of the Devi, thou the favorite of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. With devotion I am dedicating thee to the Devi. Do thou destroy my enemies. I bow to thee, O Garuda, most excellent bird. Thou art the favored one of the husband of Lakshmi. Thy beak is hard like adamant. Thy talons are sharp, and golder are thy wings. I bow to thee, O Indra among birds. I bow to thee, O King of birds. As thou abidest near Vishnu with folded palms, do thou, O destroyer of the pride of enemies, help me to be there as thou art. When thou art pleased, the Lord of the universe is pleased, and grants success. When a gift is made to any deva, an additional present should be made to the deva for his acceptance of such gifts, and the merit of such rites should also be given to him in a spirit of devotion. He should then, with dancing, singing, and music, go round the temple, accompanied by his friends and kinsmen, keeping the temple on his right, and having bowed to the deva, feed the twice-born. This is the way in which a temple to a deva should be dedicated, and the same rule is to be observed in the dedication of a garden, a bridge, a causeway, or a tree. With this difference only, that in these rites the ever-existing Vishnu should be worshipped, but puja and homa, etc., are the same as in the case of the dedication of a temple. No temple or other thing should be dedicated to a deva whose image has not been consecrated. The rules laid down above are for the worship of and dedication to a deva who has been worshipped and consecrated. I shall now speak of the manner in which the auspicious adya should be installed, and by which the Devi grants quickly all desires. On the morning of the day of Pratishtha, the worshipper should, after bathing and purifying himself, sit facing the north, and, having taken Sankalpa, worship the Vastu Devata. After performing the worship of the planets, the protectors of the quarters, Ganesha and others, and having performed the Shraddha of his Pitras, he should approach the image with a number of devout Vipras. The excellent worshipper should then bring the image to the temple, which has been dedicated, or to some other place, and there duly bathe it. It should first be bathed with water, then with sandy earth, then with mud thrown up by the tusk of the boar or elephant, then with mud taken from the door of a Veshya, and then with mud from the lake of Pradyumna. The wise man should then bathe the image with Panchakashaya and Panchapushpa, and 3 leaves, and then with scented oil. The decoctions of Vatyala, Vadari, Jambu, Vakula, and Shalmali are called the 5 Kashayas for bathing the Devi. Karavira, Jati, Champaka, Lotus, and Patali are the 5 flowers. By 3 leaves are meant the leaves of Varvara, Tulasi, and Vilva. With the above-mentioned articles, water should be mixed, but no water should be put into scented oil and the 5 nectars. He should, after repeating the Vriddhi, the Pranava, the Gayatri, and the Mula Mantra, say, I bathe thee with the water of these articles. The wise man should then bathe the image with the 8 jars filled with milk and other ingredients in manners aforementioned. The image should then be rubbed with powdered white wheat or sesamum cakes, or powdered shali rice, and thus cleansed. After bathing the image with 8 jars of holy water and rubbing it with cloth of fine texture, it should be brought to the place of worship. Should one be unable to perform all these rites, then he should, in a devout spirit, bathe the image with 25 jars of pure water. On each occasion that the great Devi is bathed, she should, to the best of one's ability, be worshipped. Then, placing the image on a well-cleaned seat, She should be worshipped by offering padya, arghya, etc., and then prayed to as follows. Mantra. O image, thou that art the handicraft of Vishvakarma, I bow to thee. Thou art the abode of the Devi, I bow to thee. Thou fulfillest the desire of the votary, I bow to thee. In thee I worship the most excellent primordial supreme Devi. If there be any defect in thee by reason of the want of skill of him who has fashioned thee, do thou make it good, I bow to thee. He should then restrain his speech, and placing his hand over the head of the image, inwardly do japa of the Mula Mantra 108 times, and thereafter do Anganyasa. He should then perform Shadanganyasa and Matrikanyasa on the body of the image, and when performing Shadanganyasa, add one after the other the 6 long vowels to the Vija. The 8 groups of the letters of the alphabet preceded by the Tara, Maya, and Rama, with the Vindu added to them, and followed by Nama, should be placid in different parts of the body of the Deva. The wise man should place the vowels in the mouth, Kavarga in the throat, Shavarga on the belly, Tavarga on the right, and Tavarva on the left arm, Pavarga on the right thigh, and Yavarga on the left thigh, and Shavarga on the head. Having placed these groups of the letters of the alphabet on different parts of the image, the worshipper should perform Tattvanyasa as follows. Place on the 2 feet, Prithvi-tattva, on the linga Toya-tattva, on the region of the navel, Tejas-tattva, on the lotus of the heart, Vayu-tattva, on the mouth, Gagana-tattva, on the 2 eyes, Rupa-tattva, on the 2 nostrils, Gandha-tattva, on the 2 ears, Shabda-tattva, on the tongue, Rasa-tattva, on the skin, Sparsha-tattva. The foremost of worshippers should place Manas-tattva between the eyebrows, Shiva-tattva, Jnana-tattva, and Para-tattva on the lotus of 1,000 petals, on the heart, Jiva-tattva, and Prakriti-tattva. Lastly, he should place Mahat-tattva and Ahankara-tattva all over the body. The tattvas should, whilst being placed, be preceded by Tara, Maya, and Rama, and should be uttered in the dative singular, followed by Nama. Repeating the Mula Mantra, preceded and followed by each of the Matrika Varnas, with Vindu added to them, and followed by the word Nama, Matrika Nyasa should be performed at the Matrika Sthanas. The worshipper should then say, Mantra, although thy radiance embraces all the sacrifices, and although thy body embraces all being, this is the image that has been made of thee. I place thee here. Thereafter, the Devi should be meditated upon and invoked, according to the rules of worship, and after Prana Pratishtha, the supreme Devata should be worshipped. The mantras which are prescribed for the dedication of a temple to a Deva should be used in this ceremony, the necessary changes in gender being made. The Devi should then be invoked into the fire, which has in due form been consecrated by the offer of oblations to the Devatas who are to be worshipped, and thereafter the Devi should be worshipped, and Jatakarma, etc., should be performed. The Sangskaras are 6 in number, vis-a-vis Jatakarma, Namakarana, Nishkramana, Anaprashana, Chudikarana, and Upanayana. This has been said by Shiva. Repeating the Pranavi, the Vyahritis, the Gayatri, the Mula Mantra, the worshipper used in the injunctions should say, Thine, and then the name of the Sangskara, Jatakarma, and others, and uttering, I perform, Svaha, offer 5 oblations at the end of each Sangskara. Thereafter repeating the Mula Mantra and the name given to the Devi. 100 oblations should be offered, and the remnants of each oblation should be thrown over the head of the Devi. The wise man, after having brought the ceremony to a close by prayashchita and other rites, should feed and thus please sadhakas and vipras and the poor and the helpless. Should anyone be unable to perform all these rites, he should bathe the Deva with 7 jars of water, and having worshipped to the best of his ability, repeat the name of the Devi. Beloved, I have now spoken to thee of the Pratishtha of the illustrious Adya. In a similar way, should men versed in the regulations carefully perform the pratishtha of Durga and other Vidyas, Mahesha, and other devatas, and of the Shiva-lingas that may be moved. End of the 13th joyful message, entitled Installation of the Devata. Chapter 14. The consecration of Shiva-linga and description of the 4 classes of Avadutas. Shri Devi said, I am grateful to thee, O Lord of mercy, in that thou hast in thy discourse upon the worship of the Adya Shakti spoken, in thy mercy, of the mode of worship of various other devas. Thou hast spoken of the installation of a movable Shiva-linga. But what is the object of installing an immovable Shiva-linga, and what are the rites relating to the installation of such a linga? Do thou, O Lord of the worlds, now tell me all the particulars thereof. For say, who is there but thee that I can honor by my questions anent this excellent subject? Who is there that is omniscient, merciful, all-knowing, omnipresent, easily satisfied, protector of the humble, like thee? Who makes my joys increase like thee? Sri Sadashiva said, What shall I tell thee of the merit acquired by the installation of a Shiva-linga? By it, a man is purified of all great sins and goes to the supreme abode. There is no doubt that by the installation of a Shiva-linga, a man acquires 10 million times the merit which is acquired by giving the world and all its gold, by the performance of 10,000 horse sacrifices, by the digging of a tank in a waterless country, or by making happy the poor and such as are enfeebled by disease. Kalika, Brahma, Vishnu, Indra, and the other devas reside where Mahadeva is in his linga form. 35 million known and unknown places of pilgrimage and all the holy places abide near Shiva. The land within a radius of 100 cubits of the linga is declared to be Shiva Kshetra. This land of Isha is very sacred. It is more excellent than the most excellent of holy places, because there abide all the immortals, and there are all the holy places. He who in a devout spirit lives there, be it even for but a little while, becomes purged of all sins, and goes to the heaven of Sangskara after death. Anything great or small, meritorious or otherwise, which is done in this land of Shiva, becomes multiplied in its effect by the majesty of Shiva. All sins committed elsewhere are removed by going near Shiva, but sins committed in Shiva Kshetra adhere to a man with the strength of a thunderbolt. The merit acquired by the performance there of Purushcharana, Japa, acts of charity, Shraddha, Tarpana, or any other pious acts is eternal. The merit acquired by the performance of 100 Purushcharana at times of lunar or solar eclipse is acquired by merely performing 1 japa near Shiva. By the offering of pinda once only in the land of Shiva, a man obtains the same fruit as he who offers 10 million pindas at Gaya, the Ganges, and Prayaga. Even in the case of those who are guilty of many sins, or of great sins, attain the supreme abode if Shraddha be performed in their names in the land of Shiva. The 14 worlds abide there where abides the Lord of the universe in his linga form with the auspicious Devi Durga. I have spoken a little about the majesty of the immovable Mahadeva in his linga form. The Mahima of the Anadi Linga is beyond the power of words to express. O Suvrat, even in thy worship at the Mahapithas, the touch of an untouchable is unclean, but this is not so in the worship of Hara, in his linga image. O Devi, as there are no prohibitions at the time of Chakra worship, so know this, O Kalika, that there are none in the holy shrine in Shiva's land. What is the use of saying more? I am but telling thee the very truth when I say that I am unable to describe the glory, majesty, and sanctity of the linga image of Shiva. Whether the linga is placed on a Gauri Pata or not, the worshipper should, for the successful attainment of his desires, worship it devoutly. The excellent worshipper earns the merit of performing 10,000 horse sacrifices if he performs the adivasa of the deva in the evening previous to the day of installation. The 20 articles to be used in the rite of adivasa are earth, scent, a pebble, paddy, durva grass, flour, fruit, curds, ghee, svastika, vermilion, conch shell, kajala, rochana, white mustard seed, silver, gold, copper, lights, and a mirror. Taking each of these articles, the Maya Vija and the Brahma Gayatri should be repeated, and then should be said Anena, with this, and Amushya, of this one's or his or hers. May the auspicious Adivasa be. And then the forehead of the worshipped divinity should be touched with the earth and all other articles aforesaid. Then Adivasa should be performed with the Shri-patra, that is, the receptacle should be lifted up, and with it the forehead of the image should be touched 3 times. The worshipper conversant with the ordinances, having thus performed the Adivasa of the Deva, should bathe the deity with milk and other liquids, as directed in the ceremony relating to the dedication of a temple. Rubbing the linga with a piece of cloth and placing it on its seat, Ganesha and other deities should be worshipped according to the rules prescribed for their worship. Having performed Karanyasa and Anganyasa and Pranayama with the Pranava, the ever-existent Shiva should be meditated upon, dhyana. As tranquil, possessed of the effulgence of 10 million moons, clothed in garments of tiger skins, wearing a sacred thread made of a serpent, his whole body covered with ashes, wearing ornaments of serpents. His 5 faces are of reddish-black, yellow, rose, white, and red colors, with 3 eyes each. His head is covered with matted hair. He is omnipresent. He holds Ganga on his head and has 10 arms, and in his forehead shines the crescent moon. He holds in his left hand the skull, fire, the noose, the pinaka, and the axe, and in his right the trident, the thunderbolt, the arrow, and blessings. He is being praised by all the devas and great sages. His eyes half closed in the excess of bliss. His body is white as the snow, and the kunda flower and the moon. He is seated on the bull. He is by day and night surrounded on every side by Siddhas, Gandharvas, and Apsaras, who are chanting hymns in his praise. He is the husband of Uma, the devoted protector of his worshippers. Having thus meditated upon Mahadeva and worshipped him with articles of mental worship, he should be invoked into the linga and worshipped to the best of one's powers, and as laid down in the ordinances relating to such worship. I have already spoken of the mantras for the giving of asana and other articles of worship. I shall now speak of the Mula mantra of the great Mahesha. Maya, Tara, and the Shabda Vija, with Au and Ardendu Vindu added to it, is the Shiva Vija, that is, Hring Ong Haung. Covering Shankara with clothes and garland of sweet-smelling flowers, and placing him on a beautiful couch, the Gauripata should be consecrated in manner above mentioned. The Devi should be worshipped in the Gauripata according to the following rites. With the Maya Vija, Anganyasa, Karanyasa, and Pranayama should be performed. The great Devi should, to the best of the worshipper's ability, be worshipped after meditation upon her as follows. Dhyana. I meditate upon the Stainless One, whose splendor is that of 1,000 rising suns, whose eyes are like fire, sun, and moon, and whose lotus face in smiles is adorned with golden earrings set with lines of pearls. With her lotus hands she makes the gestures which grant blessings and dispel fear, and holds the discus and lotus. Her breasts are large and rounded. She is the dispeller of all fear, and she is clothed in saffron-colored raiments. Having thus meditated upon her, the 10 Dikpalas and the bull should be worshipped to the best of one's powers. I will now speak of the mantra of the Bhagavati, by which the world-pervading one should be worshipped. Repeating the Maya, Lakshmi Vijas, and the letter which follows Sa with the 6th vowel, with the Vindu added to it, and thereafter uttering the name of the wife of fire, the mantra is formed, which is as follows. Mantra, Hring Shring, Hung Svaha. Placing the Devi, as aforementioned, Offerings should be made to all the devas, with a mixture of masha beans, rice and curds, with sugar, etc., added to it. These articles of worship should be placed in the Ishana corner and purified with the Varuna Vija, and should be offered after purification with scents and flowers and the following. Mantra. O Devas, Siddhas, Gandharvas, Uragas, Rakshasas, Pishachas, mothers, Yakshas, Bhutas, Pitras, Rishis, and other devas. Do you quietly take this offering, and do you stay surrounding Mahadeva and Girija? Then japa should be made of the mantra of the great Devi, as often as one may, and then with excellent songs and instrumental music, let the festival be celebrated. Having completed the adivasa in manner above, the following day after performance of the compulsory daily duties, and having taken the vow, the 5 devas should be worshipped. After worshipping the matris and making the vasudhara, and performing Vriddhi Shraddha, the doorkeepers of Mahesha should, in a calm and devout frame of mind, be worshipped. The doorkeepers of Shiva are Nandi, Mahabala, Keshavadana, and Gananayaka. They are all armed with missiles and other weapons. Bringing the linga and tarini, as represented by the Gauripata, they should be placed on a Sarvatobhadra mandala, or on an auspicious seat. Shambhu should then be bathed with 8 jars of water with the mantra Triambaka, etc., and worshipped with the 16 articles of worship. After bathing the Devi in a similar way with the Mula mantra and worshipping her, the good worshipper should pray to Shankara with joined palms. Mantra. Come, O Bhagavan, O Shambhu, O thou before whom all devas bow. I bow to thee, who art armed with the Pinaka, thee the Lord of all, O great Deva. O Deva, thou who conferrest benefits on Thevotaris, do thou in thy mercy come to this temple with Bhagavati. I bow to thee again and again. O Mother, O Devi, O Mahamaya, O all-beneficent one, be thou along with Shambhu pleased. I bow to thee, O beloved of Hara. Come to this house, O Devi, thou who grantest all boons, be thou pleased, and do thou grant me all prosperity. Rise, O Queen of Devas, and each with thy followers abide happy in this place. May both of you be pleased, you who are kind to your devotees. Having thus prayed to Shiva and the Devi, they should first be carried 3 times round the temple, keeping the latter on the right, to the accompaniment of joyful sounds, and then taken inside. Repeating the Mula mantra, 1/3 of the linga should be set in a hollow, made in a piece of stone or in a masonry hole, with the following mantra. Mantra. O Mahadeva, do thou remain here so long as the moon and the sun endure, so long as the earth and the oceans endure. I bow to thee. Having firmly fixed Sadashiva with this mantra, the Gauripata, with its tapering end to the north, should be placed on the linga, that it may be entered by the latter. Mantra. Be still, O Jagaddatri, thou that art the cause of creation, existence, and destruction of things. Abide thou here so long as the sun and the moon endure. Having firmly fixed it, the linga should be touched, and the following, mantra, should be repeated. Mantra. I invoke that Deva who has 3 eyes, the Dikelas, Ishana, around whose lion seat are tigers, Bhutas, Pishachas, Gandharvas, Siddhas, Charanas, Yakshas, Nagas, Vetalas, Lokapalas, Maharshis, Matris, Gananathas, Vishnu Brahma, and Vrihaspati, and all beings which live on earth or in the air. Come, O Bhagavan, to this yantra, which is the handiwork of Brahma, for the prosperity, happiness, and heaven of all. Beloved, Shiva should then be bathed according to the injunctions relating to the consecration of a deva, and, having been meditated upon, as before mentioned, should be worshipped with mental offerings. After placing a special arghya, and having worshipped the Ganadevatas, and meditated upon Mabesha again, flowers should be placed on the linga. Repeating the Shakti Vija between Pasha and Ankusha, and the letters from Ya to Sa with the nasal point, and then Hong Hangsa, the life of Sadashiva, should be infused into the linga. Then, smearing the husband of the daughter of the mountain with sandal, aguru, and saffron, he should be worshipped with the 16 articles of worship according to the injunctions laid down after performing the jata, the nama, and other rites. After concluding everything according to the injunctions, and after worshipping the Devi in the Gauri Pata, the 8 images of the Deva should be carefully worshipped. By the name Sharva, the earth is meant. By Bhava is meant water. By Rudra, fire. By Ugra, wind. By Buna, ether. By Pashupati is meant the employer of a priest for sacrifice. By Mahadeva, the source of nectar. And by Ishana, the sun. These are declared to be the 8 images. Each of these should be invoked and worshipped in their order, in the corners, beginning with the east and ending with the northeast, uttering the pranava first and nama last. After having worshipped Indra and the other Dikpalas, the 8 matris, Brahmi, and others, the worshipper should give to Isha the bull, awning, houses, and the like. Then, with jointed palms, he should with fervor pray to the husband of Parvati, as follows. Mantra. O ocean of mercy, O Lord, thou hast been placed in this place by me, be thou pleased with me. O Shambhu, thou who art the cause of all causes, do thou abide in this room, O Supreme Deva. So long as the earth with all its oceans exist, so long as the moon and the sun endure, I bow to thee. Should there occur the death of any living being, may I, O Durjati, by thy grace, be kept from that sin. The dedicator should go round the image, keeping it on his right, and having bowed before the Deva, go home. Returning again in the morning, he should bathe Chandra Shekara. He should first be bathed with consecrated Panchamrita, with 100 jars of scented water, and the worshipper, having worshipped him to the best of his powers, should pray to him as follows. Mantra. O husband of Uma, if there has been any irregularity, omission, want of devotion in this worship, may they all, by thy grace, be rectified, and may my fame remain incomparable in this world, so long as moon, the sun, the earth, and its oceans endure. I bow to the 3-eyed Rudra, who wields the excellent Pinaka, to him who is worshipped by Vishnu, Brahma, Indra, Surya, and other devas. I bow again and again. The worshipper should then make presents and feast the Kaulika Dvijas, and give pleasure to the poor by gifts of food, drink, and clothes. The deva should be worshipped every day according to one's means. The fixed Shiva-linga should on no account be removed. Parameshvari. I have in brief spoken to you of the rites relating to the consecration of the immovable Shiva-linga, gathering same from all the agamas. Sri Devi said, If, O Lord, there be an accidental omission in the worship of the devas, then what should be done by their votaries? Do thou speak in detail about this. Say, on account of what faults are images of devas unfit for worship, and should thus be rejected, and what should be done. Sri Sadashiva said, If there be an omission to worship an image for a day, then, the next day, the worship should be twice performed. If for 2 days, then the worship should be 4 times performed. If for 3 days, then it should be celebrated 8 times. If the omission extends 3 days, but does not exceed 6 months, then the wise man should worship after bathing the deva with 8 jars of water. If the period of omission exceeds 6 months, then the excellent worshipper should carefully consecrate the deva according to the rules already laid down, and then worship him. The wise man should not worship the image of a deva which is broken or is holed, or which has lost a limb, or has been touched by a leper, or has fallen on unholy ground. The image of a deva with missing limbs, or which is broken or has holes in it, should be consigned to water. If the image has been made impure by touch, it should be consecrated and then worshipped. The Mahapithas and Anadi Lingas are free from all deficiencies, and these should always be worshipped for the attainment of happiness by each worshipper as he pleases. Mahamaya. Whatever thou hast asked for the good of men who act with a view to the fruits of action, I have answered all this in detail. Men cannot live without such actions even for half a moment. Even when men are unwilling, they are, in spite of themselves, drawn by the whirlwind of action. By action, men enjoy happiness, and by action again, they suffer pain. They are born, they live, and they die, the slaves of action. It is for this that I have spoken of various kinds of action, such as dana and the like, for the guidance of the intellectually weak in the paths of righteousness, and that they may be restrained from wicked acts. There are two kinds of action, good and evil. The effect of evil action is that men suffer acute pain. And, O Devi, those who do good acts with minds intent on the fruits thereof go to the next world and come back again to this, chained by their action. Therefore, men will not attain final liberation even at the end of 100 kalpas, so long as action, whether good or evil, is not destroyed. As a man is bound, be it by a gold or iron chain, so he is bound by his action, be it good or evil. So long as a man has not real knowledge, he does not attain final liberation, even though he be in the constant practice of religious acts and 100 austerities. The knowledge of the wise from whom the darkness of ignorance is removed, and whose souls are pure, arises from the performance of duty without expectation of fruit or reward, and by constant meditation on the Brahman. He who knows that all which is in this universe from Brahma to a blade of grass is but the result of Maya, and that the Brahman is the one and supreme truth, has this. That man is released from the bonds of action, who, renouncing name and form, has attained to complete knowledge of the essence of the eternal and immutable Brahman. Liberation does not come from japa, homa, or 100 fasts. Man becomes liberated by the knowledge that he himself is Brahman. Final liberation is attained by the knowledge that the Atma, soul, is the witness, is the truth, is omnipresent, is one, free from all eluding distractions of self and not self, the supreme, and, though abiding in the body, is not in the body. All imagination of name, form, and the like are but the play of a child. He who put away all this sets himself in firm attachment to the Brahman is, without doubt, liberated. If the image imagined by the human mind were to lead to liberation, then undoubtedly men would be kings by virtue of such kingdoms as they gain in their dreams. Those who, in their ignorance, believe that Ishvara is only in images made of clay, or stone, or metal, or wood, merely trouble themselves by their tapas. They can never attain liberation without knowledge. Can men attain final liberation by restriction in food, be they ever so thin thereby, or by uncontrolled indulgence, be they ever so gross therefrom, unless they possess the knowledge of Brahman? If by observance of vrata to live on air, leaves of trees, bits of grain, or water, final liberation may be attained, then snakes, cattle, birds, and aquatic animals should all be able to attain final liberation. Brahma Sadbhava is the highest state of mind. Dhyanabhava is middling. Stuti and japa is the last, and external worship is the lowest of all. Yoga is the union of the embodied soul and the supreme soul. Puja is the union of the worshipper and the worshipped. But he who realizes that all things are Brahman, for him there is neither yoga nor puja. For him who possesses the knowledge of Brahman, the supreme knowledge, of what use are japa, yajna, tapas, niyama, and vrata. He who sees the Brahman, who is truth, knowledge, bliss, and the One, is by his very nature one with the Brahman. Of what use to him are puja, dhyana, and dharana. For him who knows that all is Brahman, there is neither sin nor virtue, neither heaven nor future birth. There is none to meditate upon, nor one who meditates. The soul which is detached from all things is ever liberated. What can bind it? From what do fools desire to be liberated? He abides in this universe, the creation of his powers of illusion, which even the devas cannot pierce. He is seemingly in the universe, but not in it. The Spirit, the eternal witness, is in its own nature like the void which exists both outside and inside all things, and which has neither birth nor childhood nor youth nor old age, but is the eternal intelligence which is ever the same, knowing no change or decay. It is the body which is born, matures, and decays. Men enthralled by illusion, seeing this, understand it not. As the sun, though one and the same, when reflected in different platters of water, appears to be many, so by illusion the one soul appears to be many in the different bodies in which it abides. As when water is disturbed, the moon which is reflected in it appears to be disturbed, so when the intelligence is disturbed, ignorant men think that it is the soul which is disturbed. As the void inside a jar remains the same ever after the jar is broken, so the soul remains the same after the body is destroyed. The knowledge of the Spirit, O Devi, is the one means of attaining final liberation, and he who possesses it is verily, yea, verily, liberated in this world, even yet whilst living there is no doubt of that. Neither by acts, nor by begetting offspring, nor by wealth is man liberated. It is by the knowledge of the Spirit, by the Spirit that man is liberated. It is the Spirit that is dear to all. There is nothing dearer than the Spirit. O Shiv, it is by the unity of spirits that men become dear to one another. Knowledge, object of knowledge, the knower appear by illusion to be three different things. But if careful discrimination is made, spirit is found to be the sole residuum. Knowledge is spirit in the form of intelligence. The object of knowledge is spirit, whose substance is intelligence. The knower is the spirit itself. He who knows this knows the Spirit. I have now spoken of knowledge which is the true cause of final liberation. This is the most precious possession of the four classes of Avadhutas. Sri Devi said, "Thou hast spoken of the two stages in the life of man, namely, that of householder and mendicant. What is this wonderful distinction of four classes of Avadhutas, which I now hear? I wish to hear and clearly understand the distinctive features of the four classes of Avadhutas. Do thou, O Lord, speak about them truly." Sri Sadashiva said, "Those Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and other castes who are worshippers of the Brahma mantra should be known to be yatis, even though they be living the life of a householder. O worshipped of the Kulas, those men who are sanctified by the rites of Purnabhisheka should be known and honored as Shaiva-vadhutas. Both the Brahma and Shaiva-avadhutas shall do all acts in their respective states of life according to the way directed by me. They should not partake of forbidden food or drink unless the same has been offered to the Brahman or offered in the Chakra. O beauteous one, I have already spoken of the customs and dharma of the Kaulas, who are Brahma avadhutas, and of the Kaulas who have been initiated. For Brahma and Shaiva avadhutas, bathing, eating evening meals, drinking, the giving of charities, and marital intercourse should be done according to the way prescribed by the Agamas. The above avadhutas are of two classes, according as they are perfect or imperfect. Beloved, the perfect one is called Paramahamsa, and the other or imperfect one is called Parivrat. The man who has gone through the Sangskara of an avadhuta, but whose knowledge is yet imperfect, should, by living the life of a householder, purify his spirit. Preserving his caste mark and practicing the rites of a Kaula, he should, remaining constantly devoted to the Brahman, cultivate the excellent knowledge. With his mind ever free from attachment, yet discharging all his duty, he should constantly repeat Ong Tat Sat, and constantly think upon and realize the saying, Sa Aham. Doing his duties, his mind as completely detached as the water on the lotus leaf, he should constantly strive to free his soul by the knowledge of divine truth and discrimination. The man, be he a householder or an ascetic, who commences any undertaking with the mantra Ong Tat Sat, is ever successful therein. Japa, Homa, Pratishtha, and all sacramental rites, if performed with the mantra Ong Tat Sat, are faultless beyond all doubt. What use is there of the various other mantras? What use of the other multitudinous practices? With this Brahma mantra alone may all rites be concluded. Ambika. This mantra is easily practiced, is not prolix, and gives complete success, and there is no other way besides this great mantra. If it be kept written in any part of the house or on the body, then such house becomes a holy place, and the body becomes sanctified. O Deveshi, I am telling thee the very truth when I say that the mantra Ong Tat Sat is superior to the essence of essences of the Nigamas, the Agamas, and the Tantras. This most excellent of mantras, Ong Tat Sat, has pierced through the palate, the skull, and crown lock of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, and has thus manifested itself. If the 4 kinds of food and other articles are sanctified by this mantra, then it becomes useless to sanctify them by any other mantras. He is a king among Kaulas, who sees the great being everywhere, and constantly makes japa of the great mantra Tat Sat, i.e. Ong Tat Sat, acts as he so inclines, and is pure of heart withal. By japa of this mantra, a man becomes a siddha. By thinking of its meaning, he is liberated, and he who, when making japa, thinks of its meaning, becomes like unto the Brahman in visible form. This great 3-footed mantra is the cause of all causes. By its sadhana, one becomes the conqueror of death himself. O Maheshani, the worshipper attains siddhi in whatsoever way he makes japa of it. He who, renouncing all acts, rites, has been cleansed by the Sangskara of a Shaiva Avaduta, ceases to have any right to worship devas, to perform the Shraddha of the Pitris, or to honor the Rishis. Of the 4 classes of Avadhutas, the 4th is called the Hangsa, Paramahansa. The other 3 both practice yoga and have enjoyment. They are all liberated and are like unto Shiva. The Hangsa should not have intercourse with women and should not touch metals. Unfettered by restrictions, he moves about enjoying the fruits of his meritorious acts done in previous lives. The 4th class, removing his caste marks and relinquishing his household duties, should move about in this world without aim or striving. Always pleased in his own mind, he is free from sorrow and illusion, homeless and forgiving, fearless and doing harm to none. For him there is no offering of food and drink to any deva. For him there is no necessity for dhyana or dharana. The yati is liberated, is free from attachment, unaffected by all opposites, and follows the ways of a Hangsa. O Devi, I have now spoken to thee in detail of the distinctive marks of the 4 classes of Kula yogis, who are but images of myself. By seeing them, by touching them, conversing with them, or pleasing them, men earn the fruit of pilgrimage to all the holy places. All the shrines and holy places which there are in this world, they all, O my beloved, abide in the body of the Kula Sannyasi, those men who have worshipped Kula Sadhus with. Kula Dravya are indeed blessed and holy, have attained their desired aim, and have earned the fruit of all sacrifices. By mere touch of these sadhus, the impure becomes pure, the untouchable becomes touchable, and food unfit to be eaten becomes fit to be eaten. By their touch, even the Kiratas, the sinful, the wicked, the Pulindas, the Yavanas, and the wicked and ferocious are made pure. Who else but they should be honored? Even those who but once worship the Kaulika yogi with Kula-tattva and Kula-dravya become worthy of honor in this world. O thou with the lotus face! There is no Dharma superior to Kaula Dharma, by seeking refuge in which even a man of inferior caste becomes purified and attains the state of a Kaula. As the footmarks of all animals disappear in the footmark of the elephant, so do all other dharmas disappear in the Kula Dharma. My beloved, how holy are the Kaulas! They are like the images of the holy places. They purify by their mirror presence even the Chandalas and the vilest of the vile. As other waters falling into Ganga become the water of Ganga, so all men following Kulachara reach the stage of a Kaula. As water gone into the sea does not retain its separateness, so men sunk in the ocean of Kula lose theirs. All beings in this world which have 2 feet, from the Vipra to the inferior castes, are competent for Kulachara. Those that are averse to the acceptance of Kula Dharma, even when invited, are divorced from all Dharma and go the downward path. The Kulina who deceived those men who seek for Kulachara shall go to the hell named Raurava. That low Kaula who refuses to initiate a Chandala or a Yavana into the Kula Dharma, considering them to be inferior or a woman out of disrespect for her, goes the downward way. The merit acquired by 100 Abhisheka, by the performance of 100 Purascharana, 10 million times that merit is acquired by the initiation of one man into the Kula Dharma. All the different castes, all the followers of the different dharmas in this world are, by becoming Kaulas, freed from their bonds and go to the supreme abode. The Kaulas who follow that Shiva Dharma are like places of pilgrimage and possess the soul of Shiva. They worship and honor one another with affection, respect, and love. What is the use of saying more? I am speaking the very truth before thee when I say that the only bridge for the crossing of this ocean of existence is the Kula Dharma and none other. By the following of Kula Dharma, all doubts are cut through, all the accumulation of sins is destroyed, and the multitude of acts is destroyed. Those Kaulikas are excellent who, truthful and faithful to the Brahman, in their mercy invite men to purify them by Kulachara. Devi. I have spoken to thee the first portion of the Mahanirvana Tantra for the purification of men. It contains the conclusions of all dharmas. He who hears it daily or enables other men to hear it becomes freed from all sins and attains nirvana at the end. By knowing this king among tantras, which contains the essence of all the tantras, and is the most excellent among the tantras, a man becomes versed in all the shastras. The man who knows this Mahatantra is freed from the bonds of actions. Of what use is it to him to go on pilgrimage or to do japa, yajna, and sadhana? Kalika. He who knows this Tantra is conversant with all the Shastras. He is preeminent among the virtuous, is wise, knows the Brahman, and is a sage. There is no use of the Vedas, the Puranas, the Smritis, the Samhitas, and the various other Tantras, as by knowing this Tantra, one knows all. All the most secret rites and practices and the most excellent knowledge have been revealed by me in reply to thy questions. Suvrata. As thou art my most excellent Brahmi Shakti, and art to me dearer than life itself, know thou that the Mahanirvana Tantra is likewise. As the Himalaya is among the mountains, as the moon is among the stars, as the sun is among all lustrous bodies, so this Tantra is the king among Tantras. All the dharmas pervade this Tantra. It is the only means for the acquirement of the knowledge of Brahman. The man who repeats himself or causes others to repeat it will surely acquire such knowledge. In the family of the man in whose house there is this most excellent of all tantras, there will never be a pashu. The man blinded by the darkness of ignorance, the fool caught in the meshes of his actions, and the illiterate man, by listening to this great tantra, are released from the bonds of karma. Paramashani. Reading, listening to, and worshipping this tantra, and singing its praise, gives liberation to men. Of the other various tantras, each deals with one subject only. There is no other tantra which contains all the dharmas. The last part contains an account of the nether, earthly, and heavenly worlds. He who knows it, along with the first, undoubtedly knows all. The man who knows the second part with this book is able to speak of the past, present, and future, and knows the 3 worlds. There are all manner of tantras and various shastras, but they are not equal to a 16th part, in value, of this Mahanirvana Tantra. What further shall I tell thee of the greatness of the Mahanirvana Tantra? Through the knowledge of it, one shall attain to Brahma Nirvana. End of the 14th joyful message of the first part of the Mahanirvana, entitled The Consecration of Shiva-linga and Description of the Four Classes of Avadhutas.